I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. We have some football to talk about. Monday Night Football, it was a loss for the Commanders, 31-17 against the Cincinnati Bengals, but much better, especially when the starters were in there. They weren't around for very long. 4 plays, 1 series, that was it for Jaden Daniels. His night was over after a 14-yard touchdown run to open up that first drive.
I mean, I want to play more, but see y'all week 1 if I don't play next week, so we'll see.
Yeah, short but sweet, but that was it. And the running game, the first 2 series, Commanders had 106 yards rushing in those first 2 drives. So the offensive line looked great. Running backs are going to be filling in now with B-Rob likely on his way out. They were terrific, especially the rookie, Bill Krosky-Merritt, impressive with a 27-yard touchdown run for a 14-7 lead in the first quarter. Chris Rodriguez ripped off an early 40-yarder. Commanders looking pretty sharp, at least when some of the starters and main players were in first couple of series in that first quarter. Preseason finale, we just heard Jaden Daniels doesn't expect to play Saturday. That's a noon kickoff for the Commanders against the Baltimore Ravens. And just a week to go now before cuts. Rosters need to be down by 53 players by 4 p.m. a week from today. Elsewhere, baseball Nationals were off Monday. They are back in action tonight. Home against the New York Mets, 6:45 first pitch here on The Fan. And WNBA tonight, the Mystics, who have won 2 straight and 3 of 4, they play home against the Connecticut Sun, 7:30 tip-off on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Lyrically, I'm Ariel Andretti on the Momo. Let me take you to the Queen side. I'm taking it to Brooklyn side.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. This is B. Mitch and Finley. We watched a football game last night. Got very little sleep. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
Got a lot of sleep. I don't know what's wrong with you, man.
Time did you get home?
12 something.
I didn't get home till almost 2.
Yeah.
I just had work. You don't have to go.
I right around 12:30, something like that.
I was hoping for 12:30. Didn't happen.
I
but
instantly just
yeah,
sleep, dog.
I was able to sleep last night. Woke up at like 8:15.
I was already on the
had to get the trash
I
out.
was on the bike, bro.
Happy birthday. How many people, over under, legitimately 500 people wishing you happy birthday in person yesterday?
In person?
Like just being at the stadium on your birthday.
Probably was. I was walking through the station, but like, boy, on social media, all that social media stuff.
No, I'm saying in person.
I'm saying it was close to. It was probably over that. But I thank everybody that did. It felt good.
Sure, I bet.
I met 7 people that birthdays were yesterday. On top of that,
Really?
yes.
Wow.
7 different people. One of them was our Fred's son. He was sitting in the suite with us.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I think it was a lot of fun. Listen, man, if you are the type that is consumed by the result of last night, you're not thrilled. If you can discern between what I think matters in that game.
What matters is when your starters were in the game, how did they look?
I do want to point something out.
Mm-hmm.
The Bengals defense, particularly their rush defense, looks god-awful. Like, good luck, Cincinnati. But the way Washington ran the ball early on in that game, the way their offensive line performed, Brian.
See, that right there is what I left that game thinking about. I didn't care about all the reports we had yesterday and then watching the other running backs. Hell, I could have given White Brian the ball on that one Bill had. that hole was so damn big, and there was no – listen to me. Their secondary, I don't know. They don't look in the backfield ever, do they? Because everybody just ran to the other side of the field. Chris had a big run, but Bo is Santana's boy. He said, "B, look at that offensive line, man." And I was noticing it, but then I started paying attention. And let's remember, 3 of your starters weren't playing. 3 of your starting offensive linemen was not playing yesterday, which tells you got some hella depth. It was special, dude.
The first 10 minutes of that game, they had over 100 yards rushing. 6 carries for 106 yards.
I like it.
It was really impressive. I thought, a lot of things to like there. I loved setting the tone kind of with Debo right away. That first carry off the right side.
That's what I like about Cliff's offense with Debo. Because when he got that ball, he went outside the tackles. In Kyle's offense, he ran so much inside the tackles. And let's be real, running backs who are built for that and have done it for a long time, they get beat the hell up. You have a guy who's a receiver, yes, he's thicker than most receivers. But he's going to get beat the hell up going inside those tackles all day. Occasionally, yes. But they used to use him like he was a battering ram. But he goes outside the tackles and he got to deal with safeties and cornerbacks. They have problems dealing with him.
It was almost a little bizarre last night. How quickly the page has been turned from Brian Robinson. It was last Friday when Standard came on the show and told us, kind of what he was hearing and how he thought this would go. And then 3 days later, he's not even there at the game last night.
Huh?
We got to talk to Dan Quinn last night.
But if you tell me you're trying to trade me, I'm not playing.
Yeah.
First of all, you shouldn't play me because you don't want me to get hurt.
Right.
And then my mind said, I'm not. If you want to shop me, then hell, let's go.
It went just so fast, and then to see it last night, how good everything else looked, was pretty remarkable.
I don't look at it as it's a Brian Robinson thing. I think if Brian was running the ball last night, he'll have hella success too. I know people like to make it easy, and that's what they want to look at. But the offensive line was outstanding, and they gave the guys chances. Those guys were hitting that thing downhill. They were slamming it in there like they used to do back in the day.
Yeah.
And when you slam it in there and nobody's there to hit you, you better come out the other side. So, but hey, you make your decision to do what you want to do, you move forward.
It was, watching it last night was just really remarkable how well and effective they ran the football. And, that first drive when you had Debo, C-Rod, Jaden, it was just so fast that it was like,
yeah.
And I love Jaden's response after the game. He got asked repeatedly in different manners about like, hey, did you think about sliding? Taking that hit in the preseason, is it worth it? And he was just like,
they missed him.
I almost wonder if the dude at the goal line pulled up a little bit because that could have been a big pop.
Could have been
the safety that was there.
But he did a little slight turn right at the last minute. And I think, listen, you've said it since even in training camp. You said Jaden has been running. When he decides to run, it's a different ball game.
Totally.
You saw that clearly last night.
Well, I couldn't help but think of you and what I thought yesterday afternoon when you were talking about what you wanted to see and how people need to get into the football mindset, which requires some level of psychotic behavior.
Yeah.
Jaden's last answer, I thought was really good about. He was asked about his thought process not sliding on that touchdown run. He said, I'm playing football. I'm out there. I know everybody puts a big emphasis on preseason, but at the end of the day, it's a game to me, whether preseason, regular season, or playoffs. So I had the opportunity to score. Other people probably don't like it, but hey, it is what it is.
What'd they say, Jeff? One man, $100 and a what? A one-track mind, right? One-track mind, when you're on the football field, you're playing football. Listen, I understand all the people that have concern. But if you're on the damn field trying to think about what everybody thinks and what everybody thinks you do, you're going to get hurt. And you know what? I'll go right back to last year. Everybody kept telling him, get down, slide. When he got injured, he was in front of a guy that was trailing him, and if he keeps running and Stiffenman keeps running, he runs away from that dude. But you know what he did? He went down because everybody wanted him to go down. And he basically, now we found out he had a fractured rib. You know what I'm saying? If he kept being the football player and be who he is, he probably doesn't even have that damn injury. So on the football field, you know what you got to do? React and do what you feel at the moment, because it's an instinctive thing. You know, I can recall back, even all the way back to high school, how run out of bounds, don't do this. Remember my time, ran out of bounds, the dude dove, sprained my ankle. That was the last time I did that. Because you got to just be in the action, and your little subtle thought, or subtle, lack of movement, or lack of making a decision, that allows you to, somebody to come and hit you when you wouldn't ordinarily be it.
With Jaden, it was one thing last year. I remember, I think it was 48 wrote a story about sliding. And, I think Sam went back and watched every snap from, high school through, the first 4 weeks of the year. At some point, people just have to accept Jaden for the player he is and what he can do on the field. And I would argue, over time, as someone who is about to turn 44 in a couple weeks, over time, he'll probably slide a little more, maybe run. When he's 29, he's probably going to approach the game a little differently than when he's 24. But you don't want to take anything that dude does away. So I think it was really funny because, what happens in media is jobs turn over. New people come in, other people leave. And so Dan Quinn got asked about him sliding, and DQ kind of joked, you must be new here or whatever. That's just kind of what happens. And
Listen.
So Dan Quinn got asked about sliding. He goes, you think those conversations haven't already been had? It's part of his game, and it's what makes him a special player.
Totally.
We got to stop with that.
I think the thing of it is, Jay, as I've said many times, when people ask questions like, man, what were you thinking in this situation? And my answer was, I wasn't. I just reacted. My father, my dad, when I was playing against Brett Favre, Southern Miss, and I'm coming around the end, and the guy went low, right around the 3-yard line. You know what instincts told me? Leave the ground. I left the ground at the 3, and I landed about 2 or 3 yards in the end zone. Rolled over, got up, kind of landed it looked like I landed on my head, but I actually rolled it. You know what I'm saying? Come to the sideline. My dad was always sitting right behind me. He said, dude, you trying to break your damn neck? I see. I was trying to score a touchdown, Dad. That's the only thing I was thinking. I wasn't thinking anything else. I was just trying to score a damn touchdown.
Dude, and that's what Jaden said.
Yeah.
I wanted to score. You know what you're supposed to do? Score.
Yes.
So that I don't have a concern about. The rapid pace with which Brian Robinson has been. I don't know that everybody knows this. They redid the locker room. It looks great. Right now, the roster's at 90, so they got a lot of lockers in there. In the running back corner, that little, as you walk into the right-hand corner back there, B-Rob didn't have a locker.
Mm-hmm.
So, now,
you're not dressing out.
Right.
And they already knew you weren't dressing out.
And they can sub those things in and out.
They go in and out with that stuff.
What
like me, bro, listen to me, Jay. I'm very much into the mindset of what Doc always says. The people that are dressing out is the people I care about. If B-Rob is going to be on the team, yes, I'm with it. If he ain't going to be on the team, I'm going to always be a fan of the dude. But I'm not going to sit up here and worry about anything else. But the people that take that will be filling that spot that he was in, they better live up to that hype every day, not just one game. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And the offensive line needs to block like that. If the offensive line block like that throughout the year, hell, we have a lot of good stuff to talk about.
Can we briefly address something?
Mm-hmm.
Any Any early July concern about young Josh Connerly? Premature. That dude, I mean, John Bates last night was killing people. Connerly looked really good. Chris Paul, to his credit, looked really good. Andrew Wiley was good last year. They have been moving him around all over the place so far this camp. You talk about a veteran just getting the job done. Wiley deserves real credit.
Let me ask you a question.
They were impressive
when
last
you
night.
first started doing
John Bates, dude.
When you first became a beat guy, did you know everything?
No.
Were you as comfortable as you are now?
No.
When Jeff first started doing the boards, I don't think he was as comfortable as he is now.
Oh, I bet he lied
Brian,
and said he was.
When
though.
he first got in here, Brian looked like he was about to pass out. He looked like he was stressed out like hell.
He still kind of has that.
Little Ben over there, sometimes I'm like, damn, Ben, what the hell's going on?
Ben's excitable.
Yeah, and I always think when a person is overly excitable, I think he's nervous. That's just that way of like trying to hide it. But anybody that thinks anyone steps into a situation for the first time and plays it perfect, you're an ass. Because you just follow your own life. And I guarantee you weren't perfect in everything you do. Probably still not perfect in stuff that you try to do. But to run out there and try to act like the kid was having all these issues, no. He was learning something at a faster pace. And all of a sudden, when he got his feet wet, and he got a little settled in that situation, you saw why the hell Cliff went and said, draft Connerly.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You remember all the stories, and I think we get so caught up in trying to find the next big damn story that we forget about stuff that have built up to something. You had your offensive coordinator losing his mind to block. I mean, to get a defense. I mean, an offensive tackle who's athletic, so he could be able to run the stuff he wants to run in his offense. And then all of a sudden, the guy comes in, the first time he does something, he gets beat by a future Hall of Famer, and your mind is, oh, he can't play? Give me a damn break.
I think Connerly looked great last night. I was encouraged to see Jalen Lane get some catches.
Yeah.
He's been good in the punt return game.
Him, the punt return game, like the one he caught last night, he was so far outside of where I don't know what the return would have been, but you saw he didn't try to get back into the middle of the field. Quick step, and he went right past the dude. The blocker was inside that guy. He couldn't get there, but he got a quick 10, 12 yards out of it. He has that quick, subtle step that just, boom, he's out. I like it.
Brian, not a lot in the pass game last night. Jaden didn't throw a pass. I definitely agree.
Why?
I definitely agree with them pulling Jaden, though.
You know why?
That was enough.
You know why he didn't throw a lot? I have 3 of my people that my starters not in the game. 3 of my people that are starters not in the game.
Did you want to see him come back out for another drive? I did not.
No,
I was like, they're good.
I'm like this. When you go down the field as quickly as they did and you score, that's all that matters. It's not about him throwing 15, 20 passes. It's about the efficiency and the success you had in that offense. And they had that. So I wasn't concerned about him going back out there. He was good enough. And then again, why put him at risk? You played.
How about when Burrow started running around in circles towards the goal line? What are you doing, dog?
Let's be real. That was not a horse collar. He caught him. He grabbed his jersey.
Well, and it's not a horse collar if you're inside the pocket. And then they're like, oh, well, he left the pocket and then came back.
No, that is a horse BS. That's what it was.
His left hand did get the collar, but his right hand was on the shoulder.
The right was
and
here.
the horse collar should be when you yank them backwards and your weight lands on them. None of that happened.
He grabbed the guy and he just slung him. I thought he had the jersey more than he did any shoulder pad.
Not to, the gloves and the tape big D linemen like Dietrich Wise have on, it doesn't give you a lot of flexibility. So, once you get a grip on something, he can't really shift it over to the right. You know what I mean? Man, I thought that was a bad call.
The horse collar tackle
DQ said as much after.
Was put into place for guys that were grabbing guys and pull them back.
As they're running away from you down the sideline.
Very similar to the hip drop is when you grab a guy and you come on his ankle. What he did, he grabbed the guy and threw him. He wasn't trying to grab him from behind and pull him down.
That was a tough call.
So that was a weird call. And then the thing about it, what I don't like is with all these new technologies, Why can't you review that?
I know they put in reviewable situations for some types of personal fouls and for pass interferences. I don't know if that's one of them. That's a great question, though, honestly.
Yeah. I keep getting that, Jay. Every time I ask a question, you keep saying it's a great question. Been thinking a little bit more lately.
I have a bunch of notes I just want to run through from last night. Some highs, some lows, kind of what we thought was good, some question marks. There are some question marks from last night. But in general, man, if you watch that game, my prevailing thought from last night, what did Washington really try to address this offseason? Offensive line, defensive line.
Yeah.
And
it seemed better.
Dude, last night, that O-line was down 3 starters.
Yes. But
Wiley and Allegretti are going to be part of this season.
Wiley and Allegretti are you might not want to say that if they're not starting, they're not backups. They're like subs.
Dude,
starter subs.
Totally.
Yeah.
Like the offensive line, last year I believe, we could go back and count this, but I believe off the top of my head they ended up starting 9 different players over the course of a 17-game season. And they eventually went 20, right? You're going to start. Like, if you gave me an over-under on number of players to start on the offensive line, at 8.5, I'm taking the over all day. Yeah. And even at 9.5, I'm probably taking the over. Just what is required.
Average season, you play 9 to 10 different offensive linemen. That's average.
Having that depth, bringing Connerly in, seeing his development, what John Bates does in the run game, like, they invested heavily on the offensive line. It looked good last night. And I thought defensively, Dorrance Armstrong, like, we're seeing a version of Dorrance this training camp that people were hoping last season would be.
What I see a lot of is inside, those big dudes.
Dude, makes a difference.
Are taking, they're commanding, they're getting more attention from more than one person, which means that Dorrance is getting one-on-ones most times instead of having somebody able to chip him. And that's going to be a big advantage for him throughout the year.
You know what else is a big advantage, especially for Washington? If you're buying or selling a house, you got to work with a guy like John Leahy. He's the DMV MVP of real estate.
Just like a recent sale in Frederick, they had put tremendous care into a fix and flip project and was excited about the transformation and optimistic about the sale. But there was also some pricing uncertainty in play. John Leahy and the Fine Living Group took everything over from there. They listed the property at $357,900, knowing no other home in the area has sold for $370,000. Getting the house to appraise at that value was a challenge, but John and his team were confident in their approach. The property went under contract quickly and sold well over the list price at $370,000, thanks to the obvious quality of the upgrades. And to top it all off, the buyer absolutely loved their move-in ready home. Talk about a true win-win. Looking for your own stress-free transaction? How about a guaranteed offer on your home? Check out those details and more at johnsellsdmv.com. That's John without an H. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty, our good friend John. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, John will let you out of your contract at any time.
Well, B, 2 of the things you said there is price uncertainty. I think right now in the real estate market, there's some uncertainty, man. There's uncertainty. Hell, me and Danny Rouillet were talking about the stock market feeling weird. There's some uncertainty floating around in this world. And then with uncertainty comes stress. If you work with John Leahy in the Fine Living Group, they're going to do everything possible to make your move a less stressful event. A lot of times you're moving, you've had a death in the family, maybe you got laid off, maybe you got a promotion, maybe you want to go move closer to your grandkids. Whatever it is, moving is stressful, and John Leahy and the Fine Living Group have the options and strategies to take care of things quickly, get you the most cash, and give you the least amount of stress. It makes a huge difference. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or it's even easier. Just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
I'm Earl Forsey. This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. So despite the loss, the actual score doesn't mean much. Starters, first couple of series for most of the regulars looked really good. Couple of touchdowns early for the Commanders. They led 14-7 despite a 31-7 loss to Cincinnati. 106 yards rushing in the first two drives. Jaden Daniels was sharp, had an early touchdown run, a 14-yard scramble. So now it's on to the preseason finale. That's coming up Saturday in Landover. Short week, noon kickoff Saturday against the Ravens. And now just a week to go before cuts. Rosters need to be down to 53 players by 4 p.m. next Tuesday. Elsewhere, Cleveland Browns named 40-year-old Joe Flacco as their starting quarterback for week one against Cincinnati. WNBA tonight, Mystics won 2 straight, 3 of 4. They're back home against Connecticut, 7:30 on the Team 980. And that's baseball resumes tonight. Monday off for the Nationals. They are back on the field tonight against the New York Mets, 6:45 first pitch here on the Fan. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area. Hands down, Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
You forget your man. Now give it to me. That sweet, that nasty, that gushy stuff. Give me that funk, that sweet, that nasty, that gushy stuff.
Ain't no telling.
That's what they be yelling. Not relation.
Mommy on E.
Can't keep your little model hands off me.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan.
Never met her at all.
Coming up at 11, Solomon Wilcox will join the program. Everybody knows Solomon, NFL Network, calls games, does it all, covers the Bengals. Excited to talk to him. It was interesting last night. What, if anything, do you make of Trey Hendrickson being there for the Bengals and Terry not being there? It's important to point out Commanders told the media that it was an excused absence for Terry, and as well as B-Rob.
Well, if it was nothing. If it was an excused absence, they gave him permission. Boom, they're not there. I think Trey Hendrickson coming is him trying to work with the team.
Well, Hendrickson also said they've agreed on years and
they're just working on
terms. He said they haven't agreed on guaranteed money.
Okay.
But
so they're working towards.
They seem much closer to a finish line than maybe Terry and.
When you see a guy traveling with the team to another city, that means that, you know what, let's get this thing right. So what am I doing? I'm showing you that I'm willing to just show up and be around. Instead of me saying, well, I'm not going. So.
Yeah, it's interesting times. You like to think it gets done. Jaden last night did say on the ESPN broadcast, we know Terry's coming through that door soon. We'll see if that ends up being accurate.
Could it be Jaden went in and said, yo, I need Terry to come through that door soon?
At some point, at some point, man, you wonder.
Yeah.
I think, looking at that game last night, what position group would you say impressed you the most?
The offensive line. The O-line, D-line. The two people who I look for in most games is, my little analogy is the transmission and the engine. Those two things right there make your vehicle go. And when you watch football, I've said it to many people, you watch that side view and you watch the line of scrimmage and you find out whatever parts get knocked back consistently, then you're winning. I think our starters that were starting last night, they were winning. And I feel after the first game, I understand there were a lot of backups playing. But I left that game with a sour taste, sour feeling. Last night I left with a little bit confident.
Dude, the Patriots game, nobody really played. You don't want to take too much from it, but the effort, I'm not saying like the effort, the guys weren't trying hard. It didn't seem buttoned up. It seemed sloppy. There were just silly mistakes, right?
Even Dan
last
said
night was a lot.
Yeah,
Dan was pissed. He wasn't pissed last night. I talked to him both nights.
Yeah. So when the coaches are upset about it, hell, why can't I be?
And dude, I am not trying to take slights at any one player, but like if you watch the second half of that game, you're not gaining a lot of real information. You know what I mean? Like Hartman last night performed at a level that it was pretty hard to get a lot of evaluations from anything else. Mm-hmm. And the receivers and like you want to try to figure out what they've got down the roster. I'm just not sure how much you saw. Jalen Lane led this team with 3 catches for 42 yards. Nobody else had more than 1 catch. Mm-hmm. And I think I'd put some of that on the quarterback play.
What I'll say, though, the guys that were drafted or signed that came along and you expect them to start doing things, they're starting to do it. And you have to see that. You know, when you draft a guy, ordinarily if it's a 4th round or higher, those guys need to show you something within their first year. You start seeing it in preseason games and things of that nature. Sometimes it's before you even get into the preseason games. Guys after the 4th round, they can show you something the following year if you keep them around. You know what I'm saying? And they have to show you a little something to be able to just keep them around. And I think Jalen Lane, Connolly, as we stated, Okrowski Merritt, he showed you something last night, but that offensive line, they really, really showed me a lot. Did you see the halftime, the little girls? A couple of those girls got some speed. They could probably come help us out of receiver.
I do think I was excited to see Trey Amos last night. He didn't play with a hamstring tightness, and DQ after the game said if it was a regular season, he would have gone. He was like, we had to kind of fight him to stay off the field. Mm-hmm. Just a little bit of a disappointment. I wanted to see him go.
Yeah.
I was encouraged early on. I said this 2 months ago, and I actually said it to him, and he kind of just like smiled and brushed it off. I think the reality is, and you see this in all sports, I would say, maybe baseball's a little different because one player from every team has to make it. Mm-hmm. But when you get like all-star consideration in the NFL, it's Pro Bowl consideration. Mm-hmm. Like you generally don't get it until you've already played at that level for a year. Like you kind of need the name recognition.
Yeah.
And I think because Washington has so many primetime games this year, because he made a huge play in a nationally televised divisional playoff round game last year, I think Quan Martin's on a track for a Pro Bowl type season. I think Quan, the tackle he made at the goal line last night.
Hell yeah.
Just that play was coming all the way backside to have the vision and then the ability to kind of scrape through all the traffic.
Broke down to make sure he didn't just shoot and miss. And the thing about Quan's year last year that made it so much better, we found out later that he was playing with an injured shoulder. Never ever discussed it. Never said a word about it. He just went out and played. And he played with some ill intentions last night. I like that.
Me too, man.
And I like what Joe Witt said about Mikey. He may be very well spoken, but he's a dirt dog.
Totally.
Quan played like that last night. I like that.
I thought we saw more of Revo defensively and just his continued. I mean, he's playing fiery football, man. And I think, we had kind of heard Reeves will get some more work with the starters out there, with the defense, and then we never really saw it. I think it's quite real this year to see that we're going to see more from Revo out on the field. Will Harris also made a nice play last night, so it was good to kind of see that.
Yep. But when you have a aggressive mindset like Joe Witt does, a guy like Revo, he finds his way onto your defense. You know what I mean? If that's what you believe in, see ball, seek ball, hit. That's what Revo is. That's gonna help.
It was a I think depending what you were looking for, there was a lot to be encouraged by with that team last night. Especially early on. You know, Burrow made a couple throws that were just incredible. Burrow's good.
Yeah.
like he's gonna make some plays.
That one that he that wasn't even Burrow. It was a backup quarterback. Tinsley, wasn't the guy Tinsley hit last year?
Yeah, man.
The one he dropped back there. What's his name? What's the guy named Vigors?
Yeah.
He missed time to jump.
He hasn't had a great camp.
Yeah, he missed time that jump right there. He jumped a little bit too soon, and right when the ball came, he started on this descent. And Tinsley was right there because we liked him last year for a little bit.
Josina Anderson was at the game last night, and she was in the press box, and we were talking about Tinsley, and she's like, the game that Tinsley put out last night was kind of reminding DQ's staff, like, hey, you guys cut me last year. You might could use a receiver right now. Because if you remember, he made the roster in 23 as an undrafted free agent. Came back last year, and they released him, and now he's playing for Cincy. Whatever, those are the things that happen in the NFL.
Yeah.
Nice young man. I was happy to see him. He went 5 for 73 with 2 touchdowns last night. If you were playing fantasy last night and you had Tinsley, probably won.
Yeah, you made a little something.
I can't imagine that many people were playing fantasy last night and had Tinsley.
There are some degenerates out there.
For sure.
I bet you White Brian had something on head by 10 cents on him.
Yeah, 15 cents on Tinsley over 65 yards. Brian, you and I are going to play golf this afternoon. I left my house this morning. You know how I got in and out of my home?
Yeah, through your doors.
The garage door, baby. Then I don't have to carry my keys. Came in and out of the garage door. Used the MyQ app to close that thing. The folks over at Door Pro America have made such a tremendous difference for me and my home. Even has a little camera in there, so if people try to, if any funny business with my garage door, I'm watching your ass, all right? Seriously, man, when we got a new garage door, they came out to the house, measured everything, and then they sent us this, like, spreadsheet of options. It's made our home look so much better, increased the curb appeal, and just the functionality of the MyQ app, being able to open and close that thing from anywhere, and it's silent. It doesn't wake anybody up. It is a game changer. The folks from Door Pro America have been serving the DMV for over 50 years. When you know they're doing something like that, when you can last that long in this cutthroat-ass area, man, that's how you know they're doing something right. Take it from me. The MyQ app and my new garage door totally changed my home. They can do the same thing for you. Hit them up, doorproamerica.com. Tell them JP Finley sent you. Breaking news out of Indianapolis, Brian.
What?
Your guy,
Who?
Danny Dimes.
Danny Dimes got the
Danny
starter?
Dimes, week 1 starter.
Wow.
Who the Colts play week 1? Let's take the other team. Lay the points. I do think Jones is better than Richardson. Like the Richardson experiment is pretty wild to me. I think the dude started 4 games or whatever. But damn, if he can't throw the ball 90 yards on a rope, you know?
Mm-hmm. He can.
Somebody caught my eye last night. Well, 2 people caught my eye last night. Our guy, Scarence Terrence, who shocked us all when we realized he was like a skinny little white dude.
Yeah.
But Scarence Terrence last night. So I was in the press box, and it's kind of hard to see out because there's like a glare. And this dude was waving at me, but I didn't know who he was waving at. And I was like, thought he was waving like behind me to Grant or whatever. And he keeps like, he's like trying to get my attention. And then I'm kind of just messing with him because like at some point I could tell he's doing something. And I'm just like, I just kept pointing at like Russell or like other people. And then he goes like this. If you're watching on the stream, you'll laugh. He goes like this to like prove who he's trying to talk to. He goes like this, like grabbing his ears to say he's talking to me. So shout out to Scarence Terrence for making fun of me. Made me laugh. The other dude that caught my eye, and this was somebody when they signed him, this was a very low-key, off-the-radar signing, I would argue. But I thought he had some really good pass rushes last night. And B, when they signed him, I remember you went and watched the tape from Chicago. Was the dude Martin last night. I thought.
Tay.
No, I'm talking about the DN.
Okay. You talking about
Jacob Martin.
Jacob, yeah.
I thought he had some really good rushes last night. I thought he provided something last night.
Mm-hmm.
And listen, Von Miller wasn't playing last night.
Yeah.
So there's some reps available for other guys. But I didn't expect me to make a note about Jacob Martin, but I did.
What you have to do when you get those chances, you take advantage of it. And Jacob been around long enough to understand that.
Totally. I mean, that's a guy 6'2", 240.
But I kept saying when they signed him, and everybody would say, well, we don't have no pass rusher. And we don't have no guy that with a name. I'm like, well, most people that can pass rush didn't have a name before they started. So let's see. And I went and watched him specifically. And the guy, he got some stuff with him, bro. Got some moves.
Quick.
He got bend.
Real quick. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
The only early on when I was really trying to like take notes on everything, I'll be honest. Third quarter of that game, I didn't write a lot of stuff down. like at some point, it's like, all right. I do want to have a conversation specifically about the running back room, kind of what we see, what we think. I do want to have a conversation about Luke McCaffrey, what we see, what we think. The only thing that I wrote down was dumb next to it. 4th down with a second left on the play clock, and you know they're not snapping the ball. You cannot jump off sides. Like, Frankie, I love you. You're my dude. You can't jump off sides there.
Yeah.
Not to mention, how in the hell didn't it seem like the play clock on that went for a minute and a half?
Yeah.
It seemed like they were lined up in formation, and like, it's preseason for everybody, so maybe the rest didn't start the clock. You know, the orange hand guy that controls the TV clock and coming back from timeout, maybe he gave bad information, but it seemed like that went on for 75 seconds. But still, 1 second left, they're clearly not snapping it. You can't jump there.
Nah, you can't.
That was the only one that kind of bugged me. It wasn't a lot. I was encouraged watching Marshawn Lattimore last night. Not just in coverage, but did you see there was a little dump off, I think, to the dude Chase Brown, and he didn't make the tackle, but he came up physical to support the tackle.
Yeah.
That's who that guy is.
Yeah, Marshawn he's a little touched. Yeah, and you know what? And I mean that with all respect. You know, guys on the football field, you have to be touched to be good at this game, man. It's basically you going out here to do 30, 40 accidents a game. And if you aren't a little touchy, shy away from those accidents. He didn't.
Right.
You know what I mean? How you got to be? You got to be a little crazy, dog.
Solomon Wilcox will join us next. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
was a pilot, 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city, about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Turn up, let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city, about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Turn up, let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and
I'm Earl Forsey. We're sponsored by Cars for Kids, Cars with a K. Monday Night Football for the Commanders last night. Yeah, it's another preseason loss, but let's look at what's important, what happened early. When the starters were in the game, things looked pretty sharp, including that first drive. 4 plays, a touchdown for Jaden Daniels, and most of the first-teamers in on offense. The TD scored on a Jaden Daniels 14-yard run. Sliding is not an option.
I'm playing football. I'm out there. I know everybody puts a big emphasis on preseason, but at the end of the day, it's a game to me, whether it's preseason, regular season, or playoffs. So had the opportunity to score. Other people probably didn't like it, but, hey, it is what it is.
Short, sweet, successful is what it was, and likely we won't see him until the season opener 3 weeks from now against the New York Giants. The rookie running back, Bill Krosky-Merritt, impressive with a 27-yard touchdown run. Chris Rodriguez had a 40-yarder. The first-team offense, some of the backups playing that second series, looking pretty sharp. Preseason finale Saturday against the Ravens. That's at noon in Landover. Baseball Nationals had Monday off. They're back in action tonight against the Mets. 6:45 first pitch here on the Fan. You heard JP talk about it. NFL news today. Indianapolis Colts named Danny Dimes, Daniel Jones, the starting quarterback for their season opener week 1 against Miami. 106.7 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years, turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Really excited to get to the Rude guest hotline. Rude makes the most dependable HVAC equipment in the DMV. And welcome in Mr. Solomon Wilcox to the program. Emmy Award-winning broadcaster. You can follow him at Solomon's Wisdom, Sirius XM, NFL Radio, the Believe in Bengals podcast. Solomon, what's up, man? Thanks for making time for us.
Oh, hey, thanks for having me on, guys. Doing great. Hope you're doing well.
We're great, brother. How you been?
Doing great, B. Mitch, man. Everything's good.
All right, bro.
Solomon, watching that game last night, what stood out to you most, especially early on when the starters were out there?
Look, Jaden Daniels, look, he's already said there ain't going to be no sophomore slump, and I think he came out and proved that. They didn't throw the ball. I mean, he didn't attempt one pass. It was 4 straight run plays. You loved it. I mean, look, without Brian Robinson Jr., you wanted to be able to see how they would fare. And I think if you're Adam Peters, if you're Dan Quinn, you got to feel good about your ability to run the ball without your top rusher from 1 year ago. So that's kind of cleared that up. But Jaden Daniels I think he's just the epitome of poise. The guy doesn't panic. He could have, kind of taken a slide at the 5-yard line. He just ran right through Bengals defenders. In fact, they almost got out of his way so that he could score, as if he's royalty or something. So it was impressive, man. I got to tell you, I love watching him play. It was very impressive.
Yeah, I was watching some of the games, and like Joe Burrow, unbelievable quarterback. But he's been prone to take too many hits. In preseason, when he started doing all the pirouettes and spinning around, did you say, dude, throw the damn ball away, get down?
Yeah, he was pressing, I think, right in there a little bit. He wanted to throw it in rhythm. When it wasn't there, it was a third down play. He didn't want to give up on it. What was happening is he wants to be in mid-season form right now. And I think that you could see the impatience there. That one got away. So I think he kind of told the coaches, I want to get another series out of this. So if you notice, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Chase Brown, the tight ends, all the starters came out of the game except the offensive line, and they were forced to play another series. And then they went down, and he scored through the touchdown to Charlie Jones. But, Joe's a perfectionist, guys. He's wired like that, and I think he wanted to iron out some of the wrinkles before that game had concluded. So he was able to get a touchdown before they got him out of there.
Talking with the great Solomon Wilcox here on the Rude Guest Hotline. It was a really interesting night because I think Washington looked subpar to what Dan Quinn has tried to establish as the standard here in their preseason opener, and I thought they came out with a real fire. Brian and I have been talking about for most of the first hour. I don't know if since he was maybe down some of their important players, or if maybe you're just not too high on their lines of scrimmage, but I thought, especially early on in this thing, you saw how they ran the ball. Washington's offensive line and defensive lines were pretty darn dominant. Did that look the same to you?
Oh, yeah. Well, I would say this. That was the Bengals starting defense, with the exception of maybe B.J. Hill and the interior part of the defensive line of T.J. Slayton. And again, there was no Trey Hendrickson. But at the second level, they were without their starting safety, Geno Stone. They were without Dax Hill. So some of the secondary starters weren't playing. But it doesn't matter, guys. Look, got to play. And for the second week in a row, the Bengals' run defense got gashed. I think Washington hit them up. Philly hit them up for 130-plus rush yards last week. Washington had 185 rush yards yesterday or last night. Both teams had 2 rushing touchdowns in the game. I think the opening drive last week, Will Shipley had a 40-yard run. You saw another 40-yard run with Rodriguez on the opening drive. They're getting gashed. They've given up 162 rush yards per game on the average in both of their preseason games, and they've now given up more runs of 10 yards or more through their first 2 preseason games than any other team in the league, a number of 12. So you look good against them running the ball. So did the Eagles last week. That's the Bengals' problem, but I think the Commanders should feel good about the way they ran it, considering they're trying to break in some new guys.
Do you think the Trey Henderson deal gets done?
I don't know, B. Look, man, this is a team that doesn't seem to prioritize players. Once you turn 30, you're still productive, you're healthy. They don't want to give up the money on a guaranteed basis. A lot of owners, as you well know, this is one of the critical things that's taking place when it comes to the players' union. They're addressing this. These owners don't want to give up a lot of guaranteed money. They want to even go to players if they feel like you've underperformed, they want to ask for money back, right? I mean, so I think we're entering a real strategic area when it comes to contract negotiations. You see what Jerry's doing with Michael Parsons. But the Bengals are sort of at the tip of the spear with players. And I don't know why they decided to draw the line with Trey Hendrickson, who, by the way, has led the league in sacks over the last 2 years, and I think tied for second in total pressures. He hasn't missed any time. He doesn't show any sign of breaking down, but yet he's 30 years of age, and they're going to use that against him to try to keep his salary down. He's making 1/3 of what T.J. Watt and Myles Garrett are currently making.
That's crazy.
I think that whole thing, some positions play well even beyond 30. That number 30 should not be able to be used against every damn body.
I think you're raising a good point, and the way that I've described it, B, is that we live in a different world today in the NFL. Back when we were playing, they were saying that if you're 30, you're done, or whatever. Mm-hmm. And look at the wear and tear. There's so much less wear and tear on players. When we played, we were practicing twice a day. We grew up with 2-a-days. Today's players in the NFL have never been through a 2-a-day practice. Mm-hmm. So you're talking less wear and tear. They have more money to spend to take care of their bodies in terms of health, nutrition, and wellness. And they're getting more mileage. I mean, you have more quarterbacks playing until they're 40 and starting because they take care of themselves and there's less wear and tear. But yet you still want to use this age-old metric of, if they're 30, then we probably shouldn't pay them. The Bengals should learn from their lesson because they had Andrew Whitworth, who was over 30. They wouldn't pay him. He goes to the Rams, helped them win a Super Bowl, and he was named NFL Man of the Year. And, oh, by the way, he did it playing against the Bengals. So it's already cost the Bengals a Super Bowl championship. Yeah, let's be honest.
That's true.
You would hope they would learn from that mistake and not lean into it.
Yeah, I just think, this league, we look at all the technology and all the different things that have gotten better, and you still using an old-ass excuse. It's annoying.
That's right. Yeah. All just to save a few little dollars, right? Instead of just pay your best players, man. That's what you need to do.
Talking with Solomon Wilcox here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Solomon played 6 seasons in the NFL, was on the Bengals for 4 years, including that, crazy Super Bowl. I guess it was January of '89, but the '88 season, the icky shuffle, all of that. I want to keep talking about last night's game, but I'm a numbers nerd, and I had to look up that Super Bowl because I remember that. I was young then, and I mean, what is it like to play in a game that's that tight and that down to the wire for that kind of prize?
Yeah, and look, you're looking across the ball, and these names are going to ring a lot of memories. It was Joe Montana. It was Roger Craig and Tom Rathman. It was Jerry Rice and John Taylor, right? It was Ronnie Lott and Charles Haley. I mean, I'm not making up some fictitious all-star roster.
Yeah.
That was the real team, you know, and the game was 6-6 at halftime, guys. It was because we played them really tight. You remember Bill Walsh got his start in Cincinnati as the offensive coordinator. One of his quarterbacks was Sam Weiss, who was assistant coach with the Niners when they broke in Joe Montana. He came back, became our coach in Cincinnati. Our teams were very closely linked. We knew one another very well. That team in Cincinnati was led by Dick LeBeau as our defensive coordinator. We were cutting edge. We had just broke into this new defense that was called the zone blitz, and we gave teams problems. We gave Joe Montana problems. He didn't. You think about it, it was close. They scored 20 points on us.
You
go back and look at next year. They scored. Yeah, they scored 55 points the next year on the Denver Broncos. So, so we like to believe, even though we didn't win that game, that we played it very, very well. And with 40 seconds left in the game, they scored the game-winning touchdown. But why would you guys bring that up, guys?
That's
sorry.
JP, man.
Dog, I was just I like to during when we were waiting to call you, I like to kind of go through and get an understanding, and I just remember that game. I won't bring up what Jerry did in that game, but you guys had the lead in the fourth quarter against one of the all-time great teams. I mean,
He's not gonna bring it up, Solomon. He just got you thinking about it now.
That's right. Yeah. As you can tell, I can't remember anything about that game.
Yeah. Specific to last night, you mentioned Jaden there, and for me, when you see guys have a sophomore slump, and unfortunately in Washington, I've seen it at the quarterback position a lot. A lot of times the regression is because the same work doesn't go in. Jaden never stops working. He is so committed to the game. Do you think he could go bigger, better, really push for an MVP type season?
I like him. I like his makeup. I went to a game during his freshman year, and I think that might have been during the 2018 season, 2019, something like that. He was a freshman. Might have even been before that. He was might have been 2016 or 17. I forget. But he was at Arizona State.
Yep.
And I watched him. In fact, the senior who was playing was Brandon Ayuk, because they were on the same team together at Arizona State.
That's crazy.
And he was throwing to Brandon Ayuk. And I just remember coming away from that game like, man, I like that quarterback. And everybody's like, yeah, he's just a freshman. And I just watched him get better and better, that by the time he gets to his senior year, at LSU, he's a real dual threat guy that can make all the throws, that can run it. And I went back and started studying him and what made him really good. And he does this virtual reality sort of thing where he puts the goggles on and it puts him in a game. And he's going through all the stuff that you go through when you go through a play, all your reads, and he's able to speed it up. So I don't know if you guys know this. So he puts himself in a game virtually, but he speeds the defense up to force himself to react and respond at a much faster rate. And that's why the guy has this poise and polish to his game that I don't know that we've ever seen since, Dan Marino. Dan Marino is the only quarterback who never acted like a rookie, and that's Jaden Daniels.
Wow. That's high praise, man.
Yeah.
And then
I think the thing about him, man, I don't Solomon, you've seen a lot of people come through the league where they are enamored by the league. He can give a damn about the league. He's just a kid playing football. And he works harder than everybody. So he keeps the fun of it going, which makes it much easier for him, I think.
Hey, sometimes you can tell a lot about a player in other arenas. And you talk about his poise, you talk about his cool. He's sitting there next to Juju, and his mom is like not having it, right?
Uh-huh.
So he's got his mom, he got Juju, and he's still just chilled. He never even flinched. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, this dude, he's working with a whole nother ball game. Man. I was like, man, I like his style. He already knows he's got the goods. He's not sweating it out. And I watched the way that he plays. He plays with that same poise. Did you guys ever see him last year get overwhelmed in any situation? I never saw it.
I didn't see it.
I never saw him flinch or blink like that. And look, everybody has their rookie moment. We're still waiting for him to have a rookie moment.
Yeah.
He hasn't shown up yet. So that's what I think he does better than anyone else. He's just such a poised individual that no moment is too big for Jaden Daniels.
So, Solomon, watching that game last night, you've got obviously the Bengals were in a Super Bowl just a couple of years ago. They've kind of had some bad luck with the injuries to Burrow, and then these slow starts have kind of undone them. Washington last year makes it to an NFC title game. They both teams boast Heisman Trophy winning quarterbacks out of LSU. When you watch that matchup, and last night is only a piece of that matchup, right?
Last year, Monday night.
Yeah, Monday night. Like, what team has the higher ceiling to you when you watch those two go last night?
Well, I think both have very high ceiling. I mean, I think both teams have Super Bowl aspirations. Now, which one of them falls short, which one of them, gets there or come close to getting there. You guys know that I believe in when games get tight, and I've seen even the best quarterbacks, man, it ain't working. I've seen Peyton in that situation. I mean, I've seen Tom in those situations, and guess who saves them? The defense.
Mm-hmm.
Like when that heat is coming, man, it starts. Your defense has to be able to make plays.
Yeah,
that's what happened when Tom saw Malcolm Butler get that interception against Russell Wilson in the Super Bowl. Tom's over there jumping up and down because he can't play on that side of the ball, man. You need guys to bail you out, and right now, I mean, I'm trusting Dan Quinn's defense to bail out their quarterback before I'm trusting the Bengals defense to bail out Joe Burrow. That's just, I mean, we saw last night, we saw the 2 preseason games. Last year, the Bengals scored 30 or more points in 8 games, and they still lost half of them. They were 4-4 in the games where they scored 30 or more points. You're supposed to win every one. Maybe you lose 1 or 2, but not half of them.
Nah.
So, they got a lot to fix on defense, guys. A lot to fix.
For sure. For sure. I mean, just watching it, and I don't know that Hendrickson cures everything either.
Him hitting the guy in the back of the head is better than nobody else.
Right. Last one, Solomon, and we didn't get to see him last night. The Commanders drafted a young kid in Trey Amos, defensive back. I don't know if you watched any of his tape coming out of college, but DB was a real problem in Washington last season. They've kind of overhauled the position. Mikey Sammer still played really well last year as a rookie. They traded for Marshawn Lattimore. He wasn't healthy last year. He looks pretty good. What do you, just as a former defensive back, what do you see in that Washington group if you've had a chance to watch him at all?
I love Mike Flowers here. I loved him coming out of Michigan, and he lived up to it. He's begun to, grow into that role, and I think he's just going to be better year 2. And B will tell you that a lot of players make a huge jump from year 1 to year 2. Marshawn Lattimore, if healthy, he's as good as it gets, and very well in terms of his competitiveness. I like what I saw from Quan Martin last night.
Yeah.
He's very active and very aggressive, and he's going to be great for you back there. I just think everything's going to come together. And Trey Amos, I remember watching him at Ole Miss, very competitive. To me, it's about getting off to a good start, particularly if you're a young defensive back. Because if you start giving up plays or start guessing, man, it could snowball on you in a hurry. But just the same way, your confidence can grow very quickly if you have good moments early in your career as a young defensive back. So he's a guy to continue to watch, particularly at the start of the season. You know, and look, he's gonna open up the season, you know, against a team like the Minnesota Vikings. No, who do you guys play opening game?
Giants,
I think
Giants.
the Giants. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, against the Giants, that could be. As long as you don't get him on Malik Neighbors, right? He could start off with he could start off with some good moments. But you got Green Bay week 2, so to me, it's about for young corners, get them off to a good start early. The confidence begins to grow. As long as their technique is sound, then you have the opportunity to have a good start to a very young career.
I think he's a guy, though, watching him, doesn't seem overwhelmed by none of this.
That's right.
That's a huge plus for him.
And that's why you want that confidence rewarded, right?
Yeah.
But it can't be false confidence, because I've seen guys have some swagger. They give it one play, and next thing you know, it's like snowflakes, man. It melts real quickly. So it's got to be made of the real stuff, right?
There you go.
That's a great line. Solomon, thank you for your time, man. Really appreciate you joining us.
You guys are the best. Keep up the work. Take care now.
All right. Take care.
Solomon Wilcox, you can give him a follow at Solomon's Wisdom. Check him out on SiriusXM NFL Radio. Check out the Believe in Bengals podcast. We're going to open these phone lines up. I want to check in with the boys in the aquarium, their takeaways from last night. Lot to discuss. Sure, the Commanders lost. I don't care about the final score. I thought the ones looked really good, and that's what matters. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to our friends over at Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling systems right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in mere seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the absolute best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt a great difference instantly.
The biggest difference is how they control the humidity. The weather here is crazy. It's going to be crazy hot again, even though it's cool right now with this weird hurricane. But in the DMV, if you can control the humidity, you keep the temperature in your home perfect. Whatever the comfortability you're looking for is, that's what Rude can deliver. Plus, they could also deliver some cash. You could qualify for up to $2,000 in tax credits on select heat pump systems. When you get a chance to save that kind of cash, you got to take advantage.
Totally. And Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. So another loss for the Commanders, 0-2 in the preseason, beaten by the Bengals last night, 31-17. But the early returns when the starters were in, very good again. Jaden Daniels, pretty sharp. Did not throw a pass, but led a 4-play touchdown march on the first drive, 14-yard scramble for 5 for the touchdown. Now they have a preseason finale coming up. Short week Saturday in Landover. The Dirty Birds, Ravens, coming down I-95, noon kickoff at Northwest Stadium. And tomorrow's an interesting day. Commanders have the day off. They're back to practice Wednesday. It will be interesting to see what happens with Terry McLaurin off the PUP list and whether or not he participates tomorrow in Ashburn. Baseball Nationals had Monday off. They're back in action tonight, home against the Mets, 6:45 for Nats baseball here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Mom spaghetti.
Mom spaghetti.
But he keeps on forgetting.
Don't come out.
Over blow.
Up. Big old rabbit.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Brief football break. John Wall officially announced his retirement. Things didn't end great with John Wall in D.C., but, man, there were some fun times. And when he hit that shot and jumped up on the scorer's table, I feel like John really tried to embrace the city.
A lot of people embrace him.
Yeah. I think Rose Bar might have embraced him. But I think, I don't know. It's one of those time heals all wounds kind of things. The Supermax they gave him was obviously a bad idea, but, you know, Ernie's playing golf somewhere. Like, things happen. Like, I now look back at the John Wall era very fondly.
Yeah, totally.
When they drafted him, it was cool. I mean, he's probably got a ton of money and gets to kind of just chill, whatever he wants to do. I know he did a little bit of TV work. I thought he was really good in the brief time I watched him. So congrats to John Wall, man. Yep. And it's kind of
amazing
crazy
how the guys leave the game and you don't see them, you automatically assume they're retired. And then this comes out and you go, damn, I thought he was already retired.
I know. It's kind of crazy that Wall is now officially retired. Meanwhile, Brad Beal just got a buyout for like $160 million.
Brad and Kirk Cousins. They should throw a class.
Those are some dudes that know what they're doing.
Paid, baby.
Yeah, they really do know how to get paid. Congratulations, John Wall. Hell of a career. I mean, when he was in Kentucky, dude, I had never seen, and then in the NBA too, but when I first saw it at Kentucky, the speed he could go from one end of the court to the other, and with
he's fast as hell.
With the precision ball handling was really, that dude was a player, man.
Totally.
All right, I wanted to let the boys react to what they saw last night. Our guy Jeff Walker sitting in the big chair today. Jeffrey, I'd like to limit our scope to kind of just the first half of this ball game last night. What'd you think?
Well, I'm gonna go from the game. Well, I'm gonna go from the experience in the stadium to the game. One, everyone was hyped to see this team play at home. I don't know what they did to Northwest Stadium, but the sound system, did they upgrade it again? It sounded really good last night. The field looked different.
So I don't know if you were there yet. One of the dope, and I texted Primo, I texted DJ Premonition last night. When Jaden first came out on the field, they were in a song. He was playing a song, and then he had this "I Got 5 on it" drop just when Jaden came out, and I thought that was so dope.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't in it. That's tough.
The field was brand new. The field had been installed about a week ago. And when I got there, as the rains kind of started to fall, it looked fantastic. Now, that paint job was brand new on there. So I think, they'll paint it more and more as the season goes on. But, yeah, dude, they're spending money all over the place in that thing.
Yeah, they're making the fan experience worth it. Now, to the game. I was hyped about our offensive line. For us to drive down the field in 4 plays and not even throw the ball once, I loved it. I think the running back room is going to be okay. Like some people are really panicking. We got to understand that this is a business. We all love B-Rob, but if the team feels as though they got to move on, they got to move on. And I was impressed with C-Rod and Bill. I like how they exploded through the hole, and that we talked about this in preseason, JP. Not preseason, in camp, JP. Bill is really one cut, and he's gone. And I love that. It brings another dynamic to our offense. And I love Cliff. I love how Cliff always started the game with something surprising. Like, yeah, last year he started off with the screens, but to see the end around to Debo, the first play of the game, it made the stands go crazy because we could look forward to something.
Well, and I think with all the nonsense surrounding Debo, I saw it last night. There was some picture of him with clearly rib pads on, and people try to stretch that to him being overweight.
What you gotta do is ignore them dumbasses.
Hey, I am ignoring it. But that's why it was great to see him get that first carry and show everybody he looked just fine.
Defensively, our D-line, I think that was the most pressure I've seen our D-line get in the past the past season. The way they had Burrow running back there and the aggressiveness of the D-line, I loved it. I wish I could have seen Trey Amos. I didn't see him out there.
He didn't play.
Okay, yeah. Revo is really stepping up.
He's seeking missile.
Yeah, he attacks the ball, and I like the fact that he was making tackles, and as soon as he got there, the man was down. So I'm looking forward to it. Can't wait to see how they play against the Ravens, and I'm excited for the regular season.
Jeff, I love your optimism because you're not going to see anybody play against the Ravens. All the people whose names you just said will not play against the Ravens.
Yeah,
but whoever backing them up needs to give us more effort than they gave us in that first damn game.
Yes, and
that's what I want to see.
To my point, the backups. I like the way, like you said, Wiley will be playing. I like the way they moved last night. I was thoroughly impressed with the O-line.
I think you should be. I thought there was a lot to be impressed by last night. I do think. Remember when people were worried about Cliff? Is that still a thing? People still worried about Cliff?
Hey man, you know what, Jay? One thing you can do, you can bet your butt on that everybody. Every time we pull up anything, it's some fool that's gonna still be thinking the stuff that was thought before.
Totally.
Yeah.
I do think it's going to be interesting to watch how they handle the Ravens game. Even if they get Terry under contract, I know there's some thought of maybe he would play. I don't think there's any chance he will play in that game. Jaden kind of joked about it last night. He's like, man, I'll play if they let me. But I don't think he's expecting.
Yeah, he wants to play him.
That's just how that dude is wired.
Yeah, listen, bro. You do all that practice all week, and you got to sit down and watch somebody else play. That's not in the real people, man.
No. Interesting situations going on with the organization as you wonder what's going to happen with B-Rob here. Listening to Dan Quinn last night, it seemed like that decision is final. He said, I addressed it with the team. We talked to Brian, and, that's never news you like to hear. So I think, maybe they try to work out a trade over the next couple of days. If not, sounds like he'll get released. He'll be able to sign somewhere else. I have seen this you got to cut him right away and give him an opportunity to go somewhere else. There's going to be
They have opportunities.
20 dudes cut across 32 teams next Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all going to have opportunities to go somewhere else. A guy like B-Rob has ample film that other teams can watch. So my guess is there are other organizations already wondering, already lining up that phone call conversation, and it's just a matter if a team wants B-Rob now to give up an asset or wait until he's available a little bit later.
Mm-hmm.
Our guy Barstool Nate will join the program at noon. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
I know that's what they tell me all the time. I stole my bike.
All right, a little bit of breaking news out of Ashburn. The Commanders have signed veteran tackle George Fant. Fant last year played only 2 games with the Seahawks. 2 years ago, started 13 games for the Texans. This is a big fella, 6'5", 320.
Damn.
Turned 33 last month. This is a depth play.
Totally.
They had him in last week, I believe, for a tryout.
When they had them 20-something folks.
Yeah, I think you got 2 games in 5 days. I don't think looking ahead to Saturday's game, a lot of the guys that played last night, Biotish, Connerly, Wiley, Allegretti, of 4 of the 5 starters, I don't think will play Saturday.
Need some bodies.
Yeah, man, and I think this is a veteran that you can count on this week, if not maybe on your practice squad, whatever it is. This is a lot of times how they operate. They'll bring somebody in for a tryout, and then they sign them a week later, 2 weeks later.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't make too much of this. Is a veteran player that I bet could get on the field for them Saturday as needed. So there's your news. It was first reported by, at least where I saw it, was Jordan Schultz. So George Fant headed to Ashburn. Big fella, man.
Mm-hmm.
I did just see something else that's actually pretty good. You know what Daniel Jones' new nickname is?
What's that?
Indiana Jones.
He might want to be careful with that one because I'm sure they're going to come and ask for some rights, so they're going to send him a cease and desist.
I mean, it's PFT commenter sending it. I don't think.
Yeah, I know Daniel Jones better not do it.
Yeah.
PFT, that's a stretch, bro. Back off of that one. Nowhere close.
I'll let you tell.
Nowhere close.
All right, Barstool Nate's about to join us. I do want to open these phone lines up. We might have to do it at 12:30. Strawber, what'd you think last night? I know you're a lunatic, watching every play, living and dying on every snap.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to keep 9 or 10 guys on this defensive line because they got a ton of depth there, and I was really impressed the way they got after Joe Burrow, especially early on. They didn't make it easy on the Bengals offensively in that game, and yeah, they went and scored on the opening possession, but I make the argument that they don't even go for it on 4th and 3 in their own territory if it wasn't a preseason game. But some of these guys they've brought in, like Jacob Martin, Dietrich Wise, and Dorrance Armstrong, who's at a really good camp. I expect him to break out this year. They can get really creative with those guys this year, and I think the ability they're going to have to rush the passer this year and play the run is going to be super important because what's going to be the formula for opposing offenses to beat this team? You're going to have to run the ball against us because you got to keep the ball out of Five's hands, and if they can't stop the run, that's going to be problematic. I think Kinlaw showed some flash to me yesterday, and overall, I think that's an underrated group on this team right now.
Like it.
Kinlaw.
I think that little thing they always say you got to earn the right to rush the passer. I think they have that ability this year, where you stop them on first, you hit them on second, and it's 3rd and long instead of being 3rd and short.
And you get creative with maybe running some stunts with Von Miller this year, who you bring in. I think he's going to be better than maybe people give him credit for because they turned Dante Fowler into a double-digit sack guy last year. And who's to say that Von Miller can't turn back the clock a little bit and have 8 sacks maybe?
If you ask Von will tell you straight up, turn back the clock. I'm still capable, son.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, I told him when I was at camp, I said, Von, 10 sacks, that's easy.
What did he say to you saying that?
Nothing.
So were you there working or just as a fan yelled 10 sacks to Von Miller?
No, I was there as a fan.
There you go.
I was chirping everybody. I told Jeff that he catches no fish. I saw you right below me, JP.
JP, you didn't hear him chirping you too?
I guess I did. I don't know.
I told
get chirped so
Linnell that
frequently.
his fit was terrible. I was out there. I was a menace at camp.
Was that the day Linnell was wearing those khaki shorts? Linnell's got to retire those khaki shorts, man. They bunch up in the wrong area.
I saw him and Jeff standing there, and I said, Jeff Walker catches no fish. And he was like looking around, and he looked up at me and laughed. He was like, you caught no fish when you took me on your boat. And I was like, yeah, you're right about that. We both caught no fish.
I love that Jeff's getting chirped about his fishing ability.
It's like there.
It's a niche chirp. You didn't nobody in that crowd understood what I was talking about. They probably thought I was insane.
That is a niche chirp.
They probably thought you were
said.
absolutely out your damn mind.
Speaking of insane, Barstool Nate joins the program next. Plus, Wendy's here. What's up, Wendy? How are you?
You called Wendy insane?
No, I said Barstool Nate's insane.
Oh, okay. I was about to say.
White Brian, did you have any takeaways from the game last night?
Bill looks really good.
I want to have that conversation specifically about who's the leading rusher for this team. As a matter of fact, that is our AAA B. Mitch and Finley poll of the day question, because I think there's so much excitement right now for Bill, who looks really good, but Chris Rodriguez got to work with the ones and looked really good. Oh, by the way, we haven't seen Austin Eckler, who has looked really good.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to check it out, the B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll of the day, who will be the Commanders' leading rusher this season? Eckler, C-Rod, or Bill? You can vote on.
Leading running back, you mean, right?
Yeah, you're right, because it could be
just in case.
Jaden.
Just making sure.
No, it's a very good point. The B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll of the day. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. Already a AAA member? Upgrade for free at AAA.com/Commanders.
I'm brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Before we get to the preseason action last night, some Commanders news. Just a few minutes ago, NFL insider Jordan Schultz reporting they are signing veteran offensive tackle 33-year-old George Fant to a contract. Former Seahawk, signed with Seattle as an undrafted free agent in 2016. He's a flexible offensive lineman, a hybrid guy. He's played a lot of left tackle in his career, worked out for the team last week, signing with the Commanders today. Fant about to enter his 10th NFL season. So we didn't see much of Jaden Daniels, but what we saw was pretty good, even though the Commanders lost 31-17 Monday Night Football last night to Cincinnati. Daniels played one series. It was short, sweet, 4 plays, 1 series, 1 touchdown.
It was fun. And go back out there and play football live again, so it was a fun feeling.
And now the preseason finale coming up Saturday in Landover, noon kickoff against the Baltimore Ravens. And it's a big week. Cutdown days coming up in a week. Rosters need to be down to 53 players by 4 p.m. next Tuesday. Nats are back to baseball tonight. Nationals had Monday off. They are back in action against the Mets tonight. 6:45 first pitch for the Nats here on the Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Scott Merle Forsey on the Fan.
Always love me. Our vision. You are the one. Now I'm stuck inside a memory. Forgot about the destiny. Didn't you love me?
So, high noon in the District of Columbia. I'm trying to find this tweet Nate had last night. Just peak Nate Dogg. He tweeted out last night. Where is it? I will be on B. Mitch and Finley tomorrow at noon to make Super Bowl plans, disparage Buddy Baker, drop insults about him below. Hello, Eric. How do you do?
My boys, how are you? First and foremost,
Just shot out of a cannon. You can feel it.
let me wish B. Mitch Unk a happy 65th birthday yesterday.
Nate,
you are
Nate, stop,
an inspiration to all of us that you have stayed alive as long as you have. And I mean, time's a ticking, but we're happy to have you while you're here.
So when I see you, I get to punch you right in the face.
Fair enough.
Jeff, what did you think of Nate trying to drop Unk right there? How was that delivery?
It was completely wrong.
All right. Our friend Barstool Nate.
Nephew. Nephew Nate. That's what we call him
Yes,
now.
sir.
The Rude Guest Hotline. I know you watched last night. I know you were excited last night. Give me your let's get the Barstool Nate breakdown.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really say anything that you guys haven't already said. First team offense very good. I love the pressure that we put on Joe Burrow. First team defense, a lot of guys on the bench. I thought they executed. I mean, the first quarter is one of the best first quarters of a preseason game you can ever watch on both sides of the ball. Yeah, I'm very optimistic for this season. I'm very ready for it to start. And, I mean, Jaden, I wrote a blog this morning. MVP watch is on. I think he should have been way more in contention for MVP last year, given how bad the roster was, especially the secondary, and how he single-handedly won a lot of games for this team. I think Jaden will be in the MVP talk and mix for the next, 15 seasons. I truly think we might be underrating how good he was last year, and he's only getting better.
Let's keep it like that, man.
Yeah, I truly, and this is not any bias or homerism or anything, I think he is one of those generational Tom Brady-esque, just makes everybody around him so much better type of talents. And I think sky is the limit. MVP is definitely in contention for him this season and for the next 15. I just think he's that special of a guy.
When people talk about Jaden, they always mention the virtual reality.
Yeah.
And I'm sure other teams and other quarterbacks are trying it now. But as I said the other day, everybody try to play video games too, Madden, and they can't play it. Has he mastered something or found something with that helps him that some people just can't get?
Yeah, I mean, not to pile on Caleb Williams. Caleb practices at 50%. Jaden practices at 150%. He is just different. He has, just the ability to see the defense, unlike any quarterback I think we've seen in the last, God, I don't even know. Like, I can't think of a quarterback in Washington that every time he's on the field, you know that he's going to march down and score a touchdown. He has the uncanny ability and he's a different level of quarterback in terms of the way he brings his teammates up, the way he elevates everybody around him, the way that he just controls the game and he just has it in the palm of his hand. There are so many talented guys in the league, and the way Jaden stands out a level above, it's so impressive to me. And I'm so excited for this season to start because I'm giddy. I'm giddy to watch him work. Like it's special.
Well, he's giddy when he's working. And I think that might be a secret weapon right there. The fact that he enjoys this thing to a level where it's not so like. I've watched people over my career, and even since I retired, they lose sight of it because they begin to take the fun out of it. Yes, it's a business, but it's a damn game. And the moment it gets too serious, when you don't have fun, it's going to be a problem.
Dude, throughout training camp, I said this repeatedly, and hopefully somebody paid attention. We get caught up in this training camp world of like, oh, who's catching your eye? What's making a difference out there? And what I said over and over is Jaden. Jaden catches my eye. Like he has a gravitational force that you can't stop watching. And last night, in one drive, in 4 plays, it was so apparent. And Nate, I know you had a blog on this on Barstool. We're talking with our friend Barstool Nate. Read all of his work at Barstool Sports. Give him a follow at Barstool Nate. Joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. To me, the touchdown run was awesome. What that looks like in the regular season is different, but it was just awesome. The pure joy that radiates from the young man when he plays football is awesome. What was cooler, though, the subsequent possession, Bill Krosky-Merritt drops a 30-yard house call on him, right? Perfectly blocked, just a hell of a play. And the TV is in commercial. Like when you work enough of these games, you can tell what's going on. This was not like a made-for-TV, I'm gonna make somebody's day stunt. For Jaden to run over, and he had to run across the field to the other hash mark to get the touchdown ball.
Well, actually, he was all the way on the other sideline.
Right.
And then he was coming back. The referee finally found it and threw it to the ref that was back in the end zone. Then he finally was able to go out there and get it.
Jaden puts that effort in to go get the ball for a 7th-round rookie who just scored his first touchdown, runs over, tosses it to Bill, daps him up. After the game, he explains, I remember when I got my first touchdown, and it was Terry and it was Zach Ertz that went and got the ball for me. I just wanted to be able to do that for him. That is such just genuine sincerity for wanting to do the right thing for a new rookie teammate. Dude, and that is the stuff that makes, like when Tyler Biadasz last year said, we don't believe in luck, we believe in 5. When you talk about the things that galvanize a locker room, it's just a guy with all the talent in the world that also just gets it, and it's natural.
Yep. I can't say it better than you just said it, JP.
That was just a really special moment. All right, continuing. What did you think of the run game? What did you think of Debo?
So Debo's not fat, so that's good. Yeah, I was never really worried that he was, but we can put that narrative to bed. He looked very explosive, just what we expected. He looks extremely healthy, and I mean, we can go back. Jaden makes you better. Debo even said it. He's like, I'm like rejuvenated. Like, I want to go and win for this team, and I think everybody feeds off. It goes from the top down, right? Like from the best player down to the 7th round rookie. They all feed off of each other. Debo looked great. The run game, obviously phenomenal. Brian Robinson Jr., we appreciate all that you've done here. It looks like your time is up. Bill, explosive. Rodriguez, explosive. The blocking, explosive. We might have the best blocking tight end in John Bates in the league. They were just firing, man. The offensive line was locked in. The running game was locked in. You could not be happier about the run game.
What'd you think defensively, other side of the ball?
I mean, they got to Burrow, which is all you can really ask. I mean, Burrow kind of was running around like a chicken with his head cut off, but you can't be disappointed in the effort on the defense at all. I'm not. Jake Browning looked good in the backup role. Obviously, they picked apart the secondary. Mitch Tinsley had a career game, which, who cares? It's preseason game 2. I don't really care if a wide receiver has a career game against the backups in preseason game 2. But no, I across the board, it's hard to really grade because it's half starters, half backups. Like, you don't really, at some point you have like your 5th corner on, a number 2 wide receiver. But I thought everybody just looked correct, looked like they were given 100% effort. We got out of the game, as far as I understand, unscathed in the injury department, which is, all you really want out of these preseason games. I'm happy with effort everywhere. I don't really think there's anywhere you can look and be like, we're in trouble there, based on last night. I was very happy.
What's your expectations moving forward? We got one preseason game left, and then it's the real bullets are flying in. How you want to see them approach the last game?
Well, I'll take back what I just said. We need a backup quarterback. I don't know the deal with Mariota. He's on the wrong side of 30. He's not exceptionally healthy. Josh Johnson is not the answer if you need to go to a backup. And Sam Hartman, I mean, I don't want to say anything bad about Sam Hartman because he seems like the coolest dude in the world. He could be. I'm not going to say it. I was going to say I was going to say, but I'm not going to say he could be the worst backup quarterback in the entire NFL. But I'm not going to say that because he seems genuinely great, and him and Jaden seem like best friends, and he seems like a great vibes guy and a great locker room guy. And I hope he's on the practice squad because him and Jaden seem to get along great, and you keep Jaden happy by keeping his best friend around. That being said, we really need a backup quarterback. It is an important job in the NFL, especially, Jaden had a cracked rib last year, blah, 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 blah. I don't think he's injury prone. I'm not worried about that. He is a running quarterback. He could take a shot to the ribs, need to sit out a series or whatever. We need someone reliable that can come in and back him up. And I don't think it's Josh Johnson. I know it's not Sam Hartman, and I don't know the status of Mariota right now.
So I got good news for you.
Go ahead.
When Marcus walked in yesterday, I hadn't seen him in a while, and this is a little inside baseball, but maybe you'll get a kick out of it. I started watching this show, Chief of War, on Apple TV. It's about the story of, like, the unification of the Hawaiian Islands. It's kind of like, imagine, like, Braveheart in Hawaii with subtitles. It's a cool-ass show. There's a lot of fighting. It's crazy. It's cool. And I know Marcus, and I wanted to ask him if he had watched it. And so I saw him in the tunnel, and we sat there for like 10 minutes talking Hawaiian history and this new Apple TV show, Chief of War. Marcus is good. If they needed Marcus, he's good. I felt very confident in that. I didn't address anything football-wise. That dude's fine. So I think the Hartman concern, I think, at least for this fall, Hartman's ceiling is practice squad, and I don't think we need to be too worried about it.
Yeah, no. Like, I like Mariota. I don't think he's.
I agree totally.
Yeah.
I don't know if Mariota is even like spectacular in the backup role.
He was damn good last year, dude.
Last year, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I've never been.
When he got chances last year, he did nothing but produce.
Dude, he was.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know why I hated on him
before.
The Cowboys game, late in that game, where it looked like Washington was going to slide to the 7 seed, and I mean, he has that run and then that throw to Terry.
I forgot about that. No, you're right. I blanked that out. You're right. Correct. My apologies to Marcus Mariota and the Hawaiian Islands. My apologies.
Dog, I just pulled the numbers. So he basically played the full Panthers game, remember? Because that's when Jaden got hurt, and then played at the second half of the Cowboys game. So roughly one game. 34 of 44, completed 77% of his passes for 360, 4 touchdowns, no picks.
Yeah, that Cowboys game was the January game, right?
Yeah.
I forgot about that. That's on me.
It's all good. It's all good. I am incredibly comfortable with Mariota.
Ginkgo biloba, Nate.
What's that?
Ginkgo biloba. You stop it'll help your memory. You'll stop being so damn forgetful.
Or less weed. Less weed might.
Yeah,
well,
help you out.
Are you not like you're like not drinking, not smoking, not doing anything these days, right?
Who made that rumor?
Y'all believe that lie? Nate doing everything he's always been doing.
that is a wild rumor. I mean, you can run with that, but no, that's not true.
Okay, gotcha. Real question for you.
Yes, sir.
Will you come to a game this fall?
He's banned from the stadium. You know that?
I believe it.
Is that an official invite? Do I get the full JP Finley suite experience?
Dog, I'm working.
He's in the press box.
I'm in the press box. There's nothing glamorous about it. Now
I love that you I'm working. You sit there and watch a football game. You're not in the mines. You're not in the coal mines. You're watching a football game.
You won't even come to a game,
Nate,
Mr. Coal Miner.
Anything you pay taxes for, that means you're working.
Yeah. I'm working, dog.
JP's making it seem like he's I gotta go to battle.
It was such hard work last night, man. Ooh.
What do? You write a blog from your apartment.
But I'm not out here like I'm working. I understand my job's a piece of cake.
Falling off of
I'm
herbs.
Boots on the ground, Nate.
Yeah. Hey, let's have JP thank you for going to football game appreciation day.
You're such a pain in the ass because I at least go. You won't leave the island of Manhattan.
Yeah.
Hey, we can do our jobs equally as well, whether I'm there or not.
I'm just saying, you come down for Caps games. You don't come down for Commanders games.
He's not a Commanders fan.
It's honestly because of where the stadium is. It's easier for me to go to Philly, MetLife, whatever, than it is to go to Landover. When they are playing in D.C., I might have season tickets.
No, you won't. 1. 2, you don't go to MetLife when the Skins are up there.
Well, it's the Commanders, but you know what? When are they? I might make
it's December.
He's not going.
Cold. Yeah, it might be a little cold that day. I'll play that one by ear.
Soft as cotton.
Come meet us in Green Bay, dude. It's my birthday.
Oh, your birthday is I know what your birthday is. 9/11, right?
Yeah, sure is.
Yeah. Happy almost birthday, brother.
Week 2 at the Packers.
On Prime.
Do you want anybody to play against the Ravens in this weekend's game? I
didn't want Jaden to play last night. I'm glad for our entertainment purposes that he did. It was fun to watch him score a touchdown. No, I don't need any starter to play until the Giants game on September 7th.
So in other words, you don't want him to play for this. This is what annoys me about most of the fans. You mean to tell me you don't want them to play no football for 3 weeks? Because they're not playing a game for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
If that's
so
the case,
they
won't be playing serious football, for 3 damn weeks.
That's the issue with the final preseason game being on the 23rd, right around the corner, is then you have that huge 2-week gap until the regular season. It would make more sense if that game was a week later against the Ravens, so you don't have that big of a gap. But the cost reward, whatever that phrase is, it's
risk reward.
risk reward, it's not there for me. Like, it's so easy to get hurt playing football, and it's just we know Jaden is Jaden. You just go to the quarterback. Is Jaden really going to benefit from playing the third preseason game? I would say no. I would say he can improve his game 0.01% at most by playing a third preseason game. But if he gets hurt, wipe the season off. It's just like the season doesn't even exist if he gets hurt. So I have no reason for him to get on the field against the Ravens.
Have anybody ever thought about stop thinking always negative, like somebody gonna get hurt?
NFL though,
they ran 4 plays in the first four plays, first series. He didn't throw it one time, and he ran the ball. He got into the end zone. People were like, he could have gotten hit. No, he didn't get hit because the guy was in the wrong position to hit him. But they didn't throw the ball. They didn't just drop him back. So it's ways you can do this thing to get it moving.
Yeah, but Beamish, to play devil's advocate, do we need to see Jaden hand the ball off? We know he can hand the ball off.
No, we need to see the offense continue growing because it's not completely there yet. For all the people that think they just all automatically there, I don't buy it. I do. You gotta. Hey, I understand, bro. It's a new age where you want them to play touch and then go out there and be great.
No. If this was, Daniel Jones, and it's like we better get this guy as many reps as possible because he stinks, then yeah, go out there on the 23rd against the Ravens. Jaden ain't Daniel Jones. Like he doesn't need to play against the Ravens' third string corners to prove anything or to get an extra rep. We know that he's good. We know he's ready. I see no reason for him to get on the field until September.
All right, little Nate X, we got a break. We'll see you week 1 in Landover.
No, I'm busy that day. Sorry.
Washing your hair, right?
Yeah, watering my plants.
All right. See you, buddy.
See you guys.
That's our friend Barstool Nate on the Rude Guest Hotline. Now we're going to do it. Press the button, Strober. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Let's open these phone lines up. What did you think of the game last night? What did you think of Bill? What did you think of Jaden? What did you think of the defense? We're wide open, ready to talk. You know what else is wide open? My windows. Bang. Because Paul Henry came in, gave me brand new windows, brand new doors. If you got janky-ass windows that are like hard to open, and they kind of crack and make that terrible noise, call Paul Henry. He could change your house. He did it for me. My house stays nice and cool in the summer, nice and cozy and warm in the winter. When you got those old drafty windows, man, you're losing money every month on your utility bills. Call Paul. It pays for itself over time. And working with Paul Henry Window Installation is working with his family. The work gets done ahead of time and under budget. You can't say that very often, B.
Well, yeah, JP's right. If you don't have Paul Henry's windows, you may be losing a lot of energy and losing a lot of money. Well, we're not, because both of us got our windows from Paul. We got doors and all, and I think everything is being good. We hear us talking about Rude as well. So guess what? All the stuff that happens because of the keeping the house cool with Rude and making it warm in the winter with Rude, it stays in because Paul put those windows out there. And Paul did a great job doing my pergola as well. He does great work, and he doesn't try to break the bank. He comes in, he will sit there and talk to you. After you tell him what you're looking for, if he thinks it's too much, he'll let you know that. He did that for JP. He wanted to put these expensive-ass windows on the back part of his house. He's like, no, you don't need that. You need to just put these windows in it, saved him a lot of money, so he was able to do more stuff for his wife and his kids. So you reach out to Paul right now, and you'll get $100 off each window with the 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. So contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitchell Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
I'm Earl Forsing, and here's what's happening. Yes, the Commanders lost to the Bengals last night, 31-17, but starters look pretty good, including 5. He got his first action of the preseason, likely his only action. Didn't last long, short but sweet for Jaden Daniels. 4 plays, 1 series, 1 touchdown on a 14-yard run.
It was fun. We can go back out there and play football live again, so it was a fun feeling.
So now the Commanders have a short week. Preseason finale Saturday noon in Landover against the Ravens. Also, NFL insider Jordan Schultz reporting today the Commanders are signing offensive tackle veteran 33-year-old George Fant to a contract. Indianapolis Colts have named Daniel Jones their starting QB for their season opener against Miami week 1. WNBA Mystics playing well. They've won 2 straight, 3 of 4. Home against Connecticut tonight, 7:30 p.m. on the Team 980. Nationals back in action tonight, hosting the Mets, 6:45 here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5 Stars Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
If you really want to party with me. All right, phone lines are open. Haven't hit them yet. I think we'll just keep them open the whole rest of the show. I want to let everybody chime in. I think my man, you know what? Edward in Montgomery County has been on hold a long time. Let's get right to Edward. Eddie, what'd you think of last night, brother?
Hey, man, thanks for taking my call. Hey, let me tell you something. Football's back. Watching Jaden last night, and just sitting at the bar, you know, down the street from where my dad lives, where I'm staying for right now, and like just seeing the bar packed, and the first drive happened so fast, I forgot that there was a 4th play on it. Like the Jaden Daniels, Chris Rodriguez, Bill, John Bates, and that entire offensive line effect on this area is going to be nuts for the next 6 months plus. Like, I just love the fact that the offense was methodical. The defense got the Joe Burrow. Yeah, the backups look like trash at some points of the game. But those are players that are either not going to be here on practice squad or whatever for somebody else's team. But I'm excited for this year. I really am. I just think that this team is going to take a step forward. I know everybody talks about the sophomore slump. That act of Jaden going to get that ball for Bill, like, just the way that this team plays together and the cohesiveness, it just looks like they want to pound and ground everybody in their sight. John Bates was almost like a forgettable tight end 5 years ago. Now he's the best blocking tight end on his team. And it's like the way that they open that hole for Bill, it just, and then, I don't know, the way that hole just opens for Bill and the way Chris Rodriguez ran last night, I just think that there's a lot to desire on this team that's going to happen. And people need to just open their eyes and understand B-Rob's days here is numbered. And this is why I think they put him on potentially on the trade block, because they saw what they saw in camp. And now we saw it yesterday on the field with the first teamers out there, or some of them at least. And if we could do this with the backups, imagine when Coleman and Cosme's out there. You know what I mean? If the defense could do what they did, imagine when Von Miller's out there with, with Bobby Wagner.
Yeah, you didn't even say Tunsil. Right. Yeah, it's a great call, Ed. Thanks for the call, man. I love, personally, that Edward went out to a bar to watch Monday Night Football in the preseason. Like, football is back, baby. I hope he got wings and beer and did it right. I thought last night was really encouraging. As much as coming out of the New England game, I tried to tell people, like, that was a bad game, but the result really doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
I think people understand that the result from last night is not what should be the synopsis, the takeaway. It's what we saw early on.
Yep.
But the only kind of flip side I would say to that is that Bengals defense is terrible, and they didn't have a couple of their best players.
But you know what? If a team is terrible and you make them look terrible, that's what you're supposed to do.
Right.
If they're going out there and not did anything against that defense, then we have a problem.
I agree with that. I think it was a fun, exciting night. I think Dan Quinn told you the truth, too, man, when he said, like, don't go for a popcorn break early in this game. If you want to see Jaden, it's going to be quick.
Mm-hmm.
And it was quick, and I'm all right with it. Our guy Drew is on the line. What's up, Drew?
Hey, JP, AB, Mitch.
What's
So
up, man?
fun. It's fun to be back in the stadium watching football. But I thought the team played, I was always said everything we wanted to see. Frankly, the defensive pressure on Burrow the first two series was great. If it wasn't penalties, they would have stopped him, and Cincy was trying to score. So, penalties part of the game. They got to clean that up. But they really dominated, and Quan Martin looked like a totally different guy this year. So I'm excited about that. And then the O-line, that was like the second coming of the Haas there, as an old guy that's been a fan of this team for a long time. That just brings joy to my heart. And in speaking of joy, Jaden Daniels clearly loves the game, enjoys the game. When he gave that ball to Bill, it was so natural, so real. I'm going to give him a high five right there. I had to hold myself to not jump up. But, it was awesome. And on the sideline, you could see how the players react to him. He just brings it. And everyone was having a blast. The only negatives I would say from yesterday is, Luke McCaffrey and Ben Simmons didn't do much. I don't know if that was the quarterback play or what, but I'd love to see those guys step up. I mean, Luke had a good play on special teams, but I'd like to see him as a receiver. I'd like to see both those guys catch some balls, and so that was a issue.
Yeah,
and then
I think it's tough to evaluate McCaffrey and Sennett right now when in these games when Jaden only played. Jaden didn't throw a pass. I think the quarterback drop off. Johnson's okay, but Hartman's really struggling right now. I think it's tough to evaluate too much of what the receivers are doing. It is. Thank you for the call, Drew. We appreciate you, bro. Are you coming in Friday, by the way? Stevie wanted
we're coming. Yeah, we are coming in Friday. I'm coming in Friday, and Big Al's coming in Friday. We're going to do a crab cake throwdown there. And I do want to say Jeff can fish. He had to literally throw one back because it was too big to keep.
Damn, Jeff, good for you, buddy. You might be the first caller to ever compliment Jeff, Drew. I
did have a B-Rob comment.
Fire away.
Go ahead.
I think as a fan, we had decades of dysfunction, and so in order to stay connected to the team, we had to really kind of connect with the guys that showed up and had heart and played well. And B-Rob, you can't take that away from him. He did that. He was back when he got shot. But now we want to be amongst the best. And it's a cutthroat league and a cutthroat business, and we're going to have emotional casualties. And but if you want to be the best, I mean, that's what we got to learn to expect that a little bit. So, I wish him the best, but those are the kind of hard things about becoming good.
Yep, but it's the nature of the business, and the thing I believe is you can move forward without trying to take shots at a guy. See, I was a player who was on that side of it when some idiots came in and decided I was going to be gone, and their fans got mad at me and then later on they'll come back and tell you, oh, man, I always love you. No, I watch you boo me. You know what I'm saying? So B-Rob isn't awful. If he's going to go somewhere else, he goes somewhere else. But everybody tries to take a shot at him, which I think is absolutely ridiculous.
I agree with that. I think, Drew, you said it well. Like, appreciate everything Brian did here and wish him well in the next stop. Sure seems like that is a done deal based on Dan Quinn's comments last night. Thanks for the call, brother. Appreciate you.
Hey, we'll see you Friday.
All right, buddy.
Man.
For me, the B-Rob stuff, it's a pretty direct line from Bill's ascension to Brian's departure. It hasn't happened yet, but I do think it's coming. Where are you at on Luke, B?
Luke got to show me more. I mean, I don't. My whole thing is other people are making plays and catching balls. And if he's not catching balls, then he must not be open for the quarterback to set it to him. Luke and Ben, they both have to make plays. They got to step up. It comes to a point where just because you were drafted, okay, fine. Are you making that ascension? Are you making a step forward? We watch a guy who ran the ball effectively, and now somebody else has come along, and he's on the trading blocks. They were drafted. If they are having guys behind them making more plays, then they shouldn't be just given a spot on the team as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So look, I'm from the Show Me State. I understand what we see as the hype, and I hear a lot of fans. Oh, this person they need time. What the hell do you get? They just give you time. You earn time, and if they're not earning it, then hell, let somebody else earn it.
I don't know if you agree with this, Pete, but Luke was drafted basically as a comp pick. So it's a day 2 pick, but it was at the end of the 3rd round. Then the comp picks come in. So it basically ends up being a 4th round pick,
Okay.
roughly. Luke was the 100th overall pick, okay? Jalen Lane was a 4th rounder, but he was the 128th overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
I am not trying to make a broad declaration because we haven't seen Lane do it in regular season yet. But to me, you do see Lane is a natural receiver with an ability to like sit soft in zones.
Mm-hmm.
And with Luke's a more like physically gifted athlete. He's bigger, probably a little bit. I don't know about the speed. That'd be interesting. But Luke's probably got 4 inches on Lane just from a size standpoint. Lane, through 2 preseason games, looks like a natural receiver.
Yeah.
And I think that translates to the games. I think Luke it just doesn't look as natural yet. Maybe that will happen over time. Lane is faster, but I mean Lane ran a 4.3.
4.3.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And one doesn't condemn Luke. I had a buddy just text me like, "What do you think with Luke with roster cuts?" I mean, this dude was 100th overall pick a season ago by these guys, right? This isn't the previous administration. I don't think he's going anywhere, but you would love to see some production. And you could say the same with Senate.
I don't know if he's going anywhere or not, but I hear this is my thing. I don't care if they drafted him or not. Production is production. Lack thereof is lack thereof. Luke is very much in the same situation I was almost 30 years ago, 30 plus years ago. A former quarterback who changed positions. What's the play he's done that say he has to be on the team? I like Luke. Okay, his dad, known him. I like him. He has ability out the yin yang. But when he gets on the field, it doesn't happen. Just like I love Kaz Allen. When he gets on the field, doesn't seem to happen. But there are guys out there who have less talent, but when they get on the field, it happens. So what are we going to do? We're going to keep going based off of what we think and when we drafted somebody, or what the hell we actually see consistently? It comes down to that eventually. So the draft pick, listen, I've seen first rounders cut in this league.
Sure.
It shouldn't make a difference if somebody was a 100 pick. If he's not making the move in his second year and somebody else is, that it needs to come quicker or something has to be decided.
Phone lines and football for the rest of the show. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I love when Jeff's in the big chair. Soundtrack's different. We got vibes. Phone lines and football for the remaining hour of the program. Whatever you thought from last night, it is your chance to weigh in. Our guy Jupe is on the line. What up, Jupe? What'd you think?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How y'all feeling?
We good, brother. What's happening?
Hey, I'm good. Hey, I think it's a bunch of bright spots all throughout this team, so that when they finally put it all together, we're gonna have a solid team this season. The number one thing I was looking at was the D-line. We definitely got some dogs on that D-line. There was one thing last season that made me upset was when that offense went to hike the ball, it was too many times that I seen that D-line get bent backwards. Pause. But with that being said, with the upgrades of Wise and Kinlaw, getting more stoutier guys in there, I know a lot of us is questioning, like, where are we going to get this pressure from? And I'm looking at it like this. Maybe they're not actually looking at getting pressure from the D-line. If it happens, that's a bonus. But to at least for them to hold their ground. If they can just hold their ground, we got some solid people we can bring in on some exotic blitzes. And if the cornerbacks, as I call them, the seat belts, they can hold do their thing in the backfield, we should be all right. So, I'm looking forward to more improvements, you guys.
Appreciate you,
on that, Jupe.
Thanks, bud. I think if the D-line can be good, they can be pretty good because I like the back end.
I think they can rush from the inside a little bit more than they did last year, which makes the quarterback hold the ball longer. He can't step up into the pocket where those guys from the outside can get home. You get what I'm saying?
Agreed.
Also, if you start putting pressure on them up the middle, you got to make that quarterback pass get a little higher. You get interceptions. Those type of things happen. So that's what I'm looking for. I know we look for that one guy who could just get it all the time, but hell, may not be the way to get it this time.
Let's go to Vic in Accokeek. What's up, Vic?
Be Mr. Philly.
What up, brother?
I'm all right. How y'all doing?
Doing good, man.
I'm all right. So, I was impressed majority in these specific things of what I was looking at. When our ones went against their ones, we weren't dominant, but we were better. Their number one running back, we made him very pedestrian for 2.2 yards a carry. Joe Burrow was frustrated. That's why Joe Burrow was running around like a chicken with his head cut off on that possession, because he was trying to make a play in August. And that's why Joe Buck said, "Get down, Joe, it's August," because he didn't want to leave the field without making a play that satisfied him as a winner or trying to win. So I felt good about that. I felt good that we could run the football. Oh, my God, that felt good to just watch us kick people out, drive people up the field, get combo blocks, have receivers blocking downfield. This what football is predicated on, running the football and stopping the run. So I was impressed with that. What I'm a little concerned about is that we are athletic. We do run and hit on defense, which is a good thing, but we're a little undisciplined, and it leads sometimes to untimely penalties that keep the other offense on the field. Frankie Louisville has to stop jumping off sides, period. It's not a discussion about this. If I'm his football coach, yes, Frankie, I see all the things you're doing well, and you're going to kill us if you keep jumping off sides because you're being undisciplined, period. When we're sacking people, we need to wrap through the thighs, get them down to the ground. We don't need to pull anywhere around the neck and the face mask because they're going to call us for it. These refs are petty across the league. So we need to monitor those things. But other than that, I was impressed. Like I said, our ones were better than their ones, and that's what matters to me.
Appreciate
right,
you,
brother.
Vic. Thanks, bud. The offsides last night was annoying. I'm not worried about Frankie. Frankie's a hell of a player. Here's what we're going to do. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Phone lines are open. We got an hour left talking football and phones on B. Mitch and Finley.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're sponsored by Cars for Kids, Cars with a K. Start with a loss, the preseason loss for the Commanders last night, Monday Night Football, 31-17 to Cincinnati. But the starters, most of them played at least the first series, first quarter really. Things look pretty good. Now the Commanders seem to be transitioning at running back with Brian Robinson not playing last night, did not attend the game. He's likely in the training block or about to be released. One of the new guys, rookie running back, Bill Krosky-Merritt, pretty impressive. He scored one of the early touchdowns in a 27-yard run.
It was a blessing to be able to be in that position, and once I seen daylight, I was like, it's finally real, so that moment felt amazing.
The Commanders early had 106 yards rushing their first two drives. Jaden Daniels played just the one series, 4 plays, had a TD run, so things looking pretty good. Likely won't see most of those top players until Week 1, the season opener coming up 19 days away against the New York Giants. Commanders, by the way, a 6.5-point favorite. NFL insider Jordan Schultz reporting today the Commanders are signing a veteran offensive tackle, 33-year-old George Fant, to a contract. And baseball Nationals with Monday off. They are back on the field tonight to take on the New York Mets. 6:45 first pitch here on The Fan. 106.7 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
You're like I'm young. Yo,
Toby's dancing. You see that? Toby's out here dancing to Kendrick. What the hell?
Oh, boy.
That was wild. That was wild, Tobo. Just a little shoulder shimmy. Hell.
Toby said, Mom been out of town. I got new moves.
Phone lines and football. It's your chance. Tell us what you saw last night. Bones is in Southeast. What's up, Bones?
What up, Bones?
B-Mitch, JP, shout out to my man Toby. Hey, man, you know what, man? It's like this with me, man. I'm going on the same thing like last season, man. Man, this team not going to be on all cylinders, man, until the third game of the season, man. So I don't have no whole lot of concern on both sides of the ball because I know by the time we get to the third game of the season, it's going to be on and popping, man. I'm telling you. Just wait and see. Burgundy and gold for life. Thanks for taking my call, guys. I love y'all. Peace.
All right, baby. Be cool, man.
Appreciate you, Bones. B, can I ask a follow-up to Bones' call?
Yeah.
Was he excited and nervous at the same time? He doesn't think they're going to be playing until week 3?
He was just saying when week 3, when they come around, you're going to know what's happening. You know, maybe have a little slow start. That's what he's thinking, I guess.
I mean, you've kind of said this. Ryan Keel has told me this 100 times. In the modern era that I suppose we're in now, as guys don't play much of the preseason, there's not nearly as much hitting. Like, the first couple of weeks of the season are kind of a figure-it-out period of time anyway.
True that.
I mean, think about the Saints started 2-0 last year, and we're averaging like 45 a game.
Mm-hmm.
And they finished, 7-10?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think Washington's going to start slow, but I think the whole league kind of starts. You know in the movie Bambi, when Bambi's first walking out on the lake trying to figure out how to walk on the ice? Like, I feel like a lot of the league kind of starts like that. Like, it's a little sputtering.
A little shake.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm with you on that. But it's you don't have to.
Right.
Just that everybody, listen, bro, the league is such a copycat league. Everybody does exactly the same thing. What if a team were to go out there and say, you know what? I'm going to approach this preseason differently. I'm going to get my guys ready. and they start off fast, and they don't end up getting injuries. Because the problem, everybody always assume everybody's going to get hurt. You don't play sports like that.
Let's go to Andre Manassas. Dre, what's up, man?
I'm doing well, gentlemen. You know, the funny thing is I'm planning a trip to go out west, so I've not really been able to watch the game, and I was only able to see like one drive of the game. And in that drive, I saw a kick return for like 45 yards, a penalty offsides. I saw a 4th-and-1 conversion, and I saw like a 25-yard, flag pass interference, which obviously was the first drive of Cincinnati. And I just turned off the TV. I didn't know the team did relatively well until I, turned on the radio an hour ago to everybody, elate and ecstatic about it. So my perspective was horrible from last night. Having said that, just like how everybody was down on last week's game and this is the preseason, I'm hearing everyone so excited about this. And it's like, it's a reminder, guys, this is just the preseason. Now, I think the team is going to do well, but, like our boy, what's his name, our old coach, Burgundy and gold, or gold and red said, we got to be in the middle. We got to stay in the middle and keep it medium. Yeah, keep it medium. But yeah, that was my perspective, and I thought it was funny because I really thought, we crapped the bed last night after I saw the first drive by Cincinnati, and then to everybody seemed so excited. I guess
man.
I
You
should
got to
watch the
stop
game.
being impatient. They had one
It was
drive.
preseason, man.
Yeah, but still, I mean, preseason, regular season. When you turn on the regular season game, you still the same thing. You gonna turn it off?
No, I had a lot of planning to do just around. So, but yeah, but I'm glad to hear that everybody said the team they found the switch and they turned it on. Moving forward after the second drive and so forth.
All right,
thanks, dude. Dre Manassas often, I will say, kind of happens to see the bad stuff and not the good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Even on that drive, you had a couple fluke like the Louvu penalty gave him a first down on a 4th down.
Mm-hmm.
That's what legit. The PI was, I think Jamar Chase gets that call, but it wasn't the easiest call.
No. Jamar kind of looked like he extended, but if you look low, even Agnew is pulling this jersey. The jersey is out his pants stretched out. That's why they call the flag.
Yeah, it wasn't the most. It didn't seem like you had to throw the flag on that. Alex is in Colorado. What's up, Alex?
What up, JP? What up, B. Mitch?
What's
Happy
up,
birthday to you guys.
Appreciate
you. Yeah, mine's on the 30th. 12 days after you, B. Mitch. 12 days before JP. Also
weird.
going to Lambeau for your birthday.
Happy early birthday, brother.
Yeah, man. Good talking to you guys. Thanks for everything that you do for me. Always put you on while I'm working. Makes my day better. But, yeah, real quick, man, I was just super happy to see Jalen Lane. I really wanted to see a lot of them, and I got that. Wanted to see a lot of Bill. Got that. Wanted to see Jaden have a good time out there, score a touchdown. Got that, man. It was just good that football was back in the way that it was, man. Thanks for everything you guys do for me.
Appreciate you, bro.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you calling. B, Lane and Bill.
Yeah.
It's a 4th-round rookie and a 7th-round rookie.
Mm-hmm.
How much are they playing against Baltimore?
I think they should get some play. I mean, if we don't play them, who we playing? Let's be real about it. Who are we gonna play? Because see, this I understand.
At running back, you got pieces. I think they want the most full evaluation of Kaz Allen they can get.
Well, I just understand. Like, man, we trying to get to a game, but damn, we trying to get to a game and be ready to play though. I see that. I don't know.
I hear you.
I think they should play.
I mean, they are rookies.
Yeah, but I think they should play.
We'll see. Saturday, noon kick. B's on the call. Let's go to Brian in Nokesville. What's up, Brian?
Yeah, buddy. How y'all doing today?
We good,
anyway, I've got a concern anybody called in about. Who is that kicking off for us? The balls are way too short and nowhere near high enough. Field position is the key to winning football games. We're giving them too much field position.
And they want to kick the ball short. JP and I had this conversation earlier. I agree with you. I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to kick the ball shorter to throw the timing off, and the guy don't have a lot to make it a big pile there, and you get short returns. But the first one was caught on around the 20-yard line, 15, 20, 22, and he was full speed coming up the field. he got a short return and end up on the 40-yard line. We don't want to give it to him on the 35. We damn sure don't want to give it to him on the 40. So either you got a squib kick or get more height and kick the ball shorter. But he can't kick it on that line. And every one he kicked was on the line. So that right there, that's not going to work. Because I would catch that ball on the run, and I would give them hell. And it's going to be a coach out there saying, catch it on the run, hit this thing. Because you see, when they got to it so quick, we only had one wave. And once you get through the first wave, you got a kicker back there. And 9 times out of 10, the kicker ain't going to make the tackle.
I wonder, I'm making a mental note right now. I need to ask DQ about it if they're trying some stuff right now that maybe it won't look the exact same in preseason, because obviously the Patriots game kickoff coverage was a disaster, but last night wasn't great. It's a good call, Brian. Thanks, buddy.
Yep.
Keep the phone lines going. Our guy Jaime is on the line. Jaime, what's up, bud?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Good,
hey,
man.
I went to a game last night. I watched like a quarter and a half, and I was not that impressed, to be honest with you. That Bengals defense it was 25th in the league last year, and this year with Hendrickson, it's going to be even worse. I think B. Mitch in his 50s, and I saw him in training camp. He's in great shape. He could have run that ball to the house when Crosby Murray run that sideline run. I think it was 35 yards all the way to the house. When we're replacing people, we have to make sure that we're replacing with better players. And I didn't see anybody who's better than B-Rob, to be honest with you. And we need Terry McLaurin. They only play one series. Now we think that Jaden Daniels walks in water, but we have to be careful because the schedule is going to be tougher. Even the teams in the division are going to be better. And if we're thinking about playoff, if we're thinking about Super Bowl, we have to create a sense of urgency and play better. And I don't see that right now. We need as many playmakers as we can to confront what's coming up this season.
All right, man.
I like theoretically where you're at, Jaime. One difference is I think Jaden might walk on water. I'm not sure last night made much of a difference there. I just think people should feel pretty comfortable. I understand if you want more urgency. They came out, they played. I don't know. I love Jaime. That's my dude. I think if you came out of last night's game feeling pretty good, that's okay.
But there are people who will have an issue with the false start, as did was it Vinny earlier?
Andre too, yeah.
Those things have to be cleaned up. And the thing of it is, we see those things, and then all I hear is, don't play nobody. How you get them corrected?
It is funny because it's like a double-edged sword.
I mean, the whole thing about it is you see, yes, things look better because it wasn't very hard to look better than you did last week. But don't play nobody next week at all. And how you correct those things then?
You got to play football to play football. Let's go.
A noble man said that.
Noble man.
Yeah.
Let's go to Kyle in Springfield. What's up, Kyle?
Hey, B. Mitch, Philly, thanks so much for taking my call.
Appreciate you, bro.
Listener, first time caller, appreciate it. Hey, real quick, my question is about
Thanks for
Sam.
calling, dude.
Another less than impressive showing by him yesterday. What do you think his future is with the team, the way he's playing now? He seems to be a great friend of Jaden, supports him fully. Is it enough to make the practice squad? I want to see him succeed, but it's getting kind of tough to watch.
You talking about Hartman?
Yeah.
Sam Hartman, yep.
Yeah, dude, that's practice squad. And I don't know. Honestly, to me, when they signed Josh Johnson, I knew it was going to be a battle for the third quarterback, but I thought Johnson would be in the driver's seat. Hartman had offseason shoulder surgery. You wonder if that's impacting him. He seems pressing. He's a really intelligent player that doesn't seem to be playing intelligent.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's good in that quarterback room, and guys really like him, and he's a hard worker. And practice squads are so big now that I think you can afford the roster spot. But if there was a super crunch and they needed to fill it up other ways, and they're like, man, we got to keep 4 linebackers or something, I wouldn't be stunned there. But I think Hartman's on the practice squad. Brian, I don't think he's getting claimed by anybody else. So I think you can cut him and get him back to your practice squad.
Yeah. Listen, man, it's just the thing about it is this. We always state that we're trying to get better. And I always ask the simple question. Is there not another quarterback out there that could be better for that practice squad spot?
That's a fair question.
I mean, I understand how this thing works. I understand, when you draft somebody, this, that, and the other. But my whole thing is like, hey, if the mindset is we are always trying to get better, then why are you going to hinder yourself in a spot like that?
That's a fair question. Now, I don't know definitively there is somebody out there better, but the play has been subpar.
Based off what I've seen, I'm damn sure, but I think it could be.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Kyle. Appreciate you, bud. Let's go to Wayne and Bowie. Wayne always has a lot of energy. What's up, Wayne?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
What's happening?
Hey, look, I got a couple things run by B. Mitch. First of all, this guy Jaime that was on there talking about they need to get better players. Did he see C-Rob Champ for 40 yards? Come on, man. And the money you were going to pay B-Rob, give it to Terry. He's making $3 million. Give that money to Terry and get Terry back in here. But I got a question for take it to the house, B. Mitch. B. Mitch.
What up?
I do not like the guys that are voting people in the Hall of Fame. I've always advocated that guys need to be voted in by ex-players, not daggone sports writers that sit on their coin and just talk about and criticize players all the time.
Wayne, what
man, they just
sports
need off. Yeah, get them out of there. They never played Pop Warner or anything, but yet they're going to put somebody in there that like Warren Sapp rather than to put somebody in there like Joe Jacoby.
Hey,
Joe Jacoby never smoked drugs. Huh?
No, you've got a great point. I think voting for
there are some people who use that position as a weapon, but there are a lot of them that use it and they do the right things, point blank. But there are some.
Well, I know Mike Wilborn.
And I think, regardless of what sports writers' roles are, you can add former players, coaches. Like you can create more voices in those rooms. Like people treat the Hall of Fame or the NFL like these things like they're a government body, like it's written in the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
You could just change it. You don't have these are private entities.
But who don't want to change it?
The people that get the vote.
There you go. So you
can't
change it.
There you go.
You can't change it if they were to allow it to be changed.
Hey, Wayne.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, man.
Did you ever have an idea for B. Mitch to open a restaurant?
Oh, yeah. Me and B. Mitch going to have that gumbo as the main entree, man. And B. Mitch, you can make what I would say, what Terry is asking to re-sign with the Commanders. You can make about $28 million.
All right. If I can make $28 million doing gumbo, I'm leaving right now. Go start cooking some damn gumbo.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, Wayne. JP, I think we got to go. We got to go do some gumbo, man. To hell with all this other stuff.
Alex is in Silver Spring. What's up, Alex?
What's up, guys?
What's happening?
Thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I feel good, man. They picked up a lot of guys that could multitask. JP, sort of, you hear me say sort of, like the one beside you, B. Mitch, except B. Mitch at the body bag game even had to play quarterback. But that's what they did. So I think that's very smart. I mean, so far so good. I mean, they look good. I mean, of course, gelling everything else, but it seems like they brought in a lot of individuals that they can work with and that They have the work ethic, and you know what I mean. Somebody comes in there. I don't know who's going to beat Cliff coming in there before 3 a.m. though. Besides Jay.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate the call.
Yeah,
Alex.
go in there that damn early.
Take care, man.
I did a lot of work. Did a lot of things. Wouldn't go in there at 3, 7, 4 in the morning.
When did those dudes? When did they go to sleep?
I don't know.
Like,
but I'm gonna tell you,
7?
I was very capable of getting everything done, getting in there at 7 or 6:30.
I bet there were some times you were at the facility at 3:34 in the morning, but it was because it was just like on the way home.
Never.
Really?
Never. I'm not going to the facility at that time in the morning. I go home. If I got to get 2 hours in the bed, 3, I'm going to get it. I'm not going to the facility early. Shockey used to.
Right.
He was born on
I've
the 18th
heard
of
lots
August.
of stories of dudes
Yeah,
that
he
would come
would.
from the club back
I
to the
wouldn't.
facility and just take a
Nah.
shower.
No need for all that, Jay.
Phone lines are open. B. Mitch and Finley. 1067 The Fan. Nobody go anywhere. Phones and football until Grant and Danny start at 2.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. On Tuesday, August 26th, is FanDuel Futures Day, a new holiday for football fans. It's 24 hours of deals on all your favorite season predictions. You can pick all your predictions. Who's going to win the MVP? Who's going to be champion? Pick those teams and figure out who you think is going to also win it. It's going to be Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes, Jaden Daniels. Or you can just parlay all your division winner dark horses. Mark your calendars. This is your day for hunches, your hot takes, your calls, and your odds. So visit FanDuel app today and start planning your futures bets now, because Futures Day is one day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey. We are sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Start with a little NBA news. Former Wizard John Wall announced today he is retiring after 11 NBA seasons. Wall, 34 years old now, of course, spent most of his career in Washington after the Wizards made him the first overall pick out of Kentucky in 2010. To football, Commanders did lose last night to the Bengals 31-17, but the bright spot starters, including Jaden Daniels, looking pretty sharp. Early in the game, preseason finale coming up quickly Saturday, noon kickoff against the Ravens in Landover. Some other NFL news today, Colts named Daniel Jones their starting quarterback for the season opener week 1 against Miami. Also, the Commanders, according to Jordan Schultz, NFL insider, have signed veteran offensive tackle 33-year-old George Fant to a contract. And Nationals, after Monday off, back on the field tonight, taking on the Mets. 6:45 first pitch here on the Fan. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
You got to cut it. I remember when I saw this video, I was shocked that you could air this kind of a music video. It was, they're not really hiding what they're talking about.
Yeah, but let's be real, Jay. Think about all the movies you've seen in the past.
Yeah.
Scarface.
Sure.
Godfather. All those things, they were showing pounds and pounds of stuff right in front of them. Same stuff.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
I mean, it's a video is a representation of what transpires in certain areas, and it's just like a movie. It's a representation.
You're correct. Warren is in Maryland, keeping the phone lines open till 2 o'clock. Grant and Danny fired up in there. Toby's dancing. What up, Warren?
What's up, brother?
You know, against the second and third string.
You talking to us or you talking to somebody else?
The old team.
Who are you talking to?
You know, they had two complete teams. Not only were the teams two complete.
Hold on.
See if
Can y'all find out that? Tell him he's on the damn radio, Ben.
You know what that sounds like? When
he was talking to
these two are just talking to each other. They have no idea what just happened on the air. Like, Ben and Jeff have no idea what just happened with our guy.
The guy was talking to somebody else in the background and wasn't talking to us.
That was an all-time 4 minutes of B. Mitch and Finley.
Yeah.
I think Ben and Jeff are debating World War II economic policy.
We need to.
And then I bring up the caller.
Let's debate the Burgundy and Gold game that our friend with Warren.
We went off on a totally different conversation.
Oh, I know. That's why I left.
Yeah, sports. We need to get whoever's on the radio, tell him we had him on air.
Let's just bring him back up and see if he's still talking.
All right.
You ready?
Two complete teams from the staff to the coaches.
Warren,
what's up, bro?
Somebody they probably was being funny. They say even the damn water boy. You know?
Well, Warren, we trying to get you on the radio. And you want?
I got Warren. Warren's back on hold. My best guess is Warren talking to like Rooster right now.
I don't know who the hell he's talking to.
I wonder if he think we are paying attention and he's just rambling off. You know, a lot of these callers, they call and just start talking, and they don't hear you.
Is Warren ready?
Warren, are you ready?
All right, I need to know. Hello, Warren.
Okay, yeah, I'm here.
What's up, dude?
Warren, what the hell were you talking about, man?
Oh man, I was just talking about how I was giving Dan Quinn his toss, how he created that inner scrimmage thing. You know how.
But hold on, Warren. The question is, who were you talking to, us or somebody else?
I'm retired police and I'm doing Uber. So I was talking to my rider.
Oh, all right. Nah, we went to you twice, dude. You were just talking. You never heard us one time.
Oh, damn, my fault. But I ain't gonna hold you long. Just gonna hold you strong. But look, I just wanted to bring up that horse collar tackle with Burrows with Wise. Man, hey, I applaud his aggressiveness. Wouldn't change a thing. What isn't the thing called in the grasp? How come it would have been a horse collar had he blown the refs blown the play?
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Going anywhere.
See, that's the problem I have with the league. Like, they sit up here and they want to wait around, and then when you do something, they want to call a flag or something. Once I grab that quarterback like that, call the damn whistle. Blow the whistle.
Thanks for the call, Warren.
He was not going anywhere. He was in the grass. I mean, Wise had them big mitts on him. He wasn't going nowhere.
Yep.
Thanks for the call, bud.
I agree,
Appreciate
man.
you talking to us.
Appreciate you.
And good luck with the
All right,
Uber.
God bless you.
All right,
Take
brother.
care.
Bye-bye.
That was a wild ride, dude. White Brian, as somebody that was kind of paying attention to both things, what was crazier? Warren just not talking to us on the air, or
the conversation
or
we listened
whatever
to over there.
Jeff and Ben were talking about?
Can you turn on the
And it was
radio?
just a mess.
Yeah. What'd you say?
I barely heard both conversations, and it was just a mess in my brain.
You know, when Jeff was talking to me, I could hear Warren talking, so I assumed everything was okay. And he was on topic. He was talking about Commanders football, so you got to give him credit there. At least it kind of made sense in context.
Right. We're going to keep this going. We're trying to go phone lines in football. We're trying to be good.
All right.
Los is in Severna Park. Los, you
What up,
there?
Los?
So yeah, quarterback, and then hey guys, sorry, I was doing some DoorDashing, and my apologies. And, I love you guys. I'm just saying. Damn, where was I going with this? Look, 27 from the Bengals yesterday. Should have heard B. Mitch's pregame in radio speech, because I got to tell you, I don't know if 27 actually was playing the way he is, or should have been playing the way, but he should have sent Jaden Daniels to heaven. He should have hit Jaden Daniels. I don't know if he thought it was preseason or anything. I'm glad he didn't hit. Or maybe that's just how the Bengals defense is. But you know what? I was all smiles. I was high-fiving my girlfriend. I was high-fiving my girlfriend's son. He said, touchdown, Jaden Daniels. I was like, that's it. That's all you need to see. Go back on the sidelines. And my girlfriend was like, that's stupid. I was like, I came to see him play. I'm like, it's preseason. Don't worry about it. But I had a good time. But, yeah, you need to spread your post game or your speech on the radio that you had yesterday, B. Mitch, to the whole radio waves, because he should have listened to that. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, man.
Thanks, bud. I'm glad he didn't listen, honestly.
If he listened, we probably had a fight. I might have went down on the damn field.
Our guy Rusty is in Delaware. What's up, Rusty?
Hey, fellas, how you doing today? Thanks for taking the call.
What's happening with you?
Hey, Warren's line there of "I ain't gonna hold you long, but I'll hold you strong." That got me through the mid 2000s, so I'm good with that. Real quick, JP, this picture that you posted of the jersey for sale, where is that?
So I don't know, man. Somebody tweeted that at me. Dustin Holt. You can follow him at Dustin_Holt13. Says a great display at Dick's Sporting Goods in Easton, Maryland. Now I don't know that that's for sale. So the picture has people fired up because it's it's the Super Bowl era Jaden Daniels jersey.
Mm-hmm.
I was told those aren't available till October. So maybe that's just a display and they're not for sale. I did see a kid on the sideline last night wearing one. Now they might have gotten that off Temu or whatever these knockoff websites are.
That kid was up in the Fanatics box. So that could be.
I bet the Fanatics people loved him wearing a knockoff jersey.
It could be one.
Yeah,
they could have given it to him because I met them last night up in the Fanatics box.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got a link for one.
I got some in Easton, so I'm about to make a phone call after I get off the phone with you.
Make it happen, dog. If you get one, let us know.
Yeah, I'll let you know what's up. So the vibe last night in the stadium was great. Seeing a lot of people that we haven't seen in 7, 8, 9 months. That was real fun. It was like reconnecting with family, and for some of us tenured season ticket holders, getting to see these people now with winning football on the field makes it even more sweeter. I know. After the Debo and C-Rod run, I leaned over to Jackson and I said, I guess we drove 2 hours to see Jaden play 4 plays. I didn't know that he was exactly going to play 4 plays. But I loved seeing the joy. Right down there in 110 in the end zone. We were in the end zone when Jaden scored. You could just see the pure joy in his face and how he ran around with his arms spread wide open. I mean, football is back. Pregame running routes, pregame in the parking lot with my son is back. It's good to have that vibe back. I can't wait till this weekend we play our first game, and we're probably going to run a jet sweep first play right out of the gate because I love how Cliff attacked that. But something else that I really love late.
What you gonna do, dog?
I'm in Delaware, dog. They
listen.
And here's the thing. We already know who's running it, so they got to catch him. But anyway, but later in the game, so we stayed the whole game. Later in the game, I think it was late. Yeah, well, I got a son who's a nut about trying to meet athletes. So, but late in the game, late third quarter, I believe it was, I was watching the sideline, and I saw Tunsil standing there. He wears his hat like somebody's grandpa's going to yell at you or something for doing something wrong. But just seeing him standing there right on the sideline by himself, kind of barking out to the guys that were playing at that point in the game, there's been so much made about how he wasn't a leader in Houston and this, that, and the third. But, man, it really seems like that's what he is here to do, or that's at least something that he's gravitated towards. And also Jacob Martin doing the same exact thing. He was pulled out of the game, and late in the third or early in the fourth, he's standing there barking to the guys out on the field, like getting them in position, telling them and it's real refreshing to see. I think we had some false leaders in the past that wanted to maybe be on the camera doing those types of things.
Sure.
But when you're late in the third quarter, early in the fourth quarter of a
Russell, we got to bounce, brother. We're
yeah,
late.
man.
All right, thanks, bud.
Love seeing that. That's it.
All right, appreciate you, man.
Rusty, speaking the truth.
Appreciate that, man. Yo, if you're on hold, stay there. We'll take you before we go. Plus, we got Chris Russell consulting with politicians about his car and his computer. I'll let you know about that. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Shout out to Jeff. Just can't control his power. What a day. I mean, as wild as our time spent with Warren was, still the wildest part of the day was what Jeff put in the text thread, and I can't even address that on air.
Please don't.
I don't know how to.
Don't try.
All right, we got to be quick here. Cesar is in College Park. Cesar, what'd you see last night, dude?
What's up, fellas? First-time caller. Last night was good. A lot of people have covered on it. I had a quick off-the-field question. I want to see if you guys feel the same as me. With all the new changes like the team name and uniforms, many may dislike them or find them cringy, but I can tolerate it. What I can't tolerate and hate hearing is that damn fight song. To me, it's so cringe. The fight song is supposed to be a staple of our proud franchise, and it doesn't even sound like a fight song to me. It sounds like a choir song. Do you guys feel the same, or you don't really care?
When they first rolled out the new fight song, it was way worse. They've improved it.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, it's not the same as the old one for sure. And the verses in the middle there are just different vibes. But I have full faith in the way the organization's being run now. They're getting back to the old unis, which are super dope. I think they'll figure it out. Yep. Thanks for the call, Cesar.
I hope so. Hopefully, Big Mitch can change it. Thank you.
Yeah, B, change it.
B Mitch don't really care. Seriously.
Let's go to.
I think we get overly concerned about things that don't necessarily make a difference.
You would like it to be
JP,
fun
when I'm on the football field running around trying to score a touchdown, you think I'm caring about the fight song?
I don't think the players care. I think fans
even
care.
like right now, when I'm in the stands watching, if I see a touchdown, I think I'm listening for the verses of it. No, I am happy about the damn touchdown.
Kevin is in D.C. Kev, let's go quick.
Hey, real quick, I got two things. Last night, I wish I could have seen Jaden throw a little more. And number two, no knock on Shannon Sterling Shop, and you telling me his 7-year career better than Brian Mitchell's career with kickoff return record, punt return record, and only second to Jerry Rice. He's not in the Hall of Fame. I came up with only one reason why, because he's just like why Mark Jackson don't have a job. Brian Mitchell's not going to run around kissing babies and being a politician.
I kiss babies all the time. I'm not a politician, but I do like the kids. Just like Martin, I love the kids.
Trick, love the kids. Scared Terrence snuck in at the end here. Terry, go quick.
My guys, I'm not going to complain about the fight song because somebody already did, but please change it. Get it back to an upbeat. The vibes are too good for that slow song. B. Mitch, happy belated birthday.
Appreciate
JP, appreciate you calling me skinny. I got big ears too, so that was all fun and games last night. Great to see you guys. Appreciate all you do. Love listening all day. Let's go Skins.
Thanks,
right,
buddy. See you, man. Shout out to the Big Ear Posse.
Ready to go,
there.
ears.
We out here. Jeff, I don't know if you have the sounder. Heard it here first. Oh!
Somebody had to warn him early. Gather around, gather around.
Listen, I don't want to talk about a pitcher throwing a no-hitter in the 8th inning, but I don't think Jeff has messed anything up yet. Outside of the incredibly
Yes,
raw
he
cheese.
did.
What?
Put a guy on the radio that wasn't talking to us.
That's true.
I didn't do that.
Is that on Ben?
You put that man on the radio.
Whoa.
You answered the phone.
Doug, if somebody's on hold and their call has been screened, that's not on me.
No, but
He
you
was
put him
attentive when we
on
screened him.
the radio. He was talking to him, but you put him on the radio. We did.
No
We didn't hit
chance
that
that's
live
on
button.
me. If it gets
I'll ask a question. Did any one of you that's working on the station hear anything about sports today when he was talking? Y'all were too busy talking about outside stuff. Y'all didn't even hear when he was talking. Suppose he got in there and started cursing. What you would have done?
The thing is, y'all would have told me he cursed.
But it probably would have been too late because you were
But
too
two
deep.
things could be true. Yes, we missed it, but yes, JP was the one who hit that button.
He was on hold, call screened.
Yeah, but who put him on the radio, JP? You did.
Oh, my God, you're nuts. I tried to compliment you. I said you were throwing a no-hitter through 8.
Yeah, and then y'all just said that, and then I was defending myself.
No, B said that, and you came at me.
No, because you
you're scared
said
of me.
we put him on the radio. I said I didn't put him on the radio. I did.
If anything, you're just throwing Strober under the bus, which is fine. I don't.
No, it's not, because Strober didn't hit the answer button
But
to
he
put him
talked
on
to the
air.
dude and said, "Hey, man,
Hey,
you
when
should be ready."
I screened him,
different
he was
things.
there and he was ready to go. So I don't know what happened in between the time I put him on hold.
Strober,
He started talking to the guy.
Take your
and
radio voice up and just give us a regular voice right now.
This is
Act
my
like he
voice.
Act like he's calling a damn football game or something.
I'm
White
locked in.
Brian,
Well, I
how'd
had
we
him
do
locked-
last night?
I had him locked in when I put him on the air. He was ready to go.
Jeff and I won. Everyone else lost.
That's crap.
I don't think Jeff won, dude.
Yes, I did.
No, you said first play would be a touchdown.
No, I said their first scoring would be a touchdown because that was the only way you could bet. If they score first, would it be a field goal or a touchdown? I said touchdown. And what JD do?
My boy Sam Weaver is a Bengals fan. Was at the game last night. You probably met him, Jeff. He was in Greg's box. He said, Mitch Tinsley put on a show last night. Skin sent us a nice gift. I said, he's been very good in the preseason. Maybe it'll be different with Burrow. He then responded, his hands were on point. Each catch was harder and better than the one before. I replied, pause. All right. What do you like tonight, boys?
Does he know what you're talking about?
Weaver, you better pause, dog. What are we back in baseball only mode?
Give
Friday.
me Chelsea. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, that's tomorrow, Jeff.
That's Friday.
Nationals.
Damn. Who you pick?
The Nats.
Against who?
You know what I'm doing? I'm rolling with the locals. Go Sticks. Mystics -5.5.
You know what I'm doing?
He took the Nats against his team. I think he's trying to do a reverse thing and get his team to win.
Nah, I think the Mets are a mess.
The Mets suck.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing.
Go Sticks.
E-basketball, baby. Celtics -3.5.
I still don't know when Jeff bets on e-basketball.
I need to ban the e-basketball. There are multiple players that play with the Celtics every day, so I never know what game you're talking about.
Done.
Okay.
Support. Do we support ban?
Yeah, ban it. Ban.
Consider it banned.
Dang, I can't even just give you the name.
No, because it's too hard to find.
You know what? Give me the Brewers tonight. And
They've
I got
been red hot.
I'm
I'ma take the liberty.
You know I'm gonna parlay this thing.
Strober, you can make a bet, dude. I bet you won't screen calls very well.
I think the Brewers and the Yankees.
Man. All right, Tigers, money line over the Astros.
Go Sticks. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today.
I'll take the Tigers over the Astros.
Thank you to Solomon Wilcox for joining us. Thank you to Barstool Nate for joining us. Thank you to everybody that called in, especially Warren. We appreciate you all. Grant and Danny coming up your way next. They are fired up. Talk some football. Great day. We're back tomorrow from Ashburn tomorrow. If you made it this far, Ben Strober owes you a call screener.
Hi, I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Monday night preseason football. If you blinked, you missed it. As far as Jaden Daniels and the starters go, they had just one series last night, 31-17 loss to the Bengals, but the frontliners looked pretty good, including number 5, scrambled 14 yards for the game's only touchdown, played one series, and was done.
I mean, I want to play more, but see y'all week 1 if I don't play next week, so we'll see.
Yeah, the only touchdown for the first teamers, and then the second team took over. Rookie Bill Krosky-Merritt ran for a touchdown, 27 yards, and put them in front 14-7 in the first quarter. They ended up losing the game, though, with a couple of touchdowns late by Cincinnati to move in front in that second quarter. Now, Brian Robinson did not play amid uncertainty about his future. Reports over the weekend he's about to be traded or released after 3 seasons in D.C. Move made today, according to Jordan Schultz. NFL insider, Commanders are going to sign veteran offensive tackle 33-year-old George Fant to a contract. Commanders have today off and then back to work Wednesday. Could be interesting. We'll see if Terry McLaurin, now off the PUP list, practices tomorrow with the team in Ashburn. Preseason finale Sunday noon kickoff against the Ravens. Baseball Nationals had Monday off, back on the field tonight against the Mets. 6:45 first pitch here on the Fan. And some basketball news. John Wall retiring after 11 seasons in the NBA. 34-year-old spent most of his career, of course, here in Washington after the Wizards made him the first overall pick in the NBA draft out of Kentucky in 2010. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny on the Fan. It's August 19th, 2025. Monday Night Football last night. Bengals in town to play the Commanders. They get a 31-17 meaningless victory over Washington. But things were a lot better for the Commanders early with starters in the game. We'll be covering the game from all angles throughout the show today. Got to talk Terry McLaurin, no showing, and Brian Robinson not being there as well. McLaurin, at least, was an excused absence, and then in Robinson's case, the team told him, hey, we're not going to play you in the ball game. He and the team headed for a divorce. So there's a lot going on for an August show today. What's up, Danny?
Hey, buddy. Some questions are answered. There are more now, maybe, than before the game. Everything on the small side from
So much about Merritt, and I understand why. So much about this player who is ascending, and it's a rocket ship. We're probably not talking enough about Chris Rodriguez, who is the most like Brian Robinson.
Yeah.
And who has had a good camp and who did get the first carry and quote-unquote the start last night. A 40-yard run on counter Trey, the old Hogs-style run off the right side. It was more better blocking than anything else, but it was patience. It was vision. He looked really good. He ended up with 62 yards on 6 carries. So Well, I know that the guy that everyone's going to be drafting in fantasy circles all over the country is Krosky Merritt.
That's
and,
what's sexy, yeah.
He's the one we're all talking about. I think he would be the expected player to lead them in carries. I certainly think that's the case. But we're probably underselling Chris Rodriguez a little bit, too, from the standpoint of you take B-Rob out of the equation, the most like Brian Robinson is him, and then last night you see him rip off the 40-yarder and lead the team with 62 yards.
Yeah, kind of let you know, sort of the forgotten or overlooked guy. Again, we always do this in sports, and I understand it. I'm as guilty as anybody else. You look for this unknown that doesn't have any bad sample yet, right? And you get so intrigued, so excited. I mean, I call it kind of the Sua Cravens corollary. The idea of him is so intoxicating that you don't, realize that there's probably going to be disappointments and faults and stumbling blocks and things like that. But, Rodriguez is kind of boring at this point. He burst onto the scene a couple years ago, and with his limited opportunities has always been really good, and we've kind of overlooked that. I think that's the dude, at least to start the year, right, who's going to lead the team in carries, at least for part of this year. Overall, I'm with you. It'll probably end up being JCM, but I think out of the gate, it's Rodriguez.
So that's actually fun, and I want to put a pin in that. Darius, put this in the notebook to come back to closer to week 1 as a topic. Who's going to lead them in carries against the Giants and in September? Because I still think it could be Krosky Merritt. It could be a hot hand thing. But at least for the moment, Chris Rodriguez has a chance, if he has some good weeks of practice, to be the first guy on the field and get those first carries. And if you have success, you're not coming off the field. But I did like not only the way they ran the ball, specifically Rodriguez and Krosky Merritt early, clearly responding to the Brian Robinson news about as well as you could have. Rodriguez with the 40-yarder on his first touch. Krosky Merritt, 2 for 32 and a touchdown on his first couple of carries. He finished the game with 9 attempts for 14 yards after that behind makeshift third-string type offensive line. So I don't know how much you could take out of that. It didn't seem to me like he was
not a lot of room to operate,
doing something wrong as much as there was just you get ball, you get tackled. But considering the offensive line up front did not have Laramie Tunsil at left tackle and Brandon Coleman at left guard, or Sam Cosmi at right guard. So it was Wiley, Paul on the left side, and then Allegretti for Cosmi on the right side at guard. And then your 2 mainstay starters were Biotish at center and Connerly at right tackle. I don't think you could have blocked or done much better, much cleaner against the Bengals, certainly on the 4-play, 74-yard opening touchdown drive, where it was just driving cars through holes. Some of this is the Bengals defense is a dreadful disaster.
That's a pretty big something out of that, yep.
I mean, that defense is horrendous. But they also probably didn't game plan for some of the stuff Washington did. I was talking with Logan Paulson today on a Take Command podcast, and we were discussing the game, and he went back and watched the specifics of a lot of the run game, and he said that basically Cliff got into his regular season bag a little bit with some of the stuff he was doing. Way different than like last week, which would have been a little more vanilla or what is traditional in the preseason. He's like, there's a good chance that the Bengals just didn't prep for this and just weren't completely ready, which, having watched it, I totally believe that.
That's what it looked like.
But as the game went on, those holes kind of went away, and I don't know that they were doing the same thing when the Washington starters weren't out there. But Chris Paul was a puller on that play, was out in front, looked good. John Bates is a machine, one of the better run-blocking tight ends in the league. I thought he was phenomenal. That is what you're looking for in the preseason. You just want to come out of a game feeling better about a group. And for me, even though their starters weren't all together up front, they dominated at the line of scrimmage on the first couple of drives.
Yeah, I think 2 things are true. One, I think you rightly said it, for what this group sort of thrown together makeshift, and you might see this offensive line this year. Again, that is a position of attrition. That running back are the kind of some of the higher injury rate positions in this sport. So that's important for that to have happen. But they dominated. They were excellent. Add in John Bates to that mix as kind of an extra tackle or whatever you want to call him. He is a mauler. I mean, that dude is like a grizzly bear up front as a blocker. He is great. Every big run, he's springing people. I think that's true. I also think that Bengals front is atrocious. Now, I don't know if they had, I didn't bother to check. I don't know if they've got their starting perfect group, or obviously there's no Hendricks in there, and I'm very aware that he was at the game, by the way, very visible. But you could see all those different elements there of a group that is in dire straits, at least early in the season. I think Baltimore will run it down their throat. Whoever wants to can run it on them. They're going to have to outscore people again if that's some of what they're going to bring. Whether you scheme for it or not, you can't get knocked back dozens of yards and just play chase. That was ridiculous.
Jaden Daniels did not throw a pass in the game. He dropped back one time, and he ended up scrambling and turning it into a 14-yard touchdown run. So that could be his entire ramp-up. His entire preseason could be 3 handoffs, and a 14-yard touchdown scramble on the first play with the ball in his hands back in Landover since last winter, which is amazing. You can't really write that script any better in front of the thousands of fans that were there last evening. But you could just see the difference in the electricity in the offense with him on the field. And this is why the league is trending this way. After the game, Jaden Daniels talked about what he saw on the touchdown. He said, I wanted to throw the corner to Chris Rodriguez. Wasn't there. Didn't like what he saw.
Mm-hmm.
He came back to the middle of the field for Deebo Samuel, and he was late. That was his words. He said, I was late to Deebo, meaning I needed to process it a little quicker. He could have tried to crowbar it in there, but what's the point? You're getting a guy blown up in the preseason. And so, if this is Derek Carr or Kirk Cousins or Tom Brady or one of these guys who's not running around and making a play, the call is kind of dead on arrival now. Maybe you create and you extend and you move in the pocket and you dump the ball down to a running back or something, but very likely you're burning an incompletion and you're going on to the next one. Not if you got Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson or Jaden Daniels. The play is alive. It's always alive. And he pulls the ball down, he makes the guy miss, and he goes and scores a touchdown.
Pretty electric, I think, as you said. Now, there's a lot of things working on that play for me. It looked like man, maybe with a linebacker, either you want to call it a spy or kind of working the underneath to either shadow him or just deal with any extra traffic that might have been there. So 2 things happened. One, I think nobody was open. I think that's important and instructive in this whole conversation we're going to have about the preseason and wide receivers. And we'll talk about Luke McCaffrey and some of the other guys that didn't do very much. And Ben Sinnen is in that group. And no Terry McLaurin, et cetera. And then, sorry, you guys should have beat us on that one. If it's a regular pedestrian, as you said, a human being, advantage defense. I throw that one out of the end zone or my shot clock runs out and maybe I buy some time. Nope. I got Superman back there.
Exasperating because you do so many things right.
Great coverage. Great job.
But this is why it's not enough anymore for a lot of these teams and GMs and coaches to just have a guy that processes pre-snap and makes every throw and is accurate and stands there. You know, what I've always loved, the pocket quarterback, they want the added dimension of make me right. Cliff makes a call. You don't get the ideal defense. It's dead.
Mm-hmm.
I got 5 on it.
15 touchdown.
Yeah.
15-yard touchdown. Yeah, and that's the difference. Now, obviously, my heart was in my when it looked like, I don't know if it was a corner or a safety. I thought it probably had a chance to light him up.
Safety took the worst angle I've ever seen. Like, that's a play where if I'm a Bengals fan, I'm going, what a bad rep that was.
Yeah.
That's embarrassing. But that said, I did not want Jaden Daniels to slide because my vantage point, he's running right at me, press box Paulson style. I'm in the corner of the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
And he's kind of coming right at me. And you don't even, you have the safety who's coming from the side angle who he ended up kind of juking at the goal line. But another DB that's near the goal line as well. That's one of those where when you slide sometimes, you get blown up.
You might get decapitated.
So I actually think taking on the contact in a game where, I think in the regular season, it would have looked very differently at the end. But it felt to me like the defenders pulled up a little bit and helped him out too, I thought. Where they were both standing flat-footed and just kind of reaching with their arms, not diving, not trying to crunch him. Maybe it's just that he puts you in that kind of bind athletically.
You got your feet flat there,
yeah. But I thought it was just like lazy defense on the back end. But regardless, he gets mostly unscathed, barely touched into the end zone. And thanks for playing. You're back on the sideline. He actually ran into the locker room to go to the bathroom, and everyone thought, oh, no, what happened? Nope, he'll be back. Don't worry. 4 plays, 74 yards, touchdown. Might be the last we see of him this August.
Pretty sure it is, right? No passes thrown in the preseason. That was a pass play called, but you know, sorry, nobody's open. I'll just score a touchdown.
He could play Saturday night just because if you don't, you're basically going 3 weeks without a game, you know, without really truly playing football. Unless they do another burgundy and gold scrimmage, which if I'm Dan Quinn, maybe I would try to set up for next week. This lack of a joint practice is going to be a problem for them.
100%.
I would leave open the possibility that some guys play.
Do you think he might? I just felt like after last night, okay, that's it. He's in bubble wrap.
I don't think Daniels will. I just am not willing to say, like, a week ago, I was 100% sure no starters would play against the Ravens.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel as confident. I would still bet on that. I just don't think it's a slam dunk because, again, it's a long time, man.
Yeah.
You're going from Monday Night Football on August 18th all the way until September 7th with nobody really playing meaningful, legitimate live reps.
Almost 3 full weeks.
I don't like that. The Ravens thing is a problem. I mean, this didn't work out well with them pulling out of this joint practice or whatever happened. We'll get to game balls and gassers in just a few moments. Looking back at last night, though, we've talked about the running backs. Matter of fact, we got time. Why don't we do it right now? Give me a game ball, Darius. We'll do this after games. After I'm getting weird look. I don't know what's happening. Is everything okay over there? Okay, I'll take a game ball. You won't give me a game ball. Jalen Lane. Jalen Lane, the wide receiver from Virginia Tech, the rookie, had 3 targets, 3 catches, 42 yards in the game, and he caught 2 balls when he was outside, 1 ball in the slot. You could see his speed is a problem for DBs. When he lined up out wide, he got these massive cushions. He's a 4.34 40-yard dash guy. So he would turn it up, and he's, they're sinking their hips and kind of running backwards with him, and then he would just break it off and route them up, and they couldn't really defend or cover. Also made a really nice contested catch on an out route on one of the better throws of the night on a tough night for Sam Hartman. I continue to be intrigued by Jalen Lane. He's got some things he's got to still polish and some areas of his game where he's got to keep getting better. Some like top of the route where you kind of are telegraphing that you're about to hit the brakes and hurt Sam Hartman trying to throw a ball and a DB reads that and is able to jump a route. But very young, playing out of position to an extent because I think he's a slot receiver. But he flashes, man. Like here we are talking in year 2. Where's Luke McCaffrey? Where are the catches? Where are the targets? That's not Jalen Lane. Every time he plays, you notice him. It's loud. I really like his game.
Kick coverage. Fix it. I don't know what's going on. I don't quite understand why it looks like a soccer player taking a corner kick looking for a header, the way that they're doing it. But these short line drive kicks that are leading to returns, that's 2 straight weeks. We opened the game with a massive return against them. Touchdown saving tackle. Whatever's happening right now, immediately to the lab, start looking at that film and adjust your technique, adjust the concepts. I don't know. I'm hoping they're trying to evaluate something and they're giving guys a chance to put them in adverse situations and the regular season plan will be completely different. But I am nervous about a special teams blunder sort of upending what might be a good start to the season.
Josh Johnson is the third quarterback and Sam Hartman is not. I think that needs to be the way that this goes. Hartman struggled again. Sprayed the ball all over the place with accuracy against the Patriots. Last night, it just doesn't look quite right. Johnson operates the offense way more effectively. He made a bad decision, throw, read, whatever, on an interception. Lane maybe could have helped him a little bit at the end of that play, but regardless, it's not going to be perfect. Nobody's asking that from a backup quarterback. But you could just tell the difference when Johnson's in there versus when Hartman's in there. So I would say gasser to Sam Hartman for a second time in as many games.
Super quick one. Drive kept alive. Frankie Louvu jumped off sides. It looked like they were trying to do that, and you fell for it. Not a fan.
Quan Martin, fast, violent, athletic at safety. I thought the safety position in general could get some game balls. Will Harris had a play on the goal line.
That was what I was about to do, yep.
Had a PBU, really tight coverage. He's had a good camp. Martin, to me, looks like he's ready to be a legit above average, like top half the league safety.
Going through all that traffic at the goal line to stop I think it was Hudson or whoever the tight end was.
Yeah, Hudson at the 1 yard line.
What a great play that was.
Sick.
Unbelievable.
He made another really nice play in the game as well where he came up and had a run fit. And then Jeremy Reeves is one of the faster, more physical players on the team. Percy Butler's got speed. I just like what they're building at safety. Give me one more game ball.
Javon Kinlaw. Not a ton of snaps. You didn't see much, but you did see a couple bothering, throw the blocker around like a rag doll and make a tackle. I think he had 2 tackles on the game, but looked the part. That's kind of what we were hoping for, right? Was this guy that they saw something in that a couple teams before them hadn't seen? That dude looked like a monster in the middle.
Let's open up the phones for you guys on the running backs. What did you think of Chris Rodriguez last night? What did you make of Ja'Cory Crosky-Merritt? That was the most we had seen him at any point. Seemed like those guys responded well to the Brian Robinson news. And are you feeling okay about moving forward without B-Rob? It looks like a divorce is looming, almost certainly, whether it's a trade or a cut. He's not going to be on the roster. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Hello there. It's Grant and Danny for our pals at Window Nation. It's the end of summer right here in Nova, and your AC is probably working overtime just trying to keep your house cool and comfortable. So what can you do to make a difference? I got an idea. How about you replace your old or builder-grade windows with ones from Window Nation? My family did this, a whole house full of windows. And this month only, schedule a consult and get 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could even get them with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years.
Yeah, the bottom line here, I love Window Nation, and so does Danny, and your home's going to stay comfortable thanks to Window Nation year-round. They're going to even, these windows, look, it's 1,500 styles and colors. There's so many that are available for you. So when you get these windows, you can protect your home. You can make it more beautiful. A-plus rating, Better Business Bureau. 3 million windows have been installed. Our words are on this. We love Window Nation. Hurry up, DMV. 50% off all windows sale ends soon. Don't miss out. Schedule your estimate right now. 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is powered by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal MPS power partner. In the NFL last night, the Bengals beat the Commanders in Game 2 of the preseason, 31-17. Jaden Daniels led a 4-play touchdown drive, concluding with a 14-yard touchdown run for the quarterback. Chris Rodriguez led the way on the ground, 6 rushes, 62 yards. Everybody's favorite running back, Bill Krosky-Merritt, 11 rushes, 46 yards and a touchdown, 27-yard touchdown run for him. And Jalen Lane led the way through the air, 3 receptions for 42 yards. The final preseason game comes up on Saturday at noon against the Ravens. The Commanders also signed veteran offensive tackle George Fant. Other news around the NFL, the Colts named Daniel Jones as their starting quarterback, and Buccaneers wide receiver Jalen McMillan suffered a severe strained neck. He could be out through the team's Week 9 bye. NBA, John Wall announced his retirement today. And in baseball, Game 1 of a 3-game series for the Nationals and the Mets at Nats Park tonight, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes on David Peterson. Mission Critical, that's JTF Specialty. We're a top-ranked HP MPS power partner for a reason. We don't just ship products. We deploy fully integrated, mission-ready solutions from D.C. to Europe, powered by HP, delivered by JTF. Check us out at jtfgov.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
He brings versatility, and he's outstanding with the ball in his hand.
Here's Rodriguez right up the gut. Not brought down. Inside the 20 and forced down near the 15. 2 big plays to start for the Commanders.
Joe Buck, Troy Aikman, Monday Night Football. Your boy was there last night, so I didn't get to watch the telecast. Generally, Sundays, 1 o'clock or whatever. Being there, I don't miss getting to watch the TV copy of the game. But when it's national TV and the Commanders are in the spotlight, there's a little bit of envy. How was the cast last night?
It was okay. I mean, the frustrating part is for a preseason game, the thing I want to know the most, and it's really hard, is they're doing their big national story because they're not sitting there focused on local audience member Danny Rouillet, nor should they be. But I'm going, okay, who's in at guard now? Who's in at center? Which backup is this? Who's getting reps in this?
They don't care.
And they don't care. So that part of it is frustrating. Not their fault because they're doing something. They have a different sort of agenda. They're trying to make this thing as interesting as possible to a national audience.
Did they do? That was their first of the summer, so I haven't seen it. Did they do the talk show style where it's like in the NFC West, this is what's going on with the Rams and Matt Stafford, or did they make it just a game broadcast?
Pretty much a game broadcast. I mean, there's a little bit more on the sideline. I mean, they had Joe Burrow talk. They had Jamar Chase talk, who had, in my view, the quotes of the night, talking about how important it was for a player that's holding out and at odds with the team to still be there, and how the value of that and how critically important it was, and how great Hendrickson has been through this process. That was awesome. That was great theater as far as I'm concerned. So it was worth it, but it's still just those, by the time you're in the third quarter, you got Troy Aikman singing the praises of KJ Osborne. You know what I mean? Look, it makes a catch. And he's like, what he's been able to do over his career, which not that much, right? I mean, you kind of be readily available.
Good years with the Vikings.
Yeah, a long time ago.
When it was Thielen and Jets and KJ
and Osborne, I suppose. Yeah, just, but it's
Kirko, walk-off winner against the Panthers in OT.
Yeah.
You're diving touchdown.
Looking for stuff to talk about. And thank goodness for them that Mitchell Tinsley decided to have the ultimate revenge game.
Mitchell Tinsley, the greatest wide receiver alive.
As far as I'm concerned, name someone better. You can't.
He was here in 2023 and 2024. And if he was here this year, he'd be on the roster again. I'll tell you that right now, because the way things are shaping up at wide receiver with Noah Brown hurt and Terry McLaurin, whatever Terry McLaurin is, Mitchell Tinsley would be in. Darius, you were at the game, so before we get back into the activity of the night and breaking it down, there were not a lot of people there. I thought the energy was good. What was it? Probably half full, maybe not even, maybe 40% full. What was it like where you were sitting?
Sure, yeah, definitely good energy all around for the most part. I mean, as soon as Jaden Daniels stepped foot on the field, once they got the kickoff after the Bengals scored their first touchdown, I mean, it felt like 60,000 people were there just because of the ovation that he got alone. And then, yeah, obviously the way that the offense put on a show there in their first drive, there was good energy in the crowd, but that energy was quickly sucked away once Sam Hartman stepped on the field. So
it wasn't as pretty a performance thereafter.
Yeah.
But you still got to, it's preseason for everybody. He's out there trying to get better, right? Sam's he made a few plays. There's some plays he'd probably like back, I would say. That's why we gave him a gasser. But I want to talk running backs here. The news of the day was Brian Robinson who we found out Sunday was being shopped, is a lot more serious than that. He's not going to be on the team. They, according to Dan Quinn, got done with their walkthrough, and then he and Peters met with Robinson, the three of them, in AP's office, I guess, on Sunday at the facility before they went to the team hotel. They told Robinson, you're not going to play in this game, and this is the way this is trending as far as the roster goes. Now, he didn't say this. I'm going to editorialize. I think they told Brian Robinson, you're not going to be on the team. That's my guess. Like, you're not going to play in this game, and we've come to the conclusion that this is how this is going to work. You and your agent and us on our end, we're going to try to find a trade. Let's work this thing out together. But then he addressed the squad. And Quinn said after the game, basically, when I have the opportunity to do this, I like to do this. They're going to hear it from me. Well, that tells you that this is not just we might trade this guy. If you're addressing the entire team together, you don't do that when you cut wide receiver number 9. You don't do that when you cut defensive lineman number 11 in camp as a camp body.
Right.
This was a significant departure with B-Rob from what has been. He's a 3-year starter on the team. So when you address it with the roster, again, not his words, mine, my guess is he said to them, hey, we've decided with B-Rob we're going in a different direction. You guys are going to hear this, but I wanted you to hear it from me. We're moving forward without him as a part of
this isn't, he's not your starter anymore.
Doesn't
you know what I
sound
mean?
like it.
Yeah, this is, the divorce is happening and they're drawing up custody. That's kind of what it is. Again, I'm still pretty floored by it. I'm really, really surprised. Just kind of given their offseason, given what it looked like it wasn't necessarily a priority. It was an afterthought to take a 7th rounder, and maybe they were such geniuses that was the plan all along that they knew somebody would be available there that would be a difference maker. But I think they found out in real time that Krosky Merritt is pretty good and can handle it. I mean, part of this is maybe a graduation for Chris Rodriguez to a more full-time guy. You know you've got Eckler, and you're kind of doing the math, working back from last year. I think it was 526 total carries. Jaden Daniels had about 150 of those. So you're hoping that number goes down, by the way, a little bit to some degree. But you start to do the math and you go, we don't have a bell cow, and we don't need a bell cow necessarily. We're going to have a committee approach just the way that we run the football, and we don't need this guy to do that. It seems like just they've decided whatever we're trying to do, he doesn't fit anymore, and I'm glad for it.
How we got here, there's pretty much 2 different legitimate reasons. And it depends, like, how positive do you want to be, right? The positive outlook is I think they like their depth chart a lot. They like the guys they have. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, they feel like is a starting caliber player. Chris Rodriguez is Brian Robinson-ish and might even be more effective. Austin Eckler's your third down and pass catching back, and in 2 and 4 minutes at the end of halves can operate the offense effectively. You could even put a little more on his plate if you want to, although I tried not to with his injury history and age. McNichols excelled in his opportunities last year. Demetric Felton, who was the star of their burgundy and gold team scrimmage and led them in rushing in preseason game 1, is a guy I think they feel very fine with, who's gotten NFL carries before in Cleveland. So they do like their room. The other part of it is, though, B-Rob's just not a fit. We talked about this yesterday. We've talked about this for a couple of years. You know, he has 0.6 yards per carry better when running the football from under center traditionally than in the shotgun where they live. On top of that, they didn't draft him. He does work in some offenses. What Scott Turner was doing with Taylor Heineke, I get it. If he was in Green Bay right now, backing up Josh Jacobs, or in Houston maybe as a Joe Mixon light or something, I think there are places where the B-Rob experience could still play. I just don't know that he's the best fit here. And the fact of the matter is, he has been okay. There's nothing wrong with him. The floor is high enough, but there's very low ceiling. You know, he ranks 86th in the NFL since he came into the league in the percentage of his carries they go for 10-plus yards. 86th. He ranks 29th in yards after contact. We talked about RYOE, rushing yards over expected, yesterday and where he ranks in those metrics. It's not great. Like, there are no analytics or R&D numbers for that staff that they're going to come up with that scream, play this guy more. And they're going more in that direction as an organization. That's not going to benefit Brian Robinson. But it's not just his struggles and what he is. I do think they like the depth that they've established, as Dan Quinn talked about postgame.
Yeah, I thought early what I liked was decisiveness. I thought, you certainly saw some of the big plays. And we're still, learning Bill in some ways. And not every run for every back is quite the same. fortunately for us with Anthony here, we've got a real veteran in the running back room. That's a big part of that. We've got a good sense for where Chris was coming in, but we wanted to get him more touches today, and Bill as well. So with Austin and Jeremy, we were, thinking a little bit less. And then as we get into next week, Adam and I will visit and say who do we want to feature and look at on Saturday.
Quinn, on talking to the team about Brian Robinson and addressing his situation with the club behind the scenes so that they didn't find out publicly that Robinson was on the outs.
Adam and I had met with Brian yesterday and knowing that we would hold him out of the game tonight. And there's just a lot of moving parts. This time of year, those things take place. And so I just wanted to make sure that's my responsibility, to let the team know whenever I can so they're not hearing any information from anywhere else. So that was all. It's more of the standard operating procedure for me. But if I have a chance, when things come up, especially during this time of year, when I can bring them together and discuss things, I want them to hear those things from me first. That's all.
You couldn't have written a better script. Danny, I know it was the preseason, and in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter a lot.
Right.
But for Rodriguez's first carry with the starters from Jaden Daniels to open the game, to be a 40-yard run, and for Krosky Merritt to have a 5-yard electric run where he made a couple people miss. Nice cut. And then a 27-yard touchdown right after. You can't respond any better if you're those two guys than they did.
No, it worked out so well. Imagine a few stuff runs and a 3-and-out, and then it's like, we probably could have used B-Rob. You know what I mean? So it worked out that way. Nobody's saying that today.
Let's go to Koresh in Herndon, home of the Hornets on Grant and Danny. What'd you make of how the running backs responded? Let's go to Caleb in Chantilly on Grant and Danny. Caleb, what'd you think of the running backs?
How you guys doing?
What's up, buddy?
I'm super high on Chris Rodriguez, to be honest with you. I feel like he runs with a lot of anger, like he has something to prove. I was impressed with him last year. Even though he got very few touches, I felt like he ran very well. I feel like he does what B-Rob can do, but he does it better. And he's as powerful, but he's much more explosive. So,
to me, it's just a no-brainer. I think it's addition by subtraction. I'm not beating up on Brian Robinson. I just don't think they get worse on the field. I think Rodriguez, for me, has long been adequate in filling in for B-Rob. I think he's every bit as good, might even give you a little more. But with Krosky Merritt, you had speed and twitch and explosiveness. And then on top of all of this, by moving on from him, you're freeing up $3.4 million. And I don't know how he would have taken a demotion, oh, by the way.
Right.
I mean, he would have gone from the 3-year starter who gets 12 to 15 carries and is kind of the bell cow on first and second down to standing around and watching a couple carries a game and maybe occasionally deactivated in that Rodriguez role. He does not feel like, to me, the kind of guy that's just going to go, yeah, no problem. Tell me where to stand. So I think this is a no-brainer. I'm completely on board with what they're doing.
Yeah, and now that we've gotten here, I'm still kind of surprised by it, but I'm with you in terms of the thought process and where it goes. I mean, two things have to happen. One, you believe that the incumbent isn't better than the alternatives, and then the second part flows from that is the alternatives are ready to handle the workload. Last year, they didn't feel that way. Chris Rodriguez was in the building. So was Jeremy McNichols, and they had other running backs as well around that showed some burst, showed some excitement in the preseason, and it never came to that. It was still, nope, Brian Robinson, everybody. Let's give him, put him on pace for 225 carries last year, which is what he was, minus a couple games missed from injury. And I'm surprised that they were able to say, not only do we not want to do that, but we're good enough here with these other players to be able to fulfill that role.
Why do you guys think Brian Robinson's on the outs? And why are he and Washington headed for a divorce? 800-636-1067. Also, the Colts became the final team in the NFL to name their starting quarterback officially. They did that today. We'll get into that next. Top of the hour in 20 minutes. Terry McLaurin was not in the stadium last night. Is that a problem? We're Grant and Danny.
the rookie. Krosky Merritt. Touchdown, Washington.
ESPN's Monday Night Football telecast of Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt's 27-yard touchdown for the Commanders last night gave them 14 points. That is where their night would end, just about. 31-17 final. But the starters, many of the 30 that didn't play against the Patriots did, and things were better. Business picked up. Washington looked like a much more energetic, competent football team, as you would anticipate. One thing I loved, and Dan Quinn actually singled this out in his opening comments after the game, the first play from Cliff Kingsbury dug into the bag of tricks a little bit, went with the jet action from Deebo Samuel, end around 19-yard carry. His first moment as a Commander in front of the fans. How fast did he look?
He looked quick. Super well executed play as well, right? Where there's a defender that's, you might think if he could move fast enough would have a shot at him, but Deebo Samuel, full head of steam, is, it's almost like he's running from first base to second, right? Like he's busting down the line and then turns left, and the guy couldn't possibly keep up with him. Yeah, he was quick, man, and that was encouraging. Because remember, the first time we saw him, you could offer reasons for why, but didn't look like he was moving all that great.
So I never played that game. I don't do body language, and I don't do video from practice where a guy's jogging and we're going to say he's fat or slow. But people do play that game, lots of them. And they certainly did. And he's always
the game was played. Yeah,
he's a lightning rod for that, for whatever reason. I just think he's got a unique body structure. Like he does not. He's the nickname Deebo coming out. I remember being at the Senior Bowl. He's coming out of, I think it was South Carolina. And that was kind of the story then, was like that this guy, if he can keep his weight in check and his body, and it's always been a thing with him. And then last year, the 49ers even came out and said, he's got to get in better shape or whatever. He dealt with pneumonia. That sets you back. But I just wasn't playing that game, but it certainly was out there. But I think everyone can rest assured. If you haven't been out at training camp at all to see that he's heavily involved and very productive, that play where he showed that quickness, he has this very choppy, unique run style.
Yep.
There's this game we play behind the scenes here on Grant and Danny where you see like the silhouettes of baseball players swinging or pitching, and we try to guess who it is. You could do like, quarterbacks throwing or NBA players taking shots. If you could just see someone running, I could tell you Deebo Samuel like this, because it's the most unique, like choppy kind of. It's just fast and explosive, but yet it's a gait unlike anybody.
There's only a couple guys I could do that with. Like Isaiah Pacheco, I feel like I could figure out pretty quick.
Yes.
It looks like a Tasmanian devil kind of. But it's interesting. Yeah, but the burst was certainly there. And, you kind of go, Cliff, why are you showing that? But I bet you that's by design. You know what I mean? I bet you that's one of those, hey, everybody, FYI, you're going to have to worry about this. Not that everyone wasn't aware that they're going to get the football to Deebo Samuel, but as a reminder, this is always lurking. So anytime he's in motion or anytime that there's a jet action on a run or whatever, I want everybody standing flat-footed.
Well, it's also not a flea flicker or a double pass.
Right.
I mean, that is going to be something they run 4 times a game probably. That, to me, is no different than like getting a ball from under center and turning and giving it to Ja'Cory
halfback dive in the eye.
That's just going to be a bread and butter play for them. Let's go to Paul in D.C. on the Fan who wants to talk Brian Robinson. How are you, Paul?
All right, fellas. How's everything going, man? Thanks for taking my call.
Got it, buddy.
As it relates to B-Rob, last year, man, I started watching how he just doesn't break any tackles, man. He stops moving his legs and everything, man. And Jaden ran a lot, man, because they didn't have confidence in B-Rob, man. So I'm not surprised that they're making this move, man. And I'm glad that they drafted Bill, because we need somebody, brother, that can get 3 yards, man. And B-Rob, man, 2nd and 3, 3rd and 3, he doesn't get it, man. But
thanks, buddy. Getting 3 is normally about what he can do. It's more than that seems to be the issue. DVOA last year, the efficiency, down, distance, score, opposing defense. Rodriguez, 34%. McNichols, 23%. Eckler, 15%. Robinson, -4%. I mean, the numbers are just there for you. It matches kind of what your eyes tell you to an extent.
There are a number of plays, and everybody pointed to last year. So coming into this year in the offseason, you're going, I think the plan looks like they'll improve the offensive line and ipso facto then improve the running game because of that. And that's what a lot of people were clinging to. My point was, yes, last year there were a number of plays that weren't blocked up great, and that's the league, right? The other team figure something out. They get paid to make plays too, et cetera. So there's a number of things that are naturally going to be stuffs. That happens to every running back, even great ones. But to me, there were enough times where you'd go, oh my God, there's such an opportunity. If you just shuffled, if you sidestepped, if you spun, if you did anything, there's a gap right there that could be, I'm not talking about a home run, but 5 yards, 7 yards, 4 yards, something positive, and instead he just can't do it. It's like a truck doing a K-turn in the alleyway.
Let's try Koresh again in Herndon. How are you?
Hey guys, thanks again for taking my call. Apologies for the last one.
All good, bud.
So my take on this is I'm pretty sure that Brian's going to be gone. It's 100% confirmed at this point because you guys got to think about it this way. Brian Robinson is just another person on the I did not draft him, so let's get rid of him list for Adam Peters. He did that with Jahan Dotson. He did that with Jamin Davis. He did that with Emmanuel Forbes. So it looks to me that basically Adam just wants to put people on the team that he knows for a fact that are good for the team, can do what the other person did, and hopefully in the long run would be better. That's how I think he's organizing it.
Well, there's something to that. That's the case in sports, right? You're my guy or you're not to an extent. But rest assured, if Brian Robinson could help him, if he was head and shoulders better than the other running backs, doesn't matter if you were their guy or I drafted you. You're my guy now. Terry McLaurin is going to be here. He was a previous regime's guy, a couple of regimes ago.
Quan Martin, who's emerging, man.
Sam Cosmi at guard is a Pro Bowl talent. Quan Martin is still here, starting. Role continues to grow under this group. Chris Rodriguez, who Brian Robinson's departure is going to pave the way for more opportunities for, was not their guy. He was a 6th-round pick by Rivera and the Martys. Chris Paul is a survivor, just keeps hanging around regime after regime and making the most of whatever chances he gets. So I don't think that's the reason why Brian Robinson is out. It certainly doesn't help. And when they talk about culture and being a commander and what they want guys to be and not, there's a better chance you're that guy if they chose you because they know what they're looking for. But you can adapt. And if you're willing to and if you're productive, you're going to hang around. I mean, they're not in the business of just running people out of here to do it. Speaking of which, let's talk Terry McLaurin next. He was not at the game. He had an excused absence, which I want to get into. Why wasn't he in Landover, Maryland last night on the sideline like Trey Hendrickson, who's also holding in, was for the Bengals? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Cars for Kids, Cars with a K. In the NFL last night, Week 2 of the NFL preseason wrapped up with Monday Night Football. The Commanders fell 31-17 to the Bengals. One possession for Jaden Daniels, 4 plays, no passes, but concluded with a 14-yard touchdown run for the quarterback. Chris Rodriguez led the way on the ground, 6 rushes, 62 yards. Bill Krosky-Merritt, 11 rushes for 46 yards and a touchdown, and a 27-yard touchdown run. And Jalen Lane led the way through the air, 3 receptions, 42 yards. Commanders will wrap up their preseason action on Saturday against the Ravens at Northwest Stadium at noon. Other news around the NFL, the Commanders are signing veteran offensive tackle George Fant. The Colts named Daniel Jones as their starting quarterback, and the Buccaneers wide receiver Jalen McMillan suffered a severe strained neck. He could be out through the team's Week 9 bye. In the NBA, John Wall, the Wizards legend, announced his retirement today. And in baseball, the Nationals recalled first baseman Andre Chaparro from AAA and optioned Jose Tena back to Rochester. The Nats begin a 3-game series against the Mets tonight at 6:45 right here on The Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nats. He's 8-7 with a 5.14 ERA. He'll take on David Peterson, who is 7-5 with a 3.30 ERA. Nats and Mets 6:45 right here on The Fan. 106.7 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your unused car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors, making a real difference. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan, brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad.
They do it all, my friend. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That is kmlawyers.com.
Saturday, Terry McLaurin was taken off the PUP list. We have wondered since then, was this a mutual decision? And McLaurin is actually ready and has acknowledged to the team that he plans on ramping up to practice so that he's ready for Week 1. And that's why they took him off PUP. Or was this the team flexing their muscle and using the leverage at their disposal, clearing him physically, saying you are able to perform, you're not unable to anymore, taking him off PUP, and basically putting the ball in his court to do whatever he wants now. You can practice or not, but it's going to become apparent to everybody this is now solely about the contract because we're not playing along with the injury anymore. I think we got our answer yesterday when Terry McLaurin was not at the game. Now, I'll provide one caveat before we dive into this, Danny, and that is that Sam Cosmi, who is not in a contract dispute, who is not at odds with the club, who is also on the PUP list, although Terry is not technically anymore, was supposedly not at the game last night either and also was excused to not be there. And if you're dealing with an injury, and in his case, a leg injury, going up and down to the press box and all the other stuff that you got to do on a game night when you're not playing in the preseason, maybe it's just worthwhile to tell him to stay away. I think we all agree that's not really why Terry McLaurin wasn't there last night, probably. So what came out as we got closer to kickoff was that they excused him and that his absence was not him choosing not to show up against their will, so to speak, but rather that they gave him permission to not come.
Which, if that wasn't the case, then they would fine him.
I think you would have to fine him substantially.
It's almost $900,000.
Well, that's if you, yes, the $811,000 fine is for players who are holding out and miss a game. There's this weird gray area I'm still waiting to hear back from the league on, and maybe I'm diving too deep into the specifics and semantics and people don't care. But basically, by him now being there and not holding out, whether it was PUP or not, they're able to fine him at their own discretion, but it doesn't necessarily have to be to the same extent of the law, the same money as if he was holding out. And I'm still waiting on some clarifications from the league. But the bottom line is they would have been able to take money out of his pocket because you refused to come to work if they didn't excuse him last night, which they did.
Right, and I think it becomes more adversarial. So I understand from the team's perspective, it's over these years, remember some of these weird petty feuds that Bruce Allen or Dan Snyder would get in with players. Trent Williams is the best example, where it's, what's the upside? What do you want to have happen? Would you like the player to play for you or not? If not, you can win the argument. Congrats. You won the face-off, and now he's traded for way less than market value. So that's my view of what the team did. Again, more information could come out, and I could be wrong. I will say this. I had Terry McLaurin categorized in the way that a lot of fans have. For so many years, there have been a lot of really positive deposits in the bank from McLaurin. A lot of equity built up with the fans, with this organization, with his teammates, etc. Last night was a major withdrawal. Last night is a selfish, petulant, spoiled brat temper tantrum act that, frankly, is beneath him. I can't believe he would ask to do that. I understand the team's perspective of granting him permission if that's how you want to do it. That's how you want to play this. Because there's no upside in saying no, and now there's more of a feud, and you've made it worse, right? It's already inflammatory.
Yeah, why escalate this fight bigger?
I cannot believe that a person of his ilk would ever deign to do something like that. I can't believe it. Trey Hendrickson, who called his coach a liar, is on the sideline guffawing and knee slapping with his teammates and brothers. I mean, we need to play the Jamar Chase audio for talking about how valuable that is. Micah Parsons has said he'll never play for the Cowboys again and hates everybody's guts right there on the sideline. That's what you do. The contract that you are obligated to fulfill says you're part of the team. This selfish dance is absurd. I understand it's not going well for you for your future deal. I have sympathy for that. I understand that. A lot of the players do too. Last night was this season. You bailed. You quit on people. To me, there's no workaround. The idea that this isn't the biggest story and the first thing on everybody's lips was absurd to me. I feel like I'm standing alone on an island shaking my fist at the ocean. People are going, well, what do you think the prospects are for trading B-Rob? And what'd you see from Jalen Lane last night? You know what's really interesting was the John Bates, Ben Simmons snap count. Wrong. Your golden child skipped the game. He skipped it. He bailed on his team because he's mad about his contract. That is unbelievable to me. Again, it's still positive for Terry McLaurin. His net, right? Over the years, he's done so much and been so good.
Deposits and, dozens of withdrawals here over the last few weeks. But this is not one withdrawal. This is a withdrawal of a lot of money.
This, to me, is major. So I am taking him out of, you got to pay Terry because he's a great guy. That's not what great guys do. That act is beneath him. Overall, again, wonderful experiences with Terry McLaurin. He was great with us on the show when he came on years ago. Really good production, really good player. I want him here. I want him playing football. That act to not go to the game last night, to me, is astounding. Like, it is a jaw-dropping decision from an otherwise team guy.
So to go as hard as you are going, I would need more information just for my own comfort. And what I mean by that is I just don't know what I don't know. Do I assume that because he is in a contract standoff, he decided he was not going to be at the game? Yes, that is my assumption. That is what I think happened. And if that is the case, then I don't think a single word you just said is problematic or too far or excessive. I think that's all reasonable. I look at the other sideline and Trey Hendrickson, as you said, and I see a guy who has had more drama and where it's been more personal and where he has more strife with the staff and with the front office and is actually currently B-Rob style in the middle of trade-seeking time. I mean, this week they announced they're open for business. If you want Trey Hendrickson, call us. That's not what the Commanders are doing. They're saying the opposite. In fact, they're saying nothing, but they're telling people behind the scenes privately, we're not trading this player. He's on our team. He's one of us. One of us. One of us. He's here. And still, he's not actually here. He's not at the game. So I just thought it was a really, really bad look as Trey Hendrickson's dapping up fourth team players at his position and hugging the, random dude trying to make the team at defensive end after a big play and running down the sideline to high five, the guy that makes the great catch, Mitchell Tinsley or whatever. Meanwhile, Terry McLaurin's chilling in one loud or at his house. Or
Von Miller's been here for an hour and a half. You're damn right he was there. Celebrating, plays behind the line of scrimmage, celebrating defensive ends, celebrating guys on making plays here, there, and everywhere. Zach Ertz.
It was disrespectful. And here's what I find so annoying about it, maybe. Again, I'm not going as hard as you. I need a little more intel. I've got my line in the ground at right around the 25th. That's when I'll cut my 10-minute Terry McLaurin Pro Bowl. It'll be loud and people will want to hear it. But I'm giving him a little more time until I think it's hit the wall time. You've hit it a little sooner than I did. But I got my brotherhood bell around here somewhere. Right? There it is over there.
I'll pass it to you. Hold on. I'll ring it first.
Yeah, there you go.
Now we'll pass it to each other.
So every time they talk about the brotherhood, I ding the bell. And last year, this is what the show sounded like.
Is there a train coming?
I mean, it's just bell, brother. And Terry McLaurin is Mr. Brotherhood. He's
Derek
Mr.
Bell.
I mean, he said brotherhood more than anybody not named Dan Quinn. You got to be at the game, man. That's not that big of an ask. Get your ass on the sideline to hang out with your teammates and watch a football game. That's the ask there. It's kicking it with your buddies. You came down to the Burgundy and Gold scrimmage in your hoodie, and you watched that. You were compelled enough, interested enough to do that. I think this was his rebuttal, his response to being taken off PUP.
I do too.
So they go, all right, you're off PUP. And he goes, all right, I'm not coming to the game. And they play along and say that it's, a excused absence. The reason I stop short of what you're doing, though, is I would just hate to find out like he's at his grandma's funeral or like something like that. And we just don't know. Now, I don't think that's the case. I was there last night. I was in the press box. I was in the locker room. I talked to a lot of people, not only that cover the team, but with the team. Nobody brought that up with the team. They all made it very clear, like, yeah, this is not good. This is kind of where we're at right now. And so this is what happened by all accounts. By the way, you mentioned Trey Hendrickson being on the sideline. Jamar Chase was interviewed.
Yes.
Monday Night Football, ESPN, Lisa Salters, I believe, on the interview. Was Laura Rutledge?
Laura Rutledge, yeah.
On the Bengals sideline. And this was what Chase had to say about Hendrickson being there for his teammates.
I seen everything from Trey, man. He's always on it. He comes in on time. He does what he's supposed to do. He's at meetings. He's in the team meetings too. So he's still being a leader at the end of the day, and that's what you want from a guy like him. And I did it, and then he's doing it. So it's like we both talking to each other throughout the process. So as long as I make sure he's level-headed like he did with me, then we'll be okay.
Yeah. What have you said to him?
Just making sure you stay focused, man. Don't forget what's the reason. Like, don't forget your why at the end of the day. And that's all I want to let him know is keep pushing himself, and he's going to be great.
I'm looking at the 106.7 The Fan YouTube chat, and Tay says, if Terry was there on the sidelines, every reporter would have been in his face. Well, a couple of things. Number one, that's not true because the reporters aren't on the sidelines during the game. The worst thing that could have happened is that he would have been asked to do a sideline interview by Lisa Salters.
Yeah, and PR can control that. The answer is no. We're not doing that.
Right, and they would say no and not allow it. Or if Terry really wanted to do it, he could go rogue and do the interview. And so what? So for 2 minutes, he's talking on the sideline while the rest of his teammates aren't over there paying attention. He could have come and gone without doing interviews. We don't get to grab players before the game. We have to get them in the locker room and nowhere else basically after the game. So there would have been no access needed for Terry McLaurin to go to the game. And he could have done, by the way, what he's done at practice. Since the first few days of practice, when he came out and signed autographs and we kind of walked him back to the facility, it became obvious after he was willing to talk for a couple days, guys, I don't really have anything to say. Nobody's chasing him around the facility anymore. He just kind of comes and goes and does his thing quietly. So it really would not have been a distraction in any way. But he made the choice last night to not be at the game. And that was jarring to me. I want to open up the phones on whether or not you guys are surprised by that and how this escalates or elevates things at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. My takeaway from McLaurin not being there, Danny, was I've got my answer. On Saturday when they took him off the PUP list, I thought maybe there's been a little bit of a come-to-Jesus moment or conversation between he and Peters or whoever, Buddy Baker and Adam or Dan Quinn, where they decided, you know what? We're not going to be happy about this, any of us. This is not going to go well. I want you to know that I'm still mad. But week one, we got to beat the Giants. Let's figure this thing out together on the practice field. And by him not showing up, I now don't expect him to practice in the next couple of days. I don't expect him to really be ramping it up all that significantly. And anything he's doing, he's clearly going to be doing begrudgingly. But if they want it to end, they got to play hardball. You can't excuse it. You can't not fine him. He's not acting like a guy that you need to take the back of, basically. So you got to meet him and probably start throwing your weight around a little bit if you're Adam Peters.
Yeah, they know better than I do how many days or practices he needs. So there's a point of no return where that's going to happen. But yeah, I'm with you. I don't expect him to practice tomorrow. I mean, what I saw with the pup removal designation was this is the team going, okay, we've played along with this stupid ankle game for weeks now. We're not doing this charade anymore. The season starts. You're under contract. You're a big part of this thing. We need you. And I see since then, one of the last couple of levers that Terry and his camp are going to pull. I think the next thing that you're going to see is either a leak out from the agent or from Terry himself about how he's going to threaten to not play in week 1 or I'm willing to sit out games or whatever. So to me, I've lost my patience. Not being there at the game, the idea that someone would ask that, I cannot fathom it. There's a reason Bobby Wagner, Von Miller, and everybody in between that's gone through this thing that doesn't need this exercise at all is there with their teammates. To not be there is astounding. And I'll tell you this, if tomorrow it comes out that Scott McLuhan style, he actually was mourning somebody in his family and whatever, I will apologize and take it all back and he's at practice. That ain't happening. What's happening is a tantrum from an otherwise great guy that has done an awful lot for us and this team. You're now in the way, dude. You're now an obstacle. You are now working against everybody else. Everybody's sprinting towards the season. You're standing there with your arms folded going, no, like it's time to leave. We're going. A football season is happening. Last night was the dress rehearsal. You weren't going to play. I knew that because of when you're activated. That's not what this is about, dude. Like, I'm sorry your contract thing ain't great. There's a lot of guys that are probably a little bit disgruntled with their contract and their deals. Contract season now. I mean, right now, dude. I cannot believe it.
Laramie Tunsil's underpaid right now.
Yeah.
Going into a contract year. I mean, Frankie Louvu's going into the final year of a deal and wants more money, I'm sure. He outkicked his coverage last year. Yeah, he's not alone in that. I have been very much attempting to see both sides of this and to acknowledge what Terry's going through as a player, what the team is going through and trying to keep his number down because of his age. And I hope people feel like we've done a good job at representing both sides as often as we can. But the patience that I have with him, and I get the sense that a lot of fans have with him as we get closer to the start of the season, is drying up. And a lot of the goodwill, the good thing for him is there was plenty of it.
There was a ton.
But it is.
And deserved.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, this is one of the all-time teammates, one of the all-time workers, one of my favorite players I've ever covered. Just date a person's daughter kind of guy, right? And that's still the case. I think this is just business. I'm not going to go where you went, where you go like, oh, well, this is not what a good guy does. This is just handling your business in a way that I think is poor and being a diva wide receiver. I don't know if Stephon Diggs is a terrible guy or A.J. Brown's a terrible guy. I don't like how they handle themselves as professionals a lot of the time. Having said that, I get the sense that fans are starting to grow weary of this act as well. Now, I'm just getting real-time feedback here in the chat on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page and tweets at Grant H. Paulson. And there are very much still Team Terry people that are, you guys are making him the bad guy. You're painting him to be some evil person or whatever. And I think a lot of people, understandably, you love football, you love this team, you love that player. You might never be able to cross where you go, hey, this is pretty ridiculous. This is about his future contract. He's already signed a deal for this year. He's made $40-some million the last couple of years from this team, and he's screwing over their chances to be the best team possible with every single day that this charade goes on. A lot of people are just not going to get there because they love the player and they want him paid, and that's the only thing they'll hear. But I don't think that's the majority. And days like yesterday are going to make that more and more the minority.
Agreed. Yeah, again, I am hopefully everyone understands the distinction I'm trying to make here. That act is not the act of a good dude. I still think he's a good dude, by the way. Like, again, too many data points, too many good things in the bank. That was not a good decision. That's how one of the diva, self-centered jerks, frankly, acts. That's very, as you said, Stephon Diggs. That's very not off-field crime Tyreek Hill, but that's very temper tantrum Tyreek Hill, quitting on people.
Pain in the butt, wide receiver who's a me guy about himself, not the team. By the way, Dan Quinn was not asked about this post-game. So I was in the press conference, tried to ask him about it. We had a one-mic situation that was a bit of a shabingus. Just couldn't get to ask the question. But I want to know what the head coach would have said. Maybe we'll find this out tomorrow at this point. But why was it excused, I guess would be my first question. Like, why wasn't he there? Let's start with that. And then why did you guys decide to excuse it? You could have fined him. Why did you choose not to do that? But I don't know how you can take yesterday's no-show as anything other than he's not playing nice with being taken off the PUP list. That's my takeaway.
Yeah, 100%. And this is, again, there are only a few levers left to press. My big salient point throughout all this, while I empathize and sympathize and even root for players to get what they can get in this cruel and frankly awful at times business without guaranteed money in this high injury rate sport, I get it. My immovable object at the end is the CBA and the way the rules are set up do not favor players in these face-offs. They favor teams when you are under contract already. And the team is going to win in pretty much every regard. The only way to win is to cut off your nose to spite your face, see Le'Veon Bell. That's the only way for you to get what you want or whatever you want to call it, and it's going to derail your career. That's always at the back end of this. So the team is ultimately going to have all the leverage unless you want that changed. Get to call your agent and call the CBA, et cetera. Or call the players union, rather, to fix the CBA. So that's always kind of been at the end. I'm sorry you lost. Grow up. You know what I mean? Like there's too much good. There's too positive of an atmosphere, of an environment, of what's been created here for you to be in the way of that this year for your own personal stuff.
And I think there are people, and I'm in this camp too, that maybe would have a little bit more empathy to the situation if this was his rookie contract he's coming off of and he hasn't been paid yet.
Especially as a third rounder where he's, dramatically underpaid.
He's been paid $56 million so far in his career. $56 million. Now, that means nothing as a standalone number. Like, you get what you're worth. What does the market say you're worth? But it's not like he didn't make $24 million last year. It's not like he's not about to pocket $15.5 million cash. For the people that are saying, this is just the shut up and go catch the football conversation. No. Shut up and go catch the football and make your $15.5 million. You know what I mean? Make your 25.5 cap number that you signed up for. This was the deal that you signed. Now, if you want to restructure, great. We've had months to try to work on that. Haven't been able to figure it out just yet. But you owe the Commanders a season. And last night, while the team was playing, the Brotherhood was together, you chose not to be with the Brotherhood. We'll open up the phones next. 800-636-1067. Trey Hendrickson is seeking a trade. He's unhappy with the Bengals. He traveled to a road game and was on the sideline last night.
Yucking it up with his boys.
Terry McLaurin was not in Landover, Maryland. What do you think? We're Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In baseball, the Nats back out on the field today for the first of 3 against the Mets at 6:45. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irving going to take on David Peterson. They also recalled first baseman Andres Chaparro and option Jose Tena to AAA. NBA, John Wall announced his retirement from the NBA today. And in the NFL last night, the Commanders fell to the Bengals 31-17. Jaden Daniels played 4 plays, concluding his only drive of the preseason so far with a 14-yard touchdown run. Chris Rodriguez led the way on the ground, 6 rushes for 62 yards. Jalen Lane led the way for the receivers, 3 receptions for 42 yards. Final preseason game comes up on Saturday against the Ravens at noon. Today, the Commanders signed veteran offensive tackle George Fant, and the Colts named Daniel Jones as their starting quarterback. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
You mentioned Terry McLaurin. Just how frustrating has it been to not have him out here?
I know he'll be coming through the door soon. I just got to do what I got to do daily. I know he's working hard, and hopefully moving forward soon, we can get back out there and get some reps on.
Lisa Salters interviewing Jaden Daniels on the sideline last night during ESPN's Monday Night Football. Terry McLaurin was not at the game as he continues to wait on the Commanders to up their contract offer for him so that he and his agent, Buddy Baker, can agree to a new deal. The team's taking him off the PUP list. That happened on Saturday. We talked on the show extensively yesterday about whether or not that was a mutual decision, whether McLaurin's coming around on getting ready to practice. And I think now we have our answer, as he was not at the preseason game last evening. Phone lines are open at 800-636-1067. How do you feel about McLaurin not being at the game? Let's go to Jim and Tyson's on Grant and Danny. What's up, Jim?
Hey, I love your guys' show. I really enjoy it coming home from work.
Appreciate you, buddy.
I think hey, Danny, I think I'm hanging out with you on the island. It's really, really hot, and we don't have any sunscreen.
Yes.
I think I'm 1,000,000% in agreement with you on that. I think the thing that was interesting to me is that everybody and all of us enjoyed Jaden's run, incredible run. But remember, he dropped back to throw the ball.
Exactly.
And we didn't have one completion on that drive. Now, you might say, hey, we had some great runs, which we did, which is great. But the bottom line is this team is going into the season in 3 weeks, and we don't have any real clear vision on what our receiving is going to look like. And I think you guys are I still think you're in agreement that he's going to get signed. That's what when I drive home, I hear you talk about it, he's going to get signed.
Well, to be clear, I don't think he's going to get signed to a long-term deal anymore before the season starts. I did for the majority of the offseason. Yeah, I don't think they're going to get a deal done. I think it's possible they could redo his last year of his deal so that he makes some more money this year. But as of right now, I would bet against a long-term deal for he and the team.
Well, let me ask you a question on that. If that's the truth, do you think he's going to come in this year and outperform last year?
No.
Well, then how are we getting to the Super Bowl if he is not performing at the same level? And we have Deebo, who's an incredible running threat, but who's our number 2 receiver?
Well, so Deebo will be the number 2 receiver, to answer that first, right? It's not a traditional wideout 2, but he'd be the number 2 guy. So that's kind of how the conversation starts. Noah Brown would be the traditional boundary outside secondary option, so you could say you're number 3, and then probably Jalen Lane 4. Whether he re-signs or he doesn't, I don't think he's going to repeat last year. I thought that was a career year. 13 touchdowns is not something he's going to do again, probably. But could he go out and have 75 catches for 1090 or 1,100 yards? Absolutely.
Kind of what he's normally done. Yeah, but your question though, that's my point. That's my irritation. That is my frustration. Is how are we supposed to do the things that we all want to do without you on board? And nobody's bigger. Nobody's bigger than the 53. No one's bigger than the org. No one's bigger than this team that I've grown up loving and couldn't quit if I wanted to. That's kind of the issue here.
Let's go to Zeke in Southeast DC. What's up, Zeke? How are you? Zeke, you there? You're on the radio.
Yeah. How you guys doing?
What's up, buddy?
Well, thank you.
All right. Hey, I wasn't on Terry once he held out. I told you guys before, he's not going to play for us this year. He's going to hold out. He's being selfish. He's getting bad advice. Because I'm pretty sure the team made a fair offer for him. Just like with the B-Rob. You guys, we say we trust Adam Peters, right? And he made the decision that I think we'd be better if we have.
Phone's breaking up there. But so the gist is that, he believes the team made a fair offer. We don't really know the dollar amounts. We've heard. I mean, there's some scuttlebutt out there.
If it's true, if we're going with the reports that the team's mostly been around $25 million and McLaurin was up over $33 million, and that's where he settled now, I still think that the team is closer to reality than McLaurin. My argument against the team doing this throughout this process has been, I think it's unnecessary, and you could have avoided this, paid a little bit of a tax to a guy that's been great to you, paid him 30, 31, 32, whatever it is. You'd have been $3-4 million too high each year. It's 2 years of football, of guaranteed money. That's what we're talking about.
Right.
$6, $7, $8 million as a tax for Terry McLaurin to avoid all of this crap would have been worth it to me. But I do think, to his point, the team's offer is probably closer to fair than not. Although I asked that question to Joel Corey yesterday, who's the contracts expert, the former agent, the salary cap expert. I said, hey, in a world where the team's trying to pay him 25 and Terry wants 33, who's actually more right? And he said McLaurin, which I found really interesting.
I did too.
Because there's not really a precedent for a guy like Terry at his age getting paid what he's asking for. But his point is the market is the market. And the market is DK Metcalf, who he's got more production than, even though he's 2 years younger, making 33. And Brandon Ayuk making 30, who's never really been Terry. And so his point is when you look at what other guys make, that's what he's worth. Let's go to Kenneth in Manassas. What's up, Kenneth?
Hey, thanks for having me on. I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist because I don't know the business aspects, but what do you think the chances are? He comes off the pup Saturday. Sunday, they have a tough conversation with B-Rob. And I noticed B-Rob was projected, even though it's not guaranteed, he was projected to make $3.4 million this year. Could this be they're clearing the space? Like a lot of the running backs, like Chris Rodriguez and McNichols, have some of the same skill set as B-Rob, but way less money. This could be them also, from a business perspective, finding places to clear money for Terry.
So I thought of that, but they've got about $17 million of cap space now, and any future deal wouldn't affect that. The only way that would materialize is if they added, cap costs to Terry's money this year. If that makes any sense, to restructure this year.
They could blow up the final year of the deal and start the new deal, but they probably wouldn't.
Right.
They're not really hurting for money. And the reason he's not signed right now, I don't think has anything to do with them not having the cash at the moment. They have plenty of money set aside to do this if they want to. As you just said with the 17 mil. This is also only $3 million, so it doesn't change that much. So I get the idea. I don't think the two are connected. I would also just point out, if they were close enough to a deal right now where they were closing in where they need this extra $3 million to finish dotting the I's, crossing the T's, I bet you he would have been at the game last night. There's no reason, based on what I'm being told, to believe that they are closer than they were a week or 2 or 4 or 5 or 6 ago. Nothing's really changed. There's been no significant budging in the negotiation based on what I'm told. And if that is true, then the taking him off PUP was just kind of the next step in how this works to get him back on the field by hook or by crook, by force, essentially. Jason in Fairfax, what's up? Jason?
Hey, fellas, just want to talk about the conversation that JD5 had there, interviewed about his interactions with Terry and how he felt Terry was going to be showing up any day now is kind of what he said. And it wasn't, before then I was just like you guys, nervous and scared and wondering, hey, what's going on here? But then after that, I felt pretty good thinking that he's got a real tight grip with Terry there.
If he was giving insight, sure. But
I certainly hope that's the case, but I don't believe that.
I think he's kind of been saying that throughout camp.
Well, let me say this. In that spot, can you imagine the alternative? Right? In other words, imagine the firestorm if Jaden Daniels goes, yeah, man, I haven't talked to him in a while. I don't know what the hell he's thinking. Or, yeah, we need him.
And supposedly they do talk. I mean, he told us in a press conference during training camp that they're texting and interacting like normal, right? So I didn't take that as breaking news or him saying, I've talked to Terry. He's going to be here for the regular season.
I know something that he'll be at practice Wednesday. Like that's not how I took that.
I just think he was saying, season's coming up. He's doing what we're doing. We're all expecting he's going to be here. He doesn't want to envision a world without Terry McLaurin against the Giants, and neither do we. Ian's in Vienna on the Fan. What's up, Ian?
I'm Team Terry 100%, and here's why. I understand, like every fan, he's under contract. I understand there's a salary cap, there's a precedent, and all these kind of higher level pieces. I look at it as you are trying to win a Super Bowl this year, next year, the year after. Terry McLaurin is your second best player on this team, both on offense and overall. Yes, you don't pay for past performance, but currently he was second team All-Pro. He's your captain. He is a stalwart in the locker room, out of the locker room, and will continue to do so. For us to try to shave a few $1 million to get clowns like Javon Kinlaw, who've been here for a minute, dressing like they're a child, cutting up their uniform and wearing sunglasses, I'm not down with that. I want to pay someone that I know who's a professional all around. And I know there's a lot of cognitive dissonance. I wrote this back to you, Danny, about, his agent's out of his depth. No, you heard from Terry McLaurin directly how hurt he was, how disappointed, disrespected, and how he feels not only his time in the past should be kind of rewarded or acknowledged or reflected, but also what he's going to do.
Let me ask you a question
future.
real quick, Ian, because it's a good enough phone call, but I want to redirect kind of to the news of the day, if you will, or this angle today, right? I agree with a lot of what you said. You lost me at like the cutting of the T-shirts or sunglasses was a problem. But otherwise, I think you made some good points. But I guess my question is him not showing up last night. Because like you and I and Danny have had this. We've gone round and around for a month on Team Terry, Team Peters, what's going on. Last night, preseason football's being played. He's not at the stadium. You don't have any problem with that?
I don't. And I think it's because I will grant both of you this, that, hey, Trey Hendrickson was there. It was kind of a statement. But I think now it's become so personal where Kingsbury speaks out, they take him off the pup list. So he's like, watch my move back. And look, if I was advising Terry, I would say sit out one game and see what the offense looks like. If the offense is humming perfectly without you, you take whatever they give you and you run with it because you have no option. But I don't think that offense will be running. And I would pull the Emmitt Smith move where you sit out 2 games, you see what the team is without you, and then when they realize they're not the offense that they were without you, then they come back to you. Because right now I think everybody thinks Jaden Daniels masks everything.
Some people do, yeah. I appreciate Giant as always, dude. Yeah, I mean, so my view has been the agent here is either out of his depth or off base or whatever. Dramatically misunderstood how this was all going to go, and now everybody's dug in. So if you're personally hurt, it's because your expectations weren't met. Who set your expectations? Again, I think it's the agent. Now, everybody's at fault. There's no innocent party here.
Well, but I don't know if that's completely fair because the market sets your expectations too.
But again, this is what we always go back and forth on. There's no market. The team has him under control for 2 years.
Right.
If he's a free agent, there's a market.
Well, there's a market on an extension that you're negotiating. You know, like Joe Corey yesterday said, the market for him is $33 million. You're saying in this moment there's no market. He's not a free agent. This is how it works. You're negotiating next year's deal now. So I'm just talking about the future market of the extension that he's trying to get done.
Sure. And my point is, if the team was subject to bidding from other teams, they would have to meet or exceed that price. They are not. And whether
to get an extension done with him, that's what you'd have to do.
Whether you agree with that or not, that they should be doing that, in their minds, they don't. That's why they haven't budged. Now, again, you want to fault the team by all means because you don't like the negotiating strategy of taking a hard line against this great dude. And I think that's a big part of it. But the reality, we've clearly seen all the signs about where they are, what they think, and how it's going to go, and we're still here. So to me, that's one of those, damn, I got beat on this one. Football season's right now.
Double play, what's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports, and then the Beltway Blitz coming your way. I mean, by that standard, what you're saying, though, players just should never hold out, should never agitate for a they're always going to get got. The team's always going to have the leverage.
Yeah, they should do the best they can.
Right, but if the result is known before it starts, then doing the best you can doesn't matter. The only reason the deals get done is because of the threat of whatever they're promising. But if you're working back from the CBA's always on the team side, team's always got the last slam of the gavel, then we can't say, well, we're pro player, let's give them the money. Then don't waste your time. I mean, essentially, just they can tag you. They'll always have that opportunity. I also want to get into Josh Johnson and Sam Hartman. I am ready to close the book on the third quarterback competition. We'll get into that next hour on G&D. 1 week from today, it is on, people. Tuesday, August 26th, FanDuel Futures Day. What's up? It's GP telling you about a new holiday for football fans. 1 week from today, 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. Take a flyer on an MVP race. I think Jaden Daniels is 19-1. No, let's see, 11-1, I think I saw, to an MVP. Crown your champion in August. Commanders, I think, might be 19 or so to 1 to win the Super Bowl. Parlay your division-winning dark horses. Do it all on FanDuel. Mark your calendars. This is our day. Hunches, hot takes, predictions, the odds, best they're going to be. Visit the FanDuel app today. Start planning your futures bets now because Futures Day is 1 day and 1 day only. It's FanDuel. Play your game. Must be 21. Present in Virginia. Gambling problem. Please call 1-800-GAMBLER. Our preseason Commanders coverage on the Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Closing in on 4 o'clock, we've got a Beltway Blitz coming your way at the top of the hour. You don't want to miss a good one today. On the Nationals, they play the Mets. Juan Soto's back in town tonight. The Wizards, John Wall officially retiring from the NBA.
I was doing the show, doing overtime at night when they got the number 1 pick and won the draft lottery. I mean, so I remember the whole process leading up to it, the hype, the career, and now the end of it. Man.
The Commanders with Nick Ackridge as well, all on our Blitz at 4 o'clock. Yeah, I still think, I don't know if this is true or not, CK would have to corroborate, but I think the fact that I was getting to cover the Wizards on air was like one of my first obligations at the station back in 2009. And that was going into the draft where they took John Wall. And then I got sent to Madison Square Garden to cover the draft that night with live on-air hits. And I snuck into, essentially, like the area where like the families all sit at those round tables that you see on TV. Because there was just signage that said, basically friends and family beyond this point or whatever. But it was like 3 hours.
I have friends. I have a family.
Got off the train, and I was one of the first people at, I don't know if it was the Javits Center or the Radio City Music Hall or some place in New York. And I saw John Wall, who was the certain number 1 pick by the Wizards, sitting by himself, staring at his cell phone at like a round table, like his mom and somebody else sitting there. And I was just like, well, if I get kicked out, I get kicked out. But I'm about to get a couple minutes with John Wall. So I just kind of walked in. Like, if someone stopped me, I'd be like, oh, whoopsie daisy. I didn't know.
Not me.
Well,
yeah. Whoops.
Silly goose. I just don't know where I'm supposed to be. I walked right up to him. I'm like, hey, Grant Paulson, D.C., you're coming to the Wizards, 106.7 The Fan. He gave me like 4 minutes. I call CK. I'm like, we just got 4 minutes with John Wall. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, here we go.
And we played it, yeah.
I'll always love John Wall for that, giving me that time on draft night. But turned himself into one heck of a player, too.
Yes, he did, man.
Too bad that he ended up dealing with the injuries and the knee issues, but my God, was he great. Remember his dunk contest performance?
Yes. Where he was, because that was the year where they kept trying to tweak the dunk contest so far that he didn't win the dunk contest. He was dunker of the night. Right. And I'm going, yeah, maybe the dunk contest needs some
Can you imagine?
Reworking. Yeah.
You didn't win the contest, but you were dunker of the night.
He's listed as the winner when you go look at the index.
I think it's dunk of the night, right?
Dunker of the night.
Which is different than the dunk champion?
Again, you're asking great questions. Because forever it was the slam dunk champion. Everyone remembers the D. Browns, the Kenny Skywalkers, the Dominic Wilkins, the Spud Webb. Everybody remembers all the Cedric Ceballos. And then the one year where they tweaked it so badly, they had this weird fan vote, and he was the dunker of the night in a listless, boring dunk contest.
I think we all have probably the 1 seed John Wall moment still. We share this as Wizards fans, which was the Celtics series where they were somehow, despite, I didn't think they were that good that year, really. They were fine. But they were on the precipice of an Eastern Conference final in a Game 7 against the Celtics. They got Kelly Olynyk, and he jumped up on the scorer's table after his huge shot in a
Game
big
6
win at home in Game 6 to force Game 7. That's kind of the peak for me of the Wall time here in D.C. But let's get to our double play. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
Danny Rouillet Netflix show review time, GP. This is a documentary about a reality show. So it's interesting. It's called Watch Fit for TV, The Reality of the Biggest Loser. So I don't know why this came up for me and why I was interested in clicking on it all, but something called me to it, and I did. It's one of those very Paulson-style documentaries, and then it's short, and it's easy to get to and easy to get through, and you can knock it out in an afternoon. It's okay, honestly. It's not up to snuff with some of their other incredible documentaries over seemingly innocuous or not that interesting subject matter, but overall still pretty entertaining. I never watched the show. I don't do the reality show where millionaires kind of make regular folks kind of the butt of jokes, and that's sort of the vibe there. Like, I don't do American Idol for like Simon Cowell to tell someone they're terrible. I don't do The Biggest Loser where we're sort of mocking the fat people. It's just not interesting to me, right? But this show, apparently, I didn't realize, had all sorts of controversy after a couple of years of going through it. So there was a New York Times study where they followed around a bunch of the contestants. All but one gained all or more of the weight back in the couple of years afterwards.
I mean, they were losing like hundreds of pounds
in short amount of time.
In weeks.
There was a drug scandal, performance enhancement, Mitchell Report style that I wasn't aware of at all. Again, it wasn't really on my radar, not something I watched, but this was a cultural phenomenon. I forgot how big a deal this thing was. They had a couple different seasons where more than 10 million people, which I know is not NFL numbers, but for regular television, more than 10 million people would tune into these live finales. They were selling products and hawking all sorts of merchandise to whether it was Jillian Michaels or the other guy whose name, I think Bob Harper was the other trainer. They became as big as celebrities as anybody, whether it was, their own personal, sort of health related products or supplements or whatever. I mean, it was up there with like the Suzanne Summers Thigh Master and some of these cultural touchstones of phenomenon. But documentary is pretty good. It's okay. Again, let me rephrase. It's okay. If you were into the show, I think you'd like it a lot more than I did, but they do the thing where they get everybody. I don't know who's in charge of this with the Netflix type stuff, but they get the producers, they get the stars, they get the contestants, they get the heroes, they get the villains, they get everybody in between and tell the story. So you get a little bit of everything instead of just having it kind of be one-sided. Overall, worth a watch. Probably 6.5, 7 out of 10 carbohydrates, but a worth watching. Reality, The Biggest Loser. If you were into the show, you'd love it.
I would say probably 4.5 or 5 carbohydrates when you cut a couple out. Am I right?
Come on, having fun.
Nothing? Nobody?
Having a good time. Cutting carbs over here. I'm a little tired.
That there will do it for the double play. Our Beltway Blitz is next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL last night, the Commanders fell short in Game 2 of the preseason. They lost to the Bengals 31-17. Jaden Daniels got in for the first drive for the Commanders, led a 4-play touchdown drive that concluded with Jaden running one in from 14 yards out. Chris Rodriguez led the way on the ground, 6 rushes for 62 yards. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, formerly or properly known as Bill, 11 rushes for 46 yards and a touchdown, including a 27-yarder to the house. Jalen Lane led the way through the air, 3 receptions for 42 yards. Commanders will wrap up their preseason with their final game on Saturday, taking on the Ravens at noon. The Commanders signed veteran offensive tackle George Fant today. The Colts named Daniel Jones as their starting quarterback, and the Buccaneers wide receiver Jalen McMillan suffered a severe strained neck. He's in a neck brace and could be out through the team's Week 9 bye. In the NBA, John Wall announced his retirement today. And baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series against the Mets at Nats Park tonight, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nats. He's 8-7 with a 5.14 ERA. He'll take on David Peterson, the lefty, who is 7-5 with a 3.30 ERA. This August only, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Thank you, Toby. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan in 1 hour at 5 o'clock. If Jaden Daniels doesn't play against the Ravens, he will have gotten through this preseason with exactly 0 pass attempts after his 1 dropback last night resulted in a 14-yard touchdown scramble. Can you get on board with that, or would you like to see him throw the football? Do you need him to get on the same page with some of these receivers under the lights in a game, or as it were on Saturday afternoon? That's a new thing. Got to be the last few years. I never remember that from my childhood. Day preseason games on the weekend.
Yeah.
Maybe they used to do it, but when I was a kid, I never remember a noon Saturday or Sunday preseason game. Just didn't happen.
I don't remember if it did or not. I mean, it's all foggy and hazy, and my brain doesn't work anymore. But I remember those Saturday night preseason games. Like, that was always the thing. But,
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, it was regular. Nighttime. That happened. Sunday and Monday, or Saturday and Sunday day games, not a thing. Not for me. Let's get to the Beltway Blitz. We're going to cover the Wizards, John Wall's retiring, and the Commanders who played last night. But we start on the diamond. Juan Soto back in the nation's capital. The Mets and the Nats tonight. Andrew Golden will be covering the game for the Washington Post. Andrew, since the Mets' great start to the season, going back almost like 55 games, half of a year, or a third a year rather, they're the second worst team in the league to the Nationals. I mean, they need to have a good series just to get themselves into the playoffs, it feels like.
Yeah, the Mets aren't playing well at the moment. They're kind of scuffling. Their starting pitching hasn't been strong, and even talking to Go Pyro just now pregame, he was saying the key is just to get to their starting pitching, and so they have to do that today. I mean, their bullpen is pretty solid, but I think their starting pitching has been kind of the down spot inside. And so I think that's what we need to see the Nationals do today is get out to a hot start against them and get David Peterson out of the game.
Andrew, what have you seen from Brady House? I actually, was looking this up, and he's a negative WAR player at this point. It's almost to a -1 at this stage, despite only having played 45 games for the team. Just kind of give me an assessment of what we've seen.
Yeah, I think we haven't seen Brady tap into the power that we thought he'd have. I think what you're seeing and what we heard in the minor leagues that Brady did have a propensity to chase a lot. I think you're seeing that show up. It feels like he's not working deep counts and swinging early and not getting himself into counts to see the best pitches, and so. I think what you're seeing a little bit of is his defense has been good for the most part. I know he had a bad play the other day, but he's been good for the most part. But just at the plate, just some quick at bats. I just haven't been, super blown away by what I've seen so far. But I think, obviously he's early in his career and he's hopefully figuring some things out.
I feel like too with these young guys, and the gap between the minors and the majors has grown massively over the last couple of years. There's a lot of reasons for that. Ken Rosenthal wrote a nice piece about basically plus stuff at AAA and some of the other reasons for it. But I feel like it's like almost, I hate to say it, but an eyeballs thing where you look like a big leaguer or you don't. Like I watched Dalen Lyle I don't know if he's a star, but that's a big leaguer. Robert Hassel, I feel that way about. Brady House, I feel that way about. He runs the bases pretty well. Like, he has played a good third base, a massive upgrade from what they were getting. The power hasn't been there, but, he's hitting. I know it's been uglier lately, but he's hitting just about league average. Like, to me, it looks like this is a guy who's in the early stages of what could be a lengthy big league career. Do you feel that way?
Yeah, I definitely feel that way. I think the difficult thing is really hard to judge somebody on their first full season, the first couple of months. Like James Wood, you knew what he could be, but you saw some flashes where he's trying to figure it out. I'm not comparing. To be clear, I'm not comparing Brady House to James Wood at all. But I am saying that I think it takes some time to figure out what you're going to be. And I think we won't really get a true assessment of what Brady looks like until next year, once he had a full off season to adjust, learn how people are pitching him, and see guys for the second or third time around.
Andrew, you're one of the elder statesmen now on the beat. You've been around for a little while. I feel like you're an influential dude.
Oh man, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that.
Well, you're decades younger than me, and you have a good metabolism and you're very handsome. But I feel like you've got some influence, and your opinion carries some weight. Who do we have to talk to get Robert Hassel in the lineup? Like what? You know what I mean? Like, do I got to bribe somebody? Like, do I have to win some sort of arm wrestling contest? Is it calisthenics? Who do we have to talk to?
Yeah, I think the key for Robert, I think he's just finding the right matchups, and I think what the Nationals want to do is have him face righties. I like to see him face lefties. I like to see him play every day, just so you know that he can't hit lefties or and those sort of things. I think it's interesting. Honestly, I also think it's very interesting that when Robert plays that he's in center field and Dylan's in right. I would have thought it would be the opposite, where Dylan's in center and Robertson right. But regardless, I think it'd be good to get both of them in the game as much as possible. I think you kind of know what Jacob Young is. Obviously, to balance it with Dalen Lau too. But I think you kind of know what Jacob Young is, and so I'd rather see Robert Hassel play every day, see what he can do, so you know exactly what he is heading into this offseason.
Tonight, Jake Irvin's on the hill. His ERA's over 6 in his last 15 starts. It's been a regressive season. Velocity down, even the breaking stuff. The metrics aren't as good. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I think he's just getting off to bad starts early. He's a guy who when he pounds the strike zone, he's at his best. But I think that's when he struggled this year, especially in the first inning. And it seems like he's kind of working from behind once he trails in the first inning. So I think just for him, the key is just getting off to a better start early. I think if he can do that, he's in a better spot. But like you said, he struggled. His stuff isn't where it was before. And so when you're not in the strike zone, and then you're behind in counts, the hitters know what they can sit on, and they can have some success. I think that's what you've seen from Jake this year, just getting behind and not really being himself.
Andrew, thank you as always, buddy. Enjoy the game tonight.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
We'll see you, my friend. Hit that wizard sounder, Dares. Our guy Chase Hughes, Monumental Sports Network, joins us to talk about the Wiz. John Wall. Chase, it makes me feel old. I'm sure you probably feel the same way. I remember Kentucky time. I remember winning the lottery. I remember the draft. And he's stepping away from the game. Just your thoughts on his legacy.
Yeah, next thing there will be, his son.
Right, exactly.
At a high level. That's how it works these days. When I saw the announcement, it took me back to about a month ago. I was in Las Vegas, and I talked to John Wall because he shows up to the Summer League every year. And he was telling me how, excited he is to kind of move into the next chapter of his life and what he was kind of calling his second calling, which is broadcasting. And it just kind of struck me, especially in hindsight, that I think he's kind of at peace with his basketball career being over. Obviously, he hasn't been in the NBA for a couple years. He's continued to work out for teams. I think he's ready to kind of move on. And I was telling him I thought he's done a great job, especially on NBA TV. And I think he's really kind of ready to lean all in on that. And I think just, first of all, congrats on a great career to him. I mean, I think he's the best player the Wizards have had in several decades. And I think I have to note just the connection he had with the fans was so strong. I've covered a lot of athletes, some of the best athletes in this town, from Ovechkin to Ryan Zimmerman to all the players the Nats have. Going out to community events and seeing him interact with fans and DC residents, I really think there was a special connection there.
I think that's well said. He was excellent. There was a few-year stretch where he was one of the best in the game. I remember 16-17, he finished 7th in the MVP vote. He was 3rd in the All-NBA teams, but it was 23 points and 11 assists per night. I mean, that's like a great couple of week heater when someone can get on a stretch like that. But at his peak, how good was he?
He was the best passer I've ever seen, on a full sprint. He's one of the best passers I've ever seen. He was an all-defensive player on the defensive end. I think his shot improved over time. Obviously, early on, he was such a blur and such an athlete. No one could stay in front of him. And I think it was the competitive nature that really took him to the heights that he got to. He was a guy who played with his emotions on his sleeve. I think that's one of the reasons why fans really took to him. There was sort of an embrace in both directions. And I think at his peak, he was certainly one of the best point guards, one of the best guards in the NBA. And I've been thinking about it today, probably, the best player the Wizards have had since at least Gilbert Arenas. You could quibble with, who had a higher peak. But that's a pretty long stretch of time to be the best player that a franchise has had.
Chase, I've argued in the past, not necessarily heated with friends or colleagues or otherwise, but just sort of felt this way, that 16-17 year where he was third-team All-NBA, career highs in assists and steals and points and everything else, I think that shortened his career. Kind of like I think of that Dwayne Wade year where he was like, okay, to win a championship, I have to be, the crash test dummy or crash bandicoot, basically, and go to the foul line a million times. I think that changed the course of his career that year where he never really played a full season after that. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, his body started breaking down right after that, right? He signed the contract, and the next year, I believe he played 41 games. He missed a bunch of time. And then it wasn't long after that, of course, he had the injury that then led to him rupturing his Achilles and just a freak accident. So that does kind of seem like that was his peak, 2016-17. And unfortunately, his body didn't cooperate. And, I see what you mean. There was a lot of discussion at the time how he would generate free throws. It involved him falling on the ground quite a bit. People, I think we were all wondering sort of how his game would age. And I think there was a chance that it could have aged really well because he's one of the smartest basketball minds I've been around. Going back to his passing vision, I think some of that is natural instinct, but it was also, this guy was just a basketball savant at his peak. The way he could process and see the game was special. So I think there was a chance his game could have aged better than it did. But, once you rupture your Achilles and you're at that position, and I think it was at a time when the game was kind of evolving at his position. You look back at sort of the traditional point guard mode. Well, he kind of didn't fit that in the sense that he did score a lot of points, but he was also more of a pass-first point guard than you see nowadays. So it was kind of like just a confluence, I think, of forces that sort of led to that being his peak, unfortunately.
Chase, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for having me.
See you, bud.
John Wall, 2 of his final 4 seasons in the NBA, he didn't play in any games, and then he hasn't played in a couple of years. So it feels like maybe it's been a long time or that he was already retired. It just wasn't official. He has been out of the sport for a couple of seasons, but now he is going to formally retire. All right, let's talk football. Nick Ackridge of PFF to help us do that. Nick, who stood out to you last night? Commanders, Bengals.
Yeah, I think the younger wide receivers, I think Luke McCaffrey, Jalen Lane especially kind of really stood out to me just in terms of separation. Lane was more kind of, productive with his catches, but I think Luke McCaffrey did a good job separating. Defensively, I thought Percy Butler was good in some limited snaps. Jacob Martin was flashing at edge, so those are kind of the guys that stood out to me.
So I want to jump on McCaffrey. No stats to show. What's going on there? Because that was a guy I'm kind of going, hey, at some point, are we ever going to see it? But it sounds like you were impressed with him. Was he just not targeted again, which kind of was the story last year, I guess?
Yeah, wasn't targeted. It's kind of been, that's really been his career so far. Every time I watch him, he's really good at getting separation. Kind of the biggest thing that he struggles with right now is beating press coverage. That's kind of his biggest problem. But if he has a corner that's giving him some sort of cushion, he's so fast and explosive. And he separates pretty easily against those guys. Last year, he just, for whatever reason, was just not getting the targets when he was getting open. Same thing happened last night. He had 2 plays where he's just toasted a corner and could have been easy. Well, not easy in terms of the quarterback throw, but nice yardage there.
Yeah, one of those deep shots where they turned it down, like Daniels probably, especially in the regular season, lets it rip and maybe you score a touchdown. I remember specifically one of those plays you're talking about. I will say, and I've been a fan of Luke's all along and have talked about the separation dating back to last year, but at some point you got to catch footballs. And I don't know, like it's a chicken or the egg thing. You can't throw it to yourself. But I also know that quarterbacks throw it to guys they're comfortable with, that they trust, guys that they know are going to win. And as an example, Jalen Lane at practice, he gets on the field, he gets a target. In games, he gets on the field, he gets a target. You're just seeing it in a way that we've never really seen it, even in preseason games with Luke. I guess react to that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I completely agree. There's something there that I'm missing, and of course, I can only pick up on what I'm watching on the film. And yeah, he's just not getting targets right now. Whether that's like you said, they don't kind of have that good rapport. Whether he's not really getting open in practice, but from what I've seen, he is able to get open, and that's kind of the number one thing for wide receivers. And maybe it kind of stems more from that struggles against press coverage. So when they see man coverage, they don't really kind of look his way. And there's a lot of different things other that is involved in wide receiver play other than just getting open. So that's kind of something that he still really needs to work on, and just kind of understanding that the craft of being a receiver.
Nick, what'd you make of the running backs? I always think it's so tough to tell, especially in the preseason. We've fallen in love with so many preseason heroes against future delivery drivers. But early on, I think you, me, Grant, anybody under the sun could have run through some of those holes that Rodriguez and Krosky Merritt were running through. What was your eval of those guys last night?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for. Is are you taking more than what's given to you? Like you said, the Krosky Merritt touchdown was a lot of. Almost any running back in the NFL is going to score a touchdown on that play. That was just terribly defended and one of the easier runs. But what I'm impressed with him is he rarely ever is tackled by the first guy. Even when I remember there was a play where he lost 4 yards on the play, but he's still making a guy miss and changes a 5-yard loss to a 4-yard loss. I know that's kind of small, but I'm really impressed with what he does in terms of making people miss. Chris Rodriguez is another guy that in very, very limited snaps last year graded out really well in our system because, again, he's forcing a lot of missed tackles and he's getting yardage, after contact and taking more than what is just given to him. So I kind of really like those two guys.
Well, I don't know how these guys have graded, whether it's over two meaningless games or even into last year, but I'm starting to really feel good about this safety spot with Quan Martin coming into his own. Will Harris has had an excellent camp. He was awesome in the burgundy and gold scrimmage. Percy Butler's fast. Reeves is having kind of the breakout summer on the defense. There's just a lot of similar guys that are super fast and physical, and they do the Joe It Arrive violently thing. How do you feel about the safety room?
Yeah, I like it. There's no one really elite guy there, but they just have a lot of really, really good players. A lot of great depth there. Quan Martin has just kind of quietly played a very solid safety over these past couple of years. Again, he's not making those huge splash plays, but he's just constantly doing his job. Jeremy Reeves these past 2 games has been really, really good at safety, constantly coming up and making tackles, not missing tackles. And then Percy Butler had a good game last night. Targeted twice, had a pass deflection, and then the other target was on a screen where he beat a block and got a tackle for loss. So I think, kind of like you said, all 4 of those guys are playing really just good football, solid football.
Nick, I feel like 11 people on this whole planet care about this, but I'm going to keep beating this drum. They spent a 2nd-round pick last year on Ben Sinnott. And I saw one catch last year in the regular season, and then that trick play in the playoffs. Like, when do we get to see something? What have you seen from him? Is he getting open? Is it the Luke McCaffrey situation? Why can't he get on the field? I mean, or what am I missing here?
Yeah, I would say it's not as much as the Luke McCaffrey situation. I have not seen him consistently get open, and tight end is a very, very tough position to come in and learn right away. He's a good athlete, but right now he's kind of struggling with blocking. That 5-yard loss play that I talked about was his fault on that play. And he's just really not getting open right now. So again, it's a very, very tough position to learn and come into the NFL and perform. So I'm going to give him another year, but again, that's kind of why you have guys like Zach Ertz. And, if it we don't really see a lot of improvement this year, then you're really going to have to look elsewhere and kind of, chalk that pick up as a loss.
Nick, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you as always.
Yep, appreciate it. You guys have a good one.
Thanks, you got it. Nick Ackridge, PFF. Check out his work there. Let's talk third quarterback battle. It feels like this fight could be ending. Josh Johnson against Sam Hartman. Johnson, again, seems to just operate the offense at a much higher level. We'll do that next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. In the NFL, the Commanders lost to the Bengals last night 31-17. But when the starters were in on offense, Jaden Daniels drove them right down the field in 4 plays and scored a touchdown, a 14-yard run for Daniels to cap off his lone drive of the preseason so far. Their final game comes up on Saturday against the Ravens at noon. Other NFL news today, the Commanders are signing veteran offensive tackle George Fant. The Colts named Daniel Jones as their starting quarterback, and the Buccaneers have wide receiver Jalen McMillan going to miss some time as he suffered a severe strained neck and could be out through the team's Week 9 bye week. Baseball, Nats and Mets tonight, first of 3. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes on David Peterson. In basketball, John Wall today announced his retirement. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Tuesday, Grant and Danny after Monday Night Football. Quarterback competition in D.C. Probably a thing of the past as far as the starting job is considered for the next decade or so. But we do have a competition going on for the third quarterback job between Josh Johnson, who's played for a record number of NFL teams, was signed going into training camp, and Sam Hartman, who was here last year on the practice squad and was elevated and had the occasional opportunity on the 53-man roster. Become very close and good buddies with Jaden Daniels, similar in age, 2 guys that enjoy hanging out and spending time in the quarterback room together. So this competition was intriguing going in. The idea being, do you want to go with a more veteran third quarterback like they did last year with Jeff Driscoll? Mm-hmm. Or are you willing to have a third quarterback who's a developmental project, a prospect of sorts that takes a little more work, and someone that you are thinking about 3, 5, 7 years down the road as a just long-term backup, let's say, rather than someone who would play in September and help you win a football game. And that was kind of my debate going in. But I think this is an open and shut case. It's just so obvious, so glaring. Josh Johnson runs the offense better. He is able to operate what they do functionally in a way that Sam Hartman is not in these 2 games. And Hartman occasionally at practice gets out of the pocket, extends plays.
He moves around pretty decent.
He makes a play or 2 Heineke style. There's a little bit of a gamer trait to him when he's kind of high school footballing it up. Like, he's at his best. As soon as he leaves the pocket, this reminds me of Heineke. I think he's about to do something. Like, there's going to be a completion down the field. That's his game. But in structure, it has been kind of ugly in these 2 contests. Sprayed the ball all over the place, inaccurate against the Patriots. And then last night, early in his outing, was borderline difficult to get reads on receivers because of where balls are and the throws and how far behind and just not timed they were. 4 of 10 for 29 yards and a pick for Hartman.
And it felt worse than that even. Another should-have-been pick in there, a ball that was too poorly thrown, even to be intercepted on one route.
If it was on time, it would have been a pick 6.
Right? So it sucks, but that's kind of the reality of this league. So it all depends on what you want in that third quarterback. I talked about this a bit yesterday, and I'm still kind of sticking with it. So I'm different. I mean, our dude Chris Russell, bless his heart, screamed at the whole world, you have to keep Nate Sudfeld years ago. And I'm going, no, you don't. You don't have to do anything with your third quarterback.
Wow, you're still referencing Nate Sudfeld in 2025.
Just offering it in the sense that I don't care about that third quarterback position other than what does it do for the film room? What does it do for, this guy's and this collegial atmosphere and, who benefits the most? If you're judging it by who's the better football player, it's pretty obvious. Sorry, it's Josh Johnson, who's been on, 80% of the teams in this league. But if it's another question entirely, or can you not afford to get Sam Hartman to the practice squad? You can, by the way. What does it mean for the room? So to me, that's what it's all about, that third quarterback spot. Because if that guy plays, you're in disaster zone.
I'm at a point, actually, where I don't know that we have to talk about it. Like, I don't even know if it's worth wasting a lot of oxygen on this today. They'll both presumably play extensively in preseason game 3. I think there's a chance Sam Hartman plays like 3 quarters or something because the decision's been made of who's in and who's out.
Could be, yeah.
And you're not going to risk an injury to a guy that's going to be on the roster, even if it's a third quarterback. But there is also this. Marcus Mariota's injury situation is odd. It's in flux. there wasn't a lot of information initially. It's still kind of happening in anonymity behind the scenes. I don't know when he's coming back or when he's going to practice. It's been very nebulous and kind of evolving. So you've got a quarterback in Jaden Daniels who runs around a lot, who's slender in build, who a year ago we were all worried about durability. Now, he played in every game last year despite playing about a month with broken ribs. And so that conversation's gone away. But my point is, it's not Josh Allen. He's not a 265-pound quarterback like Cam Newton or something. Then you've got a backup who's hurt right now in Marcus Mariota. So I think you absolutely are keeping 3 quarterbacks. And that means Josh Johnson, congratulations, you've made the team. Hartman, to me, is a practice squad QB. Keep him in your building. He's Jaden's guy. He's good in the room by all accounts. Super handsome. He can be a part of this thing moving forward without any problems. Right. And he's just a practice squad quarterback.
Yeah, you can get him to the practice squad. There is no. If somebody claims, you say, fare thee well, handsome man. Let's do a couple headshots before you get out of here, just so we have something to remember you by. But yeah, I mean, that's a good point, by the way, about Mariota. And just because of the timing of it, it's like he's in the Noah Brown camp where we're going, I would love some updates, but they're not really required to give them, so we don't have any. You know, like I don't know if he's good to go right now. If it was a regular season game, could he play tonight or whatever, or if they're just being cautious, or if this is more significant longer term. If that's the case, if this guy, whoever the quote-unquote third guy is, might have to play, God forbid, in week 1 or week 2, then yeah, it's Josh Johnson, and that's kind of the end. That's all she wrote for me.
Did not play against Cincinnati. They're listing it as just lower leg. But it's been, I would say, way more practices than not where he was not a participant at all now. And you're going on a few weeks since he's just been out there taking on, from the early days of training camp, the full allotment. And they initially said it's precautionary. But my point is, okay, so let's just say he's there in week 1 as the backup quarterback. That's fine. You still don't feel great about the last few weeks and his durability going into the season. So if you were going to keep 2 quarterbacks, that would have been fine if it was Daniels and Mariota. Last year, they had Driscoll on the roster for the most part all year. But now I think it's just the decision's made for you. And Johnson's your number 3, and Hartman is on the practice squad. Does any part of you say you'd rather go in a different direction on the practice squad even? That, like, Hartman has struggled enough that you go, there's probably another guy out there that's more interesting from a long-term potential standpoint. Because I understand that logic, but I think Daniels is such an entrenched member of this thing that I'm almost okay with my practice squad guy being someone who's just there to help him, to make him feel good and be comfortable. Frankly, like a well-paid buddy, essentially. Like, we're going to study together. We're going to be in the QB room together. If I need you to do some cut-ups for me and get back to me and watch this defense and give me some notes, like, I would build my quarterback room that way, a non-threatening helper, so to speak.
Yeah, I've got a good buddy named Chris, right? And, you know, our kids are the same age, and we've been friends for a while. For whatever reason, he and I, A, we get along, but B, like, we have fun working out together. I know that's a weird thing to say, but, like, he's my workout buddy. We push each other, we motivate each other, and we help. So that's that same kind of vibe. In other words, what I'm saying is, if Sam Hartman and Jaden Daniels are buddies, and you feel like Daniels is benefiting from having Hartman around, I mean, Daniels is a self-starter, doesn't need any help, but you know what I mean? Like, he's the guy that sees the certain one little tell for the defense that, hey, this is what they're going to do. Watch this safety's heels. If he's leaning back, it means he's going to bail, and you can see that. And he sees the way Daniels moves and can give him that little tidbit or that one extra rep in the weight room, whatever it is. Then you keep Sam Hartman around. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, that's all this is. It's like his security blanket. I don't care if he can play or not.
A vibes guy, so to speak, and be the third quarterback necessarily just because of that. But why not a practice squad spot for a quarterback in the building that, as you always say, if we got to that point as a fan base where Washington is debating either elevating Sam Hartman to be their 4th QB to play this season, or they're signing some guy off the street that week who's a veteran, Phil Rivers, to come out of retirement or whatever, then nothing matters.
Yeah, enjoy your top 10 pick.
Then, exactly. It's a disaster of a season. So, yeah, just keep him around and let him drink some beers through his hockey sweater like TJ Oshie at Caps playoff games. Will is in El Segundo listening on the Odyssey app, free and available wherever you are. What's up, Will?
Hey, what's up, Grant? What's up, Danny?
Hey, buddy.
So I was going to say about Sam, but just put him around. You can give him a job. You can give him a title. You know, you can just make him assistant offensive coordinator for passing
basically,
in the short term.
You're on the practice squad, and you're the assistant to the assistant quarterback's coach. That's kind of what we're talking about.
And like me and every other woman on the East Coast would like him to stay.
Yeah, I was
So-
going to say, I hope my wife's not listening.
Only
because
player my wife has asked about.
Not a bit at all. My wife went to bed early last night. She's a huge fan of the team, didn't watch any of the game, which, like, when we met or were dating or pre-marriage would have been the craziest thing that she's ever told me. But now with 4 kids and a baby that's nursing all night long, I'm not going to ask any questions. Like, I totally get it. You
Just
got
lucky to be here. Yeah.
Bigger fish to fry. But she's the only thing she asked me. She didn't ask if they won. She didn't ask, she's like, loves Jaden Daniels. Didn't ask how he played. She goes, was Sam Hartman better? I said, I got to be honest.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
It's not going to be good for
And
you.
this is not out of jealousy. This is just what happened. It wasn't good last night.
I don't think you're going to like Cutdown Day very much at this point. But anyway, Will, what else you got?
I was going to say, about the Terry situation, I think part of the reason the team is adamant not to trade him is because they went into the offseason thinking that they were going to be able to re-sign him to a contract that was more friendly, somewhat below mid-market value, but and the demands by Terry and his agent took everybody by such surprise that they were sort of stuck in a situation where we're like, wait a minute, we just went through the whole offseason and we only added Deebo Samuel. We could have been in the market for other receivers. We maybe could have been in the market for T. Higgins. And now you're holding a gun over our head. I mean, right now, personally, I would trade him for a first-round pick because I don't think he wants to be here anymore. But,
Well, I don't think you're getting a first-round pick for him. I would trade him for a first-round pick, too, probably. Or I shouldn't say that. I would absolutely consider it, depending on when the first-round pick was. If it's the Chiefs, probably not. If the Titans want to give me a first-round pick, I'm probably going to go ahead and do that. But it does cut down on your chance to be the winning team that you want to be this year. But that's not his value because the team that's acquiring him doesn't just have to give you a draft pick for a guy with 1 year left on his deal. They then have to go pay him $30 million to make him happy.
A la what the Steelers did with Metcalf. That was the inflated cost, and they're trying to base that on different circumstances, talking about he and the agent. So, yeah, I mean, to me, there's just the way the roster was built, whoever you want to fault for this, I think that's a legitimate discussion. They're not built to withstand the loss of Terry McLaurin. They're not. Deebo Samuel's a different animal altogether. Like, this is a weapon, a pop pass guy, a running back, a slot guy, more of a weapon. They don't have a number one wide receiver. They didn't draft one. They didn't go out in free agency. They didn't execute trades. They were going about their business to improve the football team, and that team included Terry McLaurin. So they're not, to me, a trade almost would not be worth it. I'd have to be blown away by an offer that's never coming that would be totally unrealistic. The story is the player needs to be here because that's how this team is built.
Yeah, the other thing I would say to this notion, and it's a good phone call, but if they would have known he was going to play hardball like this, they would have done more. I'm not convinced of that because the example I'll give you is running back. I get the sense now, putting the pieces together yesterday, they've known for a while that there was a real good chance Brian Robinson was not going to be on this team. Or from the moment probably after the draft that they actually got their live look at rookie minicamp of Krosky Merritt. They saw the kind of shape Chris Rodriguez was in this offseason, how hard he was working in the weight room, some of those things. My guess is this was not like 3 days ago they decided Brian Robinson's not part of the plans, right? You heard Chris Russell talking about the fact that there was frustration with him at points last season. I'd heard some of those same things about how he was running and meetings that they were having, with him, and he cleaned some of that up at different points. But I guess my point is this was not a new thing with Brian Robinson. What did they do at running back? They didn't sign a starter. They had lots of money to do that if they wanted to. What did they do in the draft? They drafted one in the 7th round. What if Krosky Merritt wasn't there?
Right.
Then you just sign an undrafted free agent running back, and that would be your starter? So my point is, if it's true that they weren't sold on B-Rob, which I don't think they were, and they almost did nothing at running back to improve the position group, and we've seen this at other positions last year as well, there's not always like an urgency that they have to replace the thing to make it look just so. So I'm not convinced that they would have done a whole lot different at wide receiver. Speaking of wideout, Luke McCaffrey. He came up when we were talking during the Blitz with Nick Ackridge. I'm worried about him. I am worried. At some point, we need to see some production. And now you're playing in the second half of preseason games against dudes that won't make the team as a top 100 pick last year, and there still aren't targets or catches. Let's get into that next on The Fan. Coming up in 15 minutes at 5 o'clock, have we seen the last of Jaden Daniels and many of the starters for Washington this preseason? They played 4 snaps as a group on offense last night, went 76 yards and scored a touchdown.
It's like, sorry for being so successful. We got to get off the field now.
Defensively, they got a few more reps than that. You'll have to forgive them for not, going 3 and out. That would have been the only way to beat the offense. But let's get into Luke McCaffrey for a second. And you could lump Ben Sinnott into this conversation too, although I just feel like you see and notice Sinnott more often. He feels to me like a long-term NFL tight end. Whether or not he's a second-round pick in the value he's going to provide, I'm not sure. Whether he's eventually going to be a high-impact receiver, I don't know. You got to earn some of those touches that he has not gotten yet. But you notice him. He shows up in the run game. He did get a target yesterday, no catches. The combination, though, of Ben Sinnott and Luke McCaffrey had 0 receptions last night. Danny, this is a preseason game in their second year. As top 100 pick, Sinnott was taken barely outside of the top 50. You're talking about kind of middle-ish second round, and getting him on the field and getting the ball in his hands is still proving immensely difficult. But I don't even want to zero in on him because, again, I think with an opportunity, he might be able to help. Luke McCaffrey's had that opportunity. He's having that opportunity. They have had huge needs at wide receiver. Early last season, remember the big catch and run in Cincinnati in week 3 on a 4th down. And his role diminished as the year went on. But I just kept waiting last night. I kept watching him. I'm going, second half, preseason game. These dudes aren't going to make the team. Just go route somebody up. Go make a play. And you heard Nick Ackridge of PFF say that he rewatches the tape and he gets separation. And last year, he actually had a really high grade as far as separation goes. I don't know if we're there yet or not, but at some point, I'm a results guy. I'm a process over results guy, but the results have to start mattering. I need catches. And here's what I would say. When you watch Mitchell Tinsley last night for the Bengals, who's a roster hopeful who was here as a practice squad JAG-type player for a couple of years. He goes out and he makes unbelievable plays, and you go, it's like someone performing in the summer league in basketball. Maybe he could be a good player in the NFL. I know he's going up against a backup defensive back. I know that, that space and time isn't the exact same in the regular season, but you're flashing. You're showing that athletic trait, which, by the way, Luke McCaffrey has. His RAS score was unbelievable. I mean, this is a guy that was one of the more athletic players of the position coming out, still raw to the position because he played quarterback. But you fast forward into year 2, I'm watching him at practice, and I'm just kind of waiting, and I'm waiting. I've seen more excitable traits out of Jalen Lane in a very short time, who was drafted later, in a couple of weeks than we've gotten out of Luke now, and I'm just starting to wonder, when is it going to come?
Yeah, I don't know that it does. I mean, I hope, right? But at this point, that's all we're doing is wish casting. The idea that this guy turns into something. I mean, last night he played 28 snaps. Lane played 27. He was on the field
Where'd
more.
you get the snap counts?
Chris Russell found him.
No way.
Yeah, I don't know where he found him.
I thought you said George Carmi had him.
Again, this is tremendous. I know this. He didn't do anything. He didn't do anything last year. Him and Sinnott. I am lumping Sinnott in there. To me, this is like not quite alert time, but it's a concern time where I'm going, the pathway, especially for McCaffrey, in the preseason is open right now. For Sinnott, I get being delayed by Zach Ertz and the renaissance year he had. Again, I call it a renaissance year. This is a great player, but hadn't been a great player in several seasons. But Ertz was awesome, and John Bates is a mauler in the blocking game, so where do you fit in? Nowhere. This should have been a great showcase for him last night, going against backups, going against whomever. Push somebody off. Be physical. Be awesome. I don't notice him. He doesn't get catches or targets. He does nothing. Now Luke McCaffrey's in that same boat for me with ample opportunity. Last night should have been we should be explaining away how dominant they were against nobodies instead of going one target between them.
Here is what I wrestle with on Luke McCaffrey. I argue with myself on this because you can't throw the ball to yourself. All I can do is go out there and get my cardio and run routes and try to get open. And if they throw it to me, I'll catch it. And if they don't, it's just not my play. But if every single play is never your play, that's got to mean something. If we get through a whole season and you don't catch 20 balls, if we get through a whole season and your role diminishes, if we get through now multiple preseason games and it's one screen that's poorly timed because it was thrown behind you inaccurately by Hartman for negative yards, and that's kind of where we're at now through a couple of contests. At some point, that's got to mean something. I don't know when that is, but we're getting there. But here's the argument I have with myself is like this idea at a dependent position that you can't throw the ball to yourself. Quarterbacks are in the business, Danny, of getting completions. Quarterbacks are in the business of moving the chains, of keeping their completion percentage high, of excelling, going out, moving the football. They are trying to determine before every snap a couple of things, including, coverage and where they're going to go with the ball. But I think there is some thought process of who's going to win for me right now. When Jalen Lane's on one side last night and Luke McCaffrey's on the other, Jalen Lane's getting 6 targets. They're throwing him the football. He is, and based on practice being out there, I get why. He's always open. He's always catching passes. If you're just taking note of targets, catches, that kind of thing, you're going to see Lane way more often. And I guess my point is, I don't have an answer to this, but if you're Sam Hartman, do you just already trust Lane more that he's going to win so you're locked in on him? Is Cliff calling plays in a certain way where things are predominantly going in that direction, not Luke's? I don't have all the information. I just know that for a third-round pick in the top 100 in the second year of you playing in August games late last night against dudes that are not going to make the worst defense maybe in the league, I would just love to have gotten one pass thrown to them so I could see what it looked like.
Yeah.
And they have seemingly no urgency to do that.
So my only hope, and this is a fool's hope, is that they've got something so special and they're just saving it for the regular season. I'm not counting on that, by the way. I mean, to me, what we should be doing is going, okay, we all need to calm down. They just dominated a bunch of backups against, as you said, the worst defense that maybe the sport has ever seen. Sinnott should have gone for 5 for 65, trucked a couple of dudes. McCaffrey should be routing guys up, toe tapping on the sideline, and letting everybody know that he was wide open. You already said it, but I want to double down. Offensive coordinators, quarterbacks, these are not stupid people. This is a league of survival. How will I survive? And right now, it's not going to those guys. You know what I mean? Like, that's very simple. We had these debates
Isn't last night the whole point is at some point you would think Cliff would look at the play sheet on the sideline and go, all right, let's see what Luke does. Like, in some ways, you're putting guys in spots to test them. You're trying to figure out what someone is and isn't. How do you get through 50 plays or whatever it is last night? And you said 27 he played?
Yeah.
By the way, that's more than I would have thought.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get through 27 and at no point do you go?
McCaffrey's 28, sorry. Lane was 27, yeah.
So how do I not throw him a bubble? Just get the ball in his hands. I'm just surprised they haven't done that just to see what it looks like. But it tells you it's not a priority for them right now, which is also alarming is probably too strong, but discouraging.
Concerning, yeah. I mean, again, the only silver bullet or the only moonshot is they're both so good and so ready to go that they're keeping it a secret for the regular season and watch all the targets they'd up. You want to bet on that? I certainly don't. I mean, to me, these guys are both now afterthoughts in the offense, which is discouraging.
I think they will clearly both be on the team. I mean, Sinnott is a roster lock, I would imagine. McCaffrey, because he was a third-round pick, there's no reason to believe he's not going to make what is a weak position group. But if this was a late-round pick, what is our conversation right now? I always try to kind of have that mindset, too.
Or if they weren't drafted by this regime, what would the conversation be?
Yeah, okay, that makes sense,
Like
too.
if they were new this year and these guys were holdovers from last year.
I just wonder with him. I'm not out, completely. I love the kid. He comes on the show. He's a lot of fun. I genuinely enjoy my conversations with him. In fact, I've had him on my alt-cast for the Capitals, hanging out on the couch, watching Caps games. He couldn't be a cooler dude.
Yeah.
Really, really nice guy.
Fan of his, for sure.
I also wonder, I know the RAS scores were amazing and some of that athletics trait stuff was great, but when you watch him, what's his calling card? So think about it as if it's a baseball player, and I'm talking about tools, where a guy's got a hit tool that's a 70 or a power grade that's a 65, or maybe his arm strength is a plus, or he's got elite speed or something. With Luke McCaffrey, I think he's probably an oversized slot. But I don't think of him as, he's not Cole Beasley, like twitching people up.
Mm-hmm.
When you put him outside, he doesn't really separate as much as I think you'd like. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what he is.
Yep.
And we're now a calendar year in and into the second season, and I don't love that I don't know yet.
So
I already feel like I know what Jalen Lane is.
Yeah. So the usage for me would be if you are playing against a team or playing against defenses where they got to go, okay, we have to zone this team. Talking about Washington. We cannot play man-to-man because ... Soft spot in the zone, he'll catch everything. I feel like his hands are excellent. You know what I mean? Hands catches everywhere and always, secure the ball, get what's there, et cetera. Dependable kind of, a good catch maven. I don't see him. Again, maybe I'm wrong, but some of the advanced numbers say, no, he's getting separation. He's routing guys up. He's doing the thing. He's just not getting the ball. I don't know, man. Something's not jiving with that.
Practice, it wasn't like he got open a lot. It seems like it's constantly small window, especially outside on the boundary near the sideline or whatever. When he's just running down the field on go stuff, like he's got good speed.
Yeah,
I think he's maybe a contested catch guy too. Just remembering his highlight sizzle reel from college was a lot of leaping catches over top of people. We haven't seen that asked of him necessarily. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Starters last night, just 4 plays. Many of the 30 guys that didn't play against the Patriots did last evening, but there are still close to a dozen guys on the team that haven't played at all in August. Without joint practices, do we think we see the starters again against the Ravens? Let's get into that. Plus, what's next on the Terry McLaurin front? This is The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, the Commanders lost to the Bengals in their second preseason game last night, 31-17. Jaden Daniels in for just 4 plays, but led a touchdown drive, concluding with a 14-yard run for a touchdown from Daniels. Chris Rodriguez led the way for the running back, 6 rushes for 62 yards. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt had a 27-yard touchdown run to go with 46 yards on the ground on 11 attempts. Jalen Lane led the way through the air with 3 catches for 42 yards. The Commanders will wrap up their preseason action on Saturday as they take on the Ravens at noon at Northwest Stadium. Today, the Commanders signed veteran offensive tackle George Fant. Other news around the NFL, the Colts named Daniel Jones as their starting quarterback, and Buccaneers wide receiver Jalen McMillan could be out through the team's Week 9 bye week as he suffered a severe strained neck and is wearing a neck brace currently. In the NBA, John Wall announced his retirement today. Baseball, old friend Victor Robles has been suspended 10 games after he was hit by a pitch in a rehab appearance and then threw the bat and threw other stuff from the dugout onto the field. The Nationals begin a 3-game series against the Mets tonight at Nationals Park. 6:45 right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes on David Peterson. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Him, those guys are going to be on this roster. Daniels tap dancing around and down into the end zone for a touchdown.
Joe Buck on the call with Troy Aikman. Monday Night Football, ESPN telecast. Commanders Bengals last evening. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thanks to Toby for the update. Training camp coverage, preseason discussion on the Fans, presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. And you already knew that the show comes your way today and every day thanks to our friends, the law firm Condori and Murad. You can go schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at KMLawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's KMLawyers.com. Danny, if the Commanders do not play their starters at all against the Ravens this Saturday afternoon, they will go effectively 3 straight weeks without anything that even resembles game action. Does that work for you? Would you consider, with no joint practices now that were scheduled for later in the week that would have replaced this game, doing something like you did last night, where at least, I know it's a quick-ish turnaround Monday into Saturday, but they played 4 snaps on offense, that group. Maybe part of the reason why they played 4 and not 10 or 12 was to run them back out there for a drive or 2 max. I know that the thinking is don't do that because if you have a soft tissue injury, now you're in question for week 1. There's a risk, clearly. But I also think there's a risk to not playing a game for longer than you'll have a break at any point during a traditional football season, which is what you try to avoid.
Yeah, the turnaround for this week is so quick. Again, I when I saw that schedule initially, a lot of people look at regular season and travel days and primetime stuff. This preseason schedule, I went, wait, what? Monday to Saturday? Join practice in there? Like, make this jive for me. And it looks like it didn't. It didn't work for the Ravens. I guess maybe they pulled out first. Who knows? I don't care. But point is, I don't know. If it were Wednesday of next week or Monday, I might consider doing a drive or something like that. I just feel like the turnaround is too fast. I don't have a great, just my gut feel, anything other than that to it. But looking at and I think your point's well seen. I'm nervous, man. I'm nervous about this first team offense. I'm nervous about not being on the same page and folding in the new players and a new offensive line, and we haven't had that group assembled just yet. No Terry McLaurin. The entire thing, I'm worried about a sluggish start, not only against the Giants, but kind of out the gate this year when the expectations are so sky high.
No matter what happens on Saturday, starters or no starters, they'll open the season week 1, September 7th, at home with the Giants, having not had everybody on the field together as an offense. And there's plenty of teams in that boat where you're talking about a player or two that either sat out the whole preseason or maybe wasn't completely healthy, so they're just coming back in time to start the year. But I'm talking about as a kind of a what you're majoring in, as a rule, not the exception. 3 of their 5 starting linemen didn't play when they finally played their starters last night.
Right.
3. 60% of the group just didn't take the field. Saturday, would you like to see Tunsil work next to Coleman? Coleman, who's not healthy right now, by the way. Tunsil's been in and out of the lineup. My guess is after the way things went with the offense, scoring the quick touchdown, all the positive momentum, that we don't see those guys. But I also kept wondering last night, how quickly they were in and out make it possible for Dan Quinn to play them? Because you're right, Monday into Saturday, generally, I would say, what are we even talking about? This is a ridiculous conversation. There's no reason to ask those guys to play. But the only guys that played 20-plus snaps are roster hopefuls or dudes that need the work. You could do that again with them because you're getting them essentially not only into shape, but the reps that they need. For someone like a Jaden Daniels who played 4 snaps, or name the starter on defense, Deron Payne or Javon Kinlaw, they played a drive. Like, those guys are going to be plenty fresh and plenty available and ready Saturday if you want them to get that work. I just wonder how many other teams in the league are going to play nobody, because at least then, let's say the Giants don't play their starters in their final game. Well, you're in the same boat. You both went 3 weeks. You're both going to be a little rusty. The product in the league in week 1 probably not going to be quite as good, but you're at least in equal footing. Whereas if the Giants go out and play their starters for a quarter, and they played almost a week closer to kickoff than you, it's like a playoff series in baseball where I've been sitting around for 8 or 9 days. I don't know how my guys are going to hit.
Yeah, it's hard to fathom. I mean, to me, I'm hoping that there's good planning in this regard, instead of just sort of saying, oh, well, we're not playing our starters and we'll just sort of, go about our business. I think another burgundy gold scrimmage would be in line. I think another, kind of atmosphere like that would probably happen.
Do you think you can create that juice again? Because the whole idea was it was done on the outside. Again, we're not in the brotherhood, so there's a little bit of this like cynicism that sets in when you're operating at a desk job or sitting in an office like you and I do or whatever. But they really created almost a college style, think about like the University of Maryland, like red versus white game or whatever.
Yeah.
There was trash talking.
It was a college spring league thing.
It all came together over 48 hours. I don't know if you could just run that back and get the same out of it. Now, you could probably just say, hey, here's what we're doing, guys. We don't have an opportunity to get good work in, so I'm just making this up. But, this Friday, we're going to have this game, or next Tuesday, we're going to do this scrimmage 2.0. It's going to be our best look before the end of the season, so bring your A games, and then we'll shut it down, and I'll get you guys back ready physically.
Again, I don't know if you can recreate the same magic, but again, I'm working from a place of our plan got scuttled, whether or not it was our fault or not. The joint practices, to me, were going to be the last and best opportunity to get great work in against the Super Bowl contender. I mean, the Ravens are excellent, top to bottom, one of the 2 or 3, 4 best rosters in the league with a perennial MVP candidate. You were going to get some good measuring tape. You were going to get some good adjustments, and presumably to get some of your group back on the field. That's been taken away. Now, who knows, with some of the offensive linemen who'd be healthy enough, who'd be ready to rock and roll, and McLaurin's status is still up in the air, so that would have been moot anyway, even if you had these joint practices this week. But I don't know, man. My nervousness is, I think, part me as a fan, and I'm more of a, I'd like to see it before I can start to be settled. So they don't have to go by that. I mean, they're there internally. They presumably know their readiness better than I do, one would say. But I know just from watching from the outside looking in, we don't have a great sample of this team being ready to rock and roll here for week number 1. Go back to last year. They got off to a medium start. Not a great start, if you recall. Tampa, I know part of that is getting a rookie quarterback his feet wet, but it wasn't like they were juggernauts in week 2 against the Giants. They eked that one out in a game that they probably should have lost. Either a drop from Malik Neighbors or a kicker that didn't blow out his quad pregame, right? You lose that one to the Giants, who you play in week 1, who are desperate, hungry with some things that might give you some problems. Not necessarily offensively, but with an excellent wideout and a really good defensive front anchored by guys that have kicked your butt a little bit, plus Abdul Carter. So I don't know, man. I'm uneasy at this point, and I wouldn't hate them playing guys, which usually goes against every axiom I've got about the preseason, but I wouldn't hate getting some starters some run this weekend.
I would play them for a series. I don't think they're going to.
I don't either.
But I would just the series, if it goes like that, great, 4 plays and a touchdown. You could say, well, he didn't throw a pass. Like, how much better off are you? I do think there's just a value in playing a football game and getting up for, going through the motions, getting on the same page with, and that means just the communication. And what did you see? Here's what I saw. Let's talk about it on the sideline. I just think there's something to it. Now, is it worth the squeeze of risking an injury? You could probably make the case that it isn't. But I think there's some control to the environment. And also, again, if you're in and out very, very quickly, then it lowers the chance of that happening. But the only thing that matters is that you're able to go out and play a great game against the Giants in week 1 and beat them handily. That's the only thing they should be concerning themselves with. And I think Dan Quinn probably has the best read on, are his guys ready? Like, I would even just talk to Jaden. Honestly, if I'm really running the show, I'm calling into my office and I'm going, all right, what do you feel like you need? You haven't thrown a pass yet. Is there anything you need to get done against the Ravens? Are you okay starting without it? And I'm not going to waste the other starters out there if Jaden's not out there and vice versa. I was a little bit surprised last night with so many of the guys unavailable. He didn't have his left tackle, his left guard, his right guard, his wide receiver 1, his wide receiver 3, or his tight end 1. Well, is this really worth it? And then it was 4 plays, and he made a play and scored a touchdown, and it was over. All right, let's go around the NFL, get you some of the headlines of the day in the National Football League. Start with the Steelers and their training camp. This is actually related to Washington. Remember last week when Cam Hayward said he would not play in the regular season if that's what it took to get a new contract? Cam Hayward returned to practice today and participated fully. His hold-in, at least for now, unless he goes full James Cook on us, just practices one day and doesn't the next and just kind of randomizes when he's going to go or not, asks an 8-ball. Cam Hayward is back at practice. Mike Tomlin saying he was a full participant. Brooke Pryor of ESPN reporting that there has been no movement on Hayward's request for a renegotiated contract. He formally went to the team in February and asked for a new deal. He's working on a $14.75 million compensation for 2025. He wants a new contract after this year, a la Terry McLaurin. Started sitting on August 7th, 12 days ago. He'd been at practice, and he said, this is not progressing. You guys are not doing what you said you were going to do. I want to be paid. So for 11 days, he didn't practice. And then today, after saying he might not even play in regular season games, he went back to work.
Yeah, as Mike Florio put it on Pro Football Talk, Cameron Hayward proves yet again that all hold-ins must eventually end. Again, it's the way this thing is structured. So it doesn't behoove you to follow through with your promises. You can threaten all you want, rather, but at the end of the day, there's an immovable object or a hard place, whatever you want to call it. That's at the end of the tunnel. You got to play football to get what you want when you're under contract.
The Indianapolis Colts named a starting quarterback today, Daniel Jones, who is going into his 7th NFL season, the previous 6 years spent with the New York Giants, will get the nod in week 1 for Indianapolis over Anthony Richardson. For the Colts, last year, they were playing in a play-in game in week 18 against the Texans to win the division with Gardner Minshew at quarterback. They open the season with the Miami Dolphins on September 7th at home. Then they are hosting Denver on September 14th before going to Nashville to take on the Titans in week 3. This is one of those where I think this decision says more about Anthony Richardson than Daniel Jones. Look, there's no reason they'd be particularly high on Jones, who in his career has averaged sub-20 touchdown passes per season. But the fact that Anthony Richardson couldn't beat him out after he comes over in year 1 at 28 years old in a new organization, in a make-it-or-break-it season on his rookie deal, tells you everything I think you need to know about Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, it tells you the story right there. I mean, I think this is the right call. Now, I'm not there every day, obviously, at the training camp watching.
There was a lot of blowback. People are like, you have to start Anthony Richardson. Don't you have to figure out if he has anything in the tank, if he's any good? My point is, I think they've already figured it out.
I think this regime has. Yeah. I mean, again, I go back to my same axiom about this was if you're going to draft a project, you cannot be surprised when a project shows up. And that's what Anthony Richardson was, an enticing athlete who could throw the ball a country mile and knock you over in the running game. But just maybe not quite ready to be an everyday NFL quarterback for a contender. And you could have told you that maybe when he showed up. So for a group that thinks they can do something, again, they were right there in the playoff race last year, albeit in a terrible division. Not as if they're juggernauts, but they've got decent enough pieces to be competitive at that level of the AFC. They are not Baltimore or Buffalo or Kansas City or the royalty, but in that next tier down, they could be a wild card team in that garbage AFC South. So I get this. It makes sense to me.
Chris Ballard, their general manager, who's outside of quarterback, been a pretty good general manager there. The quarterback position has been his bugaboo, and that's a pretty big Eleanor to have when you can't solve it. It's a different guy every single year in week 1 for them, basically. He admitted and acknowledged that they rushed Richardson, and he really regrets it. That after they drafted him, they should have stuck to their plan, which was to not play him, and they couldn't help themselves because he had shown some electricity. And the playmaking at practice is captivating. It's engrossing. There are now 2 teams that have named quarterbacks in the last week with the Browns, competition ending. Joe Flacco is going to start for them. And the aforementioned Colts with Daniel Jones. That means there's just one job left up for grabs. The New Orleans Saints. Head coach Kellen Moore telling reporters today at a press conference the competition will continue through Saturday's preseason finale against the Broncos. One last opportunity for second-year quarterback Spencer Rattler and rookie Tyler Shuck to impress. If you look at the numbers so far in preseason week 2 against the Jaguars, Shuck looked really good. 9 of 12, 66 yards, was sacked a couple of times, but otherwise protected the football and made some good decisions. Rattler put up some huge numbers as well, went 18 of 24 for a $199, 8.3 yards per attempt, which was best on the team in that game, threw a touchdown and a pick, 3 rushes for 19 yards. I would think you can just wait on Shuck. There's no reason to rush him. It's not like he was drafted early and empty out the tank on Rattler, who didn't play a lot last season. But Shuck has played well enough in the preseason, it wouldn't surprise me if they go with him.
Yeah, maybe he has won the job if it truly is a real, honest-to-goodness competition like that. To your point, if you start with Shuck and then go to Rattler, it's you're almost like burying the rookie there, so there's no rush to do that necessarily when you got somebody that's going to take some of the bumps and bruises. I think the Saints might pick first. I mean, I know everybody's got the Browns, and they're bad too. I think this Saints team is going to be awful. If it's me, by the way, I would have traded Alvin Kamara, would have spun a couple other assets to try to build for the future. But whatever, they're kind of marching to the beat of their own drum here. But yeah, to me, it doesn't really matter that bad in that division. So, but I would probably start Rattler, knowing that I can always go to the rookie. And I tell him, hey, keep doing what you're doing. It's going to be your gig at some point. You just keep putting pressure on this guy instead of the vice versa. Because I think if you start with the rookie and go to the other guy, it's worse for the kid, if that makes any sense. Not that Rattler's a long-term veteran.
Rattler played really well in the second half against Washington last year, if you remember. Whoever started that game.
I'm blanking on his name.
Dad, you'll remember. It was this random Jag quarterback. Jake Hayner. Tobes on the board. Let's hear it for Toby.
Show me Toby.
So Jake Hayner was horrendous.
Mm-hmm.
It was like it was as if
it was bad.
Here's what Jake Hayner looked like, and he's probably better than this. It looked like they found a guy in the crowd. They walked up to him right before the game, and they're like, "Hey, you want to play quarterback today?"
What?
And the guy's like, "I did play in high school one time." And they're like, "You're our guy.
Let's go."
So that's what happened in the first half of that game. Second half, Rattler was actually really, really good and almost brought the Saints all the way back.
Drop 2-point conversions, the difference there.
You mentioned New Orleans being maybe the worst team in the league. I agree with you. I think they'll pick 1-1. If you look at the odds for having the first pick, the teams that are in the convo are the Saints, the Browns, the Titans, and the Giants. Maybe I'm crazy. I think the Giants are going to be nowhere near that conversation.
That's where I'm at.
I think they're like a 7-8 win team.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Titans are sneaky going to be better than people think. It's a bad division. They've got the 1-1 quarterback who could end up being a legit playmaker. Maybe it's not to the level of Stroud 2 years ago, Daniels last year, but something like that where he invigorates some exuberance. Year 2 for Brian Callahan. I think the Saints and the Browns are probably those teams that are worse than the others. But Cleveland, it's about the quarterback spot for me because their defense, Myles Garrett, some other talented players, they shouldn't be like 3-win bad, but they might end up that way if their young quarterbacks struggle.
Yeah, I think there's a rock fight win or two for Cleveland. Like you get a bad weather game in that AFC North.
Flacco throws for a $168 and a win in like a 17-14 win.
Remember when the Steelers would still win 9 games and like not have an offensive touchdown? Like it's a punt block or something like that.
Every year of the Mike Tomlin era?
Yeah, pretty much. But to me, Cleveland, I'm not telling you they're good. I think the Giants are sneaky okay. Not good, but a 6 or 7 win team, not picking first. To me, I could see New Orleans just not being able to get out of their own way. Just maybe a 2 or 3 win team here.
Are the Commanders going to be able to trade Brian Robinson? What kind of value would he have? Where would he be a fit? That's next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL last night, the Commanders lost their second preseason game to the Bengals 31-17. Jaden Daniels led a touchdown drive in his lone drive of the preseason so far, capped it off with a 14-yard touchdown run himself. Chris Rodriguez led the way on the ground, 6 rushes, 62 yards. Jalen Lane, leading receiver, 3 catches for 42 yards. Final preseason game on Saturday against the Ravens at noon. The Commanders today signed veteran offensive tackle George Fant, and the Colts named Daniel Jones as their starting quarterback over Anthony Richardson. In the NBA, John Wall announced his retirement today. In baseball, old friend Victor Robles has been suspended 10 games after he was hit by a pitch in a rehab appearance and then threw his bat and other stuff from the dugout. The Nationals take on the Mets for the first of 3 tonight at 6:45. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes on David Peterson. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Here is the rookie, Krosky Merritt. Touchdown, Washington.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is the Fan. Thanks much for listening to the show as always. We'll take you up to 6:15 in pregame of Nats baseball. Juan Soto is back in town to take on his former mates. Danny, I wanted to get back into Brian Robinson because it may have been the biggest story of yesterday, and it's getting buried a little bit by the preseason game on this show as we've broken down the game from all angles. But fairly jarring still, I would say. 24 hours ago, we had just found out that Robinson wasn't going to play in the preseason game. And as soon as we heard that it was a mutual decision, you and I both suggested, okay, this is probably the end of the road. This is more than just a guy who may not make the roster. This is someone who they're actively going to try to trade. And if not, they're going to cut sooner rather than later. Post-game, Dan Quinn talks about it and says, I addressed the team. Well, you're addressing the team because why? He's not on the team anymore, effectively.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you're basically saying, hey, news is going to break, and you're going to hear it from me first.
So I want to see if your stance is the same as it was yesterday, as you've had more time to think about this. Without putting words in your mouth, you didn't feel like they are better without him, and you said you would have still kept him in a lesser role, whereas my point is, as soon as I'm demoting Brian Robinson from the 15-carry a game, first and second down lead back, I don't really have much of a use for him. Rodriguez can do the short yardage stuff. I've got different guys who could do everything. Krosky Merritt gives me more explosiveness. Jeremy McNichols plays special teams. I got better pass catchers. I don't necessarily need him, and I'm not even sure how he would take it to the point of being just Mr. Great teammate that's ready to just stand there and support everybody. And when my number's called, 4 times a game or once every 2 weeks, I'll be here for you. So if you're not going to be my starter, I probably am just going to move on from you. I know you didn't feel that way yesterday. Are you still there, or do you like that they're getting aggressive and expediting this?
Yeah, I'm certainly not upset about it. I'll say it this way, and you got to know the player. I don't know him personally, but those guys do, and they know if it is going to be the kind of thing that you're talking about, where he's now a net negative instead of just taking a demotion, because that's going to happen. It's pro sports, man. It's cruel and unforgiving. It's merciless. Around here, same kind of deal. If you got someone that can't take a demotion and still show up to work and be a pro, and he's going to ruin it for everybody else, you got to know that. And then, maybe you have to move on from him. So, they're more informed in that regard than I am. I'm just not in the business of getting rid of guys that it doesn't really benefit me to do so. In other words, what I might get back is so minuscule and worthless. I don't care. It's like a high five and a ham sandwich. I'm not interested in a conditional 7th rounder they might get, in trade. If they were going to use that cap space for something that's so urgent, I might understand that. But again, we're here. I don't think they are. So to me, it's one of those. If Chris Rodriguez is the plan for week 1, and God forbid his MCL pops or something like that, I'd love to have a thumper waiting in the wings, and I might have that with Robinson.
Yeah, I'm just kind of.
But I get your point, though. By the way, it makes a lot of sense.
I'm past it in the sense that they got enough guys.
Right.
It's a dozen to 15 carries. If one of them goes down, and by the way, if you run through 4 or 5, there's others available on the street that are able to give you what Robinson
it's a fair
did,
point, yeah.
which is almost 90th rated. We're talking about 86th in percentage of carries that turn into 10-plus yards in his time here. 86th in that stat. 28th, I guess 29th, actually, in yards after contact. When you look at rushing yards over expected or percentage of his yards that came over expected, he's outside of the top 30 in the NFL. I can bring someone in that can go get me 4 yards per carry and do some of those things. Here's what this comes back to, maybe to an extent. In a sense, it's a little bit of our disconnect on what's going on with McLaurin as well. Follow me for a second, because I don't know if this is related, but I'm going to try this on. Whereas you basically say, hey, man, at some point, you got to show back up, you got to play football, and you're like, he's going to be on the team, he's going to be running around, he's going to be catching a pass. And I'm going, yeah, but it is a little bit different if he's doing it begrudgingly and angrily, and this is about humans. I feel the same way about Brian Robinson, where in fantasy football, you're right. I'm not going to cut him and put him on the waiver wire. I'd rather just stash him on my bench. But this is not that. Like, this is not a Yahoo fantasy league. This is human beings, and he's got to be in the weight room being a good influence, and he's got to be in the building, and they talk so much about culture, and I just don't know how many sourpuss dudes, and I'm not, again, I'm speculating, I'm assuming.
No, sure, I understand.
But you're this is a guy who's at times been a little moody, who's getting demoted in this sense, being essentially run out of town right now, to then just put the pieces back where he's on the team. Like, how many guys can just walk around unhappy to be there before the culture gets worse, before the energy vampiring happens? Like, we deal with this at our work sometimes. I say to our guys all the time, like, when I start working with someone, I just want someone who's happy to be here and willing to help. That's kind of my requirements, what I'm looking for on the show. Like, don't make it less fun to be here. Enjoy the shtick circles, add to them. Like, I just don't want people that are not fun to be around. The more of those people you have in your workplace, I think the worse the work is.
Sure.
And I try to mitigate that. Now, if it's worth it, I'll give you an example here. If Deron Payne or something like that was being demoted or going to be part of a rotation, but lesser used, and maybe he's not going to be that thrilled, I'm probably not just going to move on from him. But a running back where I could save $3 million, and I'm not even convinced that he's better than the guys that are going to play now anyway, this is an easy one for me.
Which I get, and I think it's a valid point. I mean, I just, from my own, meager playing career, I saw teammates, as better recruiting classes came in, lose their jobs, and guys handled it one of two ways, right? They were either still great teammates and great people and great friends, and still pulling the rope in the same direction, accepting new roles as they were replaced, or they were gone. And so if this was a they were gone situation, meaning like he's not going to handle this very well at all, then I guess that's very practical. Just thinking of, for me, in a vacuum, without knowing the person, without knowing how he would handle it, I don't know. Because to me, I think the other real disconnect for us is there's so much uncertainty in this running back room that they seem comfortable with. Whereas I'm not certain. I like what I've seen so far from Chris Rodriguez in tiny samples. I like what I've seen from Krosky Merritt in very tiny samples. McNichols, I mean, to me, there's a million just guys out there. I think your best point is, if it's not Robinson, it could be Zach Moss, it could be Chase Edmonds, it could be Gus Edwards, any of the million dudes that are just lingering around in that nebulous I've been on 10 teams free agent market. And who's been more team? I think Brian Robinson's just a guy than I have. So I'm with you on that. It's just, I don't know. I don't see that $3.5 million, whatever the cap is, or the savings is, 3.4 and change. I don't see that going to something hyper urgent and productive right now this second.
No, but I'm just looking for a drawback.
Right.
I'm looking for a reason not to. And it's like, you're going to make more money. Make more money is the wrong phrase.
Save some.
You're going to save some money and have more cap space. Check. You're going to get more explosive potentially and hit more extra base hits. Check.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to get younger, I would think. Check. You're going to get faster. Check.
Mm-hmm.
You might, and then again, this is where I'm speculating a little bit, but I'm speculating based on the fact that this has gone sour enough that they're basically booting him from the team in the middle of the week.
That's pretty much what's happening.
So it tells me he's not taking it very well.
Uh-huh.
That is where I'm coming from with this. It's not just completely like, I'm assuming I am, but it doesn't have to go this way.
The context clues are there.
Exactly.
Right, yeah.
But your room gets better, in air quotes, check. And oh, by the way, I'm throwing in the $3 million on the back end. So for me, this one works. It's just, I get what they're doing. I see where they're coming from, and I totally understand it. The question is, what is his value? And I also wonder, what are they trying to acquire? Is this as simple as, if they could get any draft pick, they'll do it? Like a 7th round pick next year in 2027 better than releasing him? I'm guessing so. Can they get a 6 from somebody like the Packers who can't keep Marshawn Lloyd healthy, their backup running back to Josh Jacobs? Think about how much Jacobs got run into a wall last year. Does he have another one of those in him at his age? The way that Matt LaFleur runs that offense and the way they like to run the ball between the tackles and slam the ball into the line of scrimmage, I think B-Rob could be a fit there, like the Houston Texans, something like that. Is there a team that'd be willing to give up a 6 for him? Possibly. Could you trade him for a veteran? John Mechie just got traded to the Eagles. What did the Eagles give up for him? Wasn't it a player-for-player deal? I feel like it might have been like a lineman or something. D lineman, perhaps? Look that up for me, Dad.
Yeah, they gave up tight end Harrison Bryant, and it was a draft pick swap.
Okay.
Yeah.
Harrison Bryant's bounced around a little bit.
He has, yeah.
Former Cleveland Brown. But so what? Like, why not maybe get a veteran receiver that is of the KJ Osborne ilk that maybe you like a little more than Michael Gallup?
Right.
Would someone be willing to do that? Like, hey, we're probably going to cut this guy. You're going to cut Brian Robinson. Take this receiver who caught 29 balls last year. Like, you're an Olamide Zaccheaus.
Yeah, I would be over the moon if you got anything, honestly. Whether it's a future pick or a guy that might improve one of your rooms that's uncertain, I'm all in favor of it. So, again, I'm not upset about this at all. I don't want to make it seem like I am. It's just something that I not instinctively would do. But if you can get any kind of value in return for a guy that is clearly not part of your plan, then you do that. I mean, that's the end game to me. I mean, go back to the Nats trade deadline. If somebody is on your roster now and is not going to be on your roster when you're competitive, please help that guy pack his bags and ship him off to a new city. That was my view then. This is similar. He's not part of their plan. Whether you agree with that or not, he ain't. So you can get something, let's high five.
And maybe this is overstated, but it feels like there's an element with this group of once we're done with you, we're done with you.
Yeah, there's a hand washing.
And I like it that way. In other words, you're kind of the ilk of like, maybe he can help us eventually. And if push comes to shove, a few months from now, these 4 bad things happen, maybe we could still make it work. No. Like, it's over. We'll figure that out when it happens.
See Forbes, Manual.
Exactly.
This ain't working. See ya.
We don't need to keep kicking these tires any longer. We kind of know where this car's going. He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. What is the worst casual nickname to be called? That's next on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here for my friends and my realtors. That's Reynolds of Power Home Team of Keller Williams. When you're going with a real estate agent, don't go with some acquaintance, friend of a friend, or someone that had one sign in the neighborhood one time. You're talking about a huge and serious transaction. Go with the best. You know what the best is? It's a plaque right there. That's right. Reynolds of Power Home Team. Number 8 mega team in the USA for total value. Number 9 for families served according to the 2025 Real Trends Wall Street Journal. That's right. They were ranked the number 1 team in the entire state of Virginia and in the D.C. metropolitan area alone. They had the honor of serving 653 families in 2024. They are the go-to experts when it comes to getting homes sold, especially those tough to sell, expired listings that other agents simply could not figure out. They're just going to put your home in the MLS and cross their fingers. Nope. They bring an aggressive, proven marketing strategy that targets the right buyers to get that home sold. The game-changing guarantee is this. If your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price you agree on. That's the guarantee. Give them a call just like I did to find out more about it. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. Or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
So Clary sent me this, and I said, all right, well, let's blow out the rundown and talk about this because this is fun. So this looks like some kind of Bleacher Report wacky, but they put together a list of the worst casual nicknames to be called with odds. The odds part of this doesn't make any sense and is dumb, so we'll just leave that on the... This is basically their way to, like, make it work for their account, I think. But here's what they're talking about. Somebody comes up to you and says, hey, blank.
Mm-hmm.
What's the worst thing they can call you? So I've said for a long time, for me, it's big guy. I hate big guy. If you call me big guy, just know nothing's going to change. Like, I'm not going to stop talking to you. But you're calling me fat. Just call me fat ass. It's easier. If you're going to call me fat, just call me tub of goo. Just say, hey, tub of lard. Just say disgusting creature who can't stop eating. Do something like that. Don't call me big guy.
Big guy's worse than
I'm 5'8", man. I'm not big. So what you're saying is I'm fat.
Hey, fatty, fat.
Right.
Oh, man.
Are you calling me tall? You're probably not. Bet you're not. Bet you're not, guy that's a lot taller than me.
Hey, a stretch.
Hey, big guy. So don't call me big guy. Hate that one. That's going to be number one on this list. Another one that I've always just found super condescending. There's two. And only one of them's on this list, actually. Chief is tough. I hate being called Chief.
Why does that bother you?
I think it's super condescending. It's
It
just
is?
like, what's up, Chief? Just I'm not a chief. Do I look like Patrick Mahomes? I'm not the leader of any kind of a tribe. Like, no. Chief is weird. The other one is Hoss. Hoss. Hoss.
Man.
Hate being called Hoss.
That was our buddy Pete Bender used to call people Hoss all the
Pete
time,
would
man.
drop some hosses on people. But here's what I would tell you about our late brother Pete, who I miss dearly. Most of the time, if he called you Hoss, he probably wasn't seeing eye to eye with you.
Little
at that
pejorative,
moment.
yeah.
It was like, hey, Hoss, why don't you go? He'd be telling you like, hey, Hoss, why don't you go over there and pick up that paper from the printer? It was not like a.
That's a good take there, Hoss.
Yeah, exactly.
Letting you know you didn't.
There
agree.
was a little bit of a kick to the ass with it from Pete. So I'm gonna say. I almost said fat guy, but it might as well be. Big guy, number one, most hated for me, casual nickname. Hoss and Chief. What do you hate when people call you?
None of those really bother me.
Late for lunch?
Yeah, just don't call me late for dinner.
Just had to get a little dad joke.
No, it's first of all, team that every time. At my pudgiest, big guy. That's not great.
Oh, so you're there with?
Yeah, that's not because I get your point on that
you're
one.
6 foot.
Yeah, but come on.
But
we know what you're doing.
But a 5'8" could look at you and say, "Hey, big guy," and they could be saying like, "You're a big guy."
But they're not. They're looking at you going, "Hey, look at how fat you are." You know what I mean? Like that's what that is.
Right.
So the others have never bothered me. Like there have been also. I mean, I've hit a billion and one nicknames. Like it's all part of it. But
I got a bunch here on this list. We'll go through. Buddy.
No bother there.
I've never been bothered by Buddy. I call people Buddy all the time. I hope that's not bad.
Yeah.
Hey, bud, how you doing?
Like callers will go, "What's up, bud?" Every time. Like
Absolutely.
that's to me not an
What's
issue.
up, buddy?
Right?
Yeah, Buddy, to me, that's a very respectable, decent nickname.
Mm-hmm.
Pal.
Mm-hmm. What was like that one?
Hey, pal. I think it's how you do it that's going to determine that one. I call people pal for sure, and it's fine. The way I'm doing it is like, I see Darius, I'm like, pal, what's up? Hey, pal, how are you?
Versus like, "Hey, you're sitting in my chair there, pal." Like meaning like, "Why don't you get up from that bar stool so we can throw down?"
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or just a general like, okay, pal. You get the difference.
Yes, I do.
Bud.
Same.
No, Bud is tough.
Really?
B-U-D, not Buddy, Bud. Hey, Bud. Jason Bateman.
You go full
style?
Bateman? Yeah.
You want to go Bateman?
I don't go Bateman. I say "What's up, bud?" all the time.
There's a little bit of an entitlement condescension to Bateman and everything he says.
Yeah.
Bud, B-U-D.
But I don't think I'm doing that.
I think if I'm calling you Bud, it's attached to like, is that really what we want to do, Bud?
You're almost like using it like bub.
You
know what I mean?
I
Like,
think they're interchangeable.
hey, bub. Come on, man. Moving on down the line.
You sure about that, Bud?
Hey, bub. You sure about that?
Bud, come on. You sure about that, Bud? I say that to my son on the playground. He's about to like jump off a really
Hey,
high.
bud. Yeah, there's
Bud, we want to do that? Like, I'm not saying that to my 37-year-old friend at Hooters eating wings.
I wonder if I say that to.
You sure you want to ask that to her, Bud? I don't really do that.
Yeah, I say that to my kids a lot, but I say it to callers all the time. Like, "What's up, bud?" So is that bad? Are they like behind the scenes, like on Reddit chats? Like that Danny is a horse's ass because he's doing that.
There's a delivery mechanism to this. Like, how are you doing it? What's up, bud? How you doing? I think the high pitched out like there's
joy in there. There's
Exactly.
enthusiasm. What's up, bud?
This one's listed here. Doesn't make sense. Nobody's ever been called this. Pipsqueak.
That's what are we in the 19-teens?
I mean, we're about to have a chin wag. Look over here. I'll take a picture. Come over here, Pipsqueak. I can't wait to hear what you thought about the big game.
Don't talk to that, Ronnie's a pipsqueak, I tell you.
I thought it was weird the Bengals tried to throw the ball forward. Why not just hand it off and run the ball matriculate down the field?
This new Bengal forward pass won't catch on, I tell you.
Nobody calls anyone a Pipsqueak as a casual nickname.
That's not a thing.
Champ. Who's the guy that calls everyone Champ? Oh, my God. There's someone here that does that. Hey, Champ.
But nice guy in sales.
Yes.
Super nice guy.
Yes,
Barrington.
he does.
Yeah.
Barrington.
Like one of the nicest people on this earth.
Barrington is awesome, but he does. He only calls you Champ.
What's up, Champ? Like just like that.
Let me hear it again.
What's up, Champ? Every time.
Exactly.
with like a smile and a joy that he's like actually legitimately happy to see you.
I'm a Barrington guy. I don't know if he knows. Like, I think it's interchangeable instead of names because he probably doesn't know everyone's name. Does he know you're Danny? I'm Grant.
Yeah.
Darius is Darius.
He knows us.
Oh, so he just says Champ.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with Champ, honestly. Maybe it's because I love Champ Bailey, former 7th overall pick at the University of Georgia. Named my dog a Pomeranian Chihuahua back that the family dog, not my dog, to be clear.
Okay.
When I was a young kid, but he kind of became my dog.
Mhm.
Got him in middle school. Didn't pick the breed. Everyone leave me alone. You tell it's in my head a little bit.
Yeah, so I was very bothered by that and what happened.
There's some trauma there.
Mhm.
Champ. Hey, Champ. I think Champ is definitely a, like, I don't know you that well thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not bothered by it at all. Sport.
Now this is an interesting one. This is like that aristocrat. Like think of the Nick Carraway. Why am I blanking on the novel, the 1920s Leo DiCaprio, the meme where he's holding the martini glass. Oh, what? Come on. Great Gatsby. Thank you,
Great
Tubbs.
Gatsby.
Yeah, they're old
Toby's
sport.
on it today.
Yeah, by the way, just filling in the blanks in my mind at this point.
Yeah.
Like that's that, right? Where it's like, oh, yes, I've got so much money. You're what's happening in sport? Like that's nobody really does that. Yeah.
Okay.
That's condescending.
Sport is a dad and their little kid. That's like liar.
Like, hey, Sporto.
Jim Carrey called Max Sport. That's the only time I can think of sport. Right before he did the claw.
I was going to say he does the claw and then it's sport, or sport
Hey,
then claw.
Sport, I'm coming over today. It's like, no, you're not. You
Sub-zero
always let him
temperatures.
down. We know you're going to let him down. This is a movie, by the way, Darius Ryan. This is a film with Jim Carrey.
You stop it. I
Okay.
love Liar Liar. One of my favorite Jim Carrey movies.
Oh, I hope this one's not bad. Guy. Is that one tough?
We got some HR violations in that case.
If that was illegal, I'd be in prison. I hope I'm in the New Orleans prison everyone can break out of, because I would have been locked up a long time ago. I would write that it's too easy to get out, T.O., and just start digging through the walls.
Terrell Owens it and go.
Boss. Hey, boss. I don't do that one. I don't know that one that well.
I've done boss.
Who you calling boss?
I haven't called that many people boss, but it's
when would you use that?
It's to vary up bud, pal. It's the distant third seed for me.
I think you're a man guy, man. Like, hey, man.
I say man a lot.
Yeah.
Yep. So make it the fourth seed. Then.
I'm a guy. What's up, guy? How are you? Or what would you guys say I am? I think I'm a buddy guy. I'm a guy.
Yeah.
I think I'm a pal guy too.
I think you're a guy 1, buddy 2,
okay,
pal 3.
I've never been a chief guy. Ever.
No, you're not a chief guy.
Do I want to become a chief guy?
I think if you get older and you're in your 50s.
So that's a good one. Average age.
You see what I'm saying? Like when you're in your 50s and all of a sudden that mustache starts like looking distinguished instead of creepy, you could be a chief guy. You call people chief. Like your kids' friends. Like Nooms comes home with like this is Dylan. You're like, what's up, chief?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like just sitting on your couch watching
I think I hate
sports.
boss the more I think about it too. Don't call me boss. Hey, boss. That to me might be actually the next one on my hate list after the ones I've already given awards to.
So it sounds like somebody's kind of sneering at you.
It's condescending.
Yeah.
Boss. I'm not your boss. I'm not a boss of anything.
What's the most condescending one on there?
Big guy.
Big guy is, yeah.
For me, easy. Big guy. Because you're just look, we know what you're talking about.
Hey, BMI. You know, it's like
exactly.
that.
Yeah, exactly. You might as well call me body mass index. I'd rather you do that, actually. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We will hit the headlines and get you the leadoff before we say goodbye. Next, we'll take you up to 6:15.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In the NFL, last night, final preseason game of Week 2 of the preseason, Bengals beat the Commanders 31-17. Jaden Daniels played for 4 plays, capping off his lone drive of the preseason with a 14-yard touchdown run. Chris Rodriguez was the leading rusher, 6 rushes for 62 yards. Jalen Lane, the leading receiver for the Commanders, 3 catches, 42 yards. Final preseason game comes up on Saturday against the Ravens at noon at Northwest Stadium. The Commanders also today signed veteran offensive tackle George Fant. The Colts named Daniel Jones as their starting quarterback. In the NBA, John Wall today announced his retirement. Baseball, Victor Robles, old friend of the Nats, has been suspended 10 games after he was on a rehab assignment for the Mariners, and he was hit by a pitch and threw the bat at the pitcher and then threw stuff from the dugout onto the field. Nats and Mets tonight, first of 3 at Nationals Park, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nats. He is 8-7 with a 5.14 ERA. David Peterson, the lefty, goes to the hill for the Mets. He is 7-5 with a 3.30 ERA. Nats on deck getting underway in just a couple of minutes following G&D. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Commanders played preseason game 2 last night on Monday Night Football with the Bengals. Now, off today, back at work tomorrow. They get ready for a quick week, quick turnaround, and a Saturday matinee tilt with the Baltimore Ravens in Landover. We were talking about this in the box last night. I wonder if there will be more or fewer people at the final preseason game than last night. I don't even know what they announced. Whatever
They
it
said
is.
30-some, 35, I think.
Okay, maybe. You know what I mean? But you got Ravens fans that can come down on the weekend, so you would think there'd be more people. But it's a day game on a Saturday, so perhaps more family atmosphere. But it's the weekend, and it's the end of the summer, and people are giving up one of their last days of summer before school or right after school started. I don't know. I feel like I think there's probably going to be fewer people there because also people that know ball know that the third preseason game, I mean, you really got to want it. Right?
You got to love it.
If starters play, they're playing how many snaps? You can count them on one hand. And probably they won't at all. So it's kind of like a back-of-the-roster hopeful game for mostly dudes that aren't going to be on the roster. But what do you think? More or less than showed up last night for the dress rehearsal prime time against Burrow and the Bengals?
More, just because it's so close. It's such a convenient
Baltimore,
thing.
you mean?
Yeah. It's such a convenient thing to do for so many of the fans. And, it's a chance for friends to see each other and, go out to the ballpark and hang out. And I don't think they're staying for the full 60 minutes and, the deep into the fourth quarter, where, as you said, you really got to want to know who's going to make the team and who's not. But, yeah, I mean, to me, I think you'll see a nice little crowd.
I'm going to look up tickets here on Game Time. I'm trying to figure out – that would be a game to get the kids to, I feel like, to get the family out to. I don't know how the wife feels about bringing the baby kind of attached to her, but I don't get my little guy and, my daughters to games because it's just too expensive and it's not worth it. Like, they don't want to be there necessarily enough that, like, going to the movies is kind of the farthest I'll go. I'll take them to the movies for $17, $18 for a ticket if they really want to see something.
Mm-hmm.
That way, if they change their mind halfway through and this is not any fun.
Just is what it is, yeah.
Whatever. Like a couple $100 to go to a game is probably not that. But this could be it's a middle of the day, Saturday afternoon. It's preseason, so it really doesn't matter that much. I could go hang out and watch some with them. That might be the way to do it.
It's not a terrible play.
Looks like you can get tickets for around $60, maybe. That's not terrible. I don't hate that. Although this is to the Giants. I bet I could get it cheaper.
I bet you can.
That was week 1.
Mm-hmm.
So for the Ravens in the preseason, I bet you I could. All right, don't forget we've talked about yesterday's game from all angles. What haven't we covered enough? Don't forget that despite his interception on a play where I still want some more information on the relationship between he and Jalen Lane and what everybody was seeing, Josh Johnson looked like a decent option for the second time in as many weeks. I think he can run this offense fine. I'm not willing to say he's on the same level of Marcus Mariota, who has not been available or healthy this preseason. Because remember, Marcus Mariota played against the Panthers. They scored 40. He was awesome. Then he played against the Cowboys, and they came back to win that game thanks to him with late-game dramatics in the second half. The couple times we saw him play last year, he was fantastic.
It was good, yeah.
I think that they're going to be set at quarterback with Johnson as their number 3, and they're going to be in a position where they feel okay about all 3 guys running their offense.
Don't you dare forget about the fact that to start both games of the preseason, they have let up very long kick returns. One touchdown, the other was almost a touchdown. That needs cleaning up, and how. This group right now, or really throughout the season, all I'm asking for my special teams, eventually it'd be lovely to have like a group that's a bonus where they're blocking a kick or returning kicks for, their own right for a touchdown or causing turnovers and the like. My axiom for special teams has been in this town for so long, really since, Brian Mitchell stopped playing, was just don't screw me. You can't screw me. Like, this league is too close, too narrow, too tight. You're not great enough yet to be able to overcome those sorts of things. So that needs to be cleaned up ASAP.
Don't forget about Mitchell Tinsley looking like the greatest receiver in league history for several minutes in the second quarter last night, when on consecutive drives he caught touchdowns, including a 23-year-old leaping Randy Moss catch in the back of the end zone. He went 5 for 73 and 2 scores against the team that released him. He played 2 preseasons here as a August hero.
To play coverage, he was textbook on that play. Under 20 to go, end zone shot. Tinsley, come on! Did he catch it? Touchdown is the call.
That catch was crazy.
It was unbelievable.
I couldn't believe, going back and looking at the replays, you're going, I think he got his feet in, and then it wasn't even close.
Right.
Like, normally when there's a toe tap in the back of the end zone, he has to drag it, or it's a quarter of an inch here or there. It was the most casual all-time catch, and it was wasted in the preseason. We've now seen a record 70-yard field goal and whatever that Randy Moss catch over a dude in the back of the end zone was, and they just won't even be in the history books when it's all written.
Don't forget about the fact that if you played safety for Washington, really in this game, you were pretty good. Percy Butler's been knocked down the depth chart a little bit, I thought, flashed a couple times. Some speed, some agility, some breaking things up, some tackles. Jeremy Reeves has been good, earned himself some playing time. Quan Martin flashed in a nice moment, sort of Will Harris. The guy that you don't think of as a dude that's great in coverage, broke up a pass close to the goal line yesterday. That was a good sign for the secondary.
There you go. Don't forget about, we will do it every Monday throughout the football season. We're getting closer to the fall, which means we're getting back into the rhythms a little bit of how we operate. I was actually just yesterday working on kind of the fall schedule for days. So little show meeting on the air. So Mondays we'll do game balls and gassers.
Yep.
Don't forget about. Hopefully we'll be able to catch up with Coach Gruden again. Tuesdays we'll have Commander Survivor. Play our Survivor game, boot somebody off the island, give somebody immunity. We'll have our fastest 15 minutes. Wednesdays we'll have our power rankings, the Commander's stock report. We'll blitz the East. Thursdays we're previewing Thursday Night Football. I think we should move confidence points picks to Thursdays this year, because that last year on Fridays we'd be out at the bars, and we're going to do our bar tour again for the field trips. And it doesn't play as well in front of everyone to go around and then have 2 people in studio giving football picks. Plus, we could incorporate Thursday Night Football if we wanted to. So maybe we could make Thursday our confidence points picks just to make sure we get them on the air more often than people having to follow it offline. And then Fridays, Commander Spotlight, going scouting. And I wanted to add a wrinkle this year where each week we pick our own Survivor team. And we do like our own Survivor pool as a show.
Oh.
Figured maybe we could all put like 25, 50,000 in, something like that. Maybe $100,000.
Just whatever size unit it is, you can put that in there.
Yeah, we don't unit shame.
Not on this show.
We could do the bit I did with my buddy Jared Esky growing up, where I think I've told you this story before, but I went to Jared's house and we decided we were going to like draw and color on just like notebook paper and go sell it at the end of his driveway. And so we made, I don't know, 55, 70 cents or something one day. Some guy came by and like gave us a quarter and a penny. And he like took one of the things we drew. But the bit was, I had $2 in my pocket. And so I was at Jared's house and I put the $2 in the pot with what we'd made. And Jared had $97 or something from like birthday cards. And it was our money. So
you pulled your money together.
Yeah, so we had like $100 for all of us. And it's like, well, almost all of this is Jared's, but we didn't think of it that way. It was just our money. And it was probably not that great for him, but it was very fortuitous for me.
I was saying, great transaction for you, not as good for Jared Esky.
Yeah.
Lost that deal.
We call him Bear, Bear Cub. Yeah, Bear really he missed out there.
Was that a tough nickname, by the way? We talked about bad nicknames. Was that for any good reason?
He's still Bear to this day.
Is he still?
Yeah, and my phone is Bear. If I call him right now, hey, Bear, how you doing? He says, hey, how you doing? The bit that probably has gotten old is whenever I talk to him, I ask him if he's caught any salmon with his paws.
Again, it's probably not a flattering nickname.
No. I mean, he's a good-looking guy. Is really not an indicative of his look.
Okay.
I don't even know how it happened. I think because we found out his dad's nickname was Bull when he was like our age at the time. And so we just decided, there's Bull and
Bull and Bear, yeah.
So that's kind of the bit.
Huh.
But yeah, literally to this day, 20 years of this, I'm like, hey, Bear, caught any salmon with your paws lately?
He's like, no.
And it's just like he's over it a little bit. Now let's get you the leadoff. The leadoff is sponsored by The Window Man. Since 1989, The Window Man has been that company getting your free in-home estimate, or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom educational window company. The Window Man, here's your leadoff.
Leading off, playing left field, James Wood, batting second. Jake Abrams, batting third at second base, Paul DeYoung. Cleanup hitter, your DH, Josh Bell. Batting fifth, catcher Riley Adams. Batting sixth in right field, Dylan Cruz. Batting first, welcome back to the show, Andres Chaparro. Batting eighth at third base, Brady House. Batting ninth in center field, that is Jacob Young.
So to be clear, no Robert Hassel.
Right.
But also no Dalen Lyle.
Right, also. And no Luis Garcia, too. So, that's...
that one I'm good with.
Yeah,
But 4 outfielders that need to play, James Wood, Dylan Cruz, Robert Hassel, Dalen Lyle. And 50% of them are not in the lineup tonight.
2 of them are not.
What if Miguel Cairo wrote out a different lineup card and turned that one in? Do we feel like that could work or no?
Years ago, in my freshman English class, I worked really hard on a paper. My teacher, Donna Denizet, at the top, didn't write anything else on it, just the word no, and handed it back to me. That's what I would do to that lineup.
We'll try again.
I just red pen, no.
Our football talk throughout the day today and our look back to yesterday's game was presented by Paramount Plus on Grant and Danny. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Houtier, what do you got on the docket tonight?
Playing some hoops in this wet weather. We got a dry court apparently, so I'm on my way right now.
Misty rain doesn't stop Danny from pickup basketball. I'm headed over to Nationals Park. I've got post game tonight. I will see some of you there. Thanks for listening. We're back at it at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.